แอสซีจู21นำก็ก่อน1นะเอาเลยมึง
ผมลอง1,900แล้วครับจอมันโหลดนานกว่ากลับเข้าเกม ไม่มีเลยนะอันนี้ น้อง
แต่จ
เก็
ริ
ต
งแต่จริง1,900แม่งก็มองง่ายกว่าเยอะจริงๆอ่ะไอ้เชี่ยเมื่อกี้กูเล่นกลับมาเล่น1,200เลย
1,200ก็ยิงชัดกว่า
ใช่ก็ตอนที่กูขาดความมั่นใจกูเลยกลับมาเล่น1,200เลยแล้วค่อยกลับมาเล่น1,900
อ้าว
ไอ้เหี้ยกูเป็นคนชอบเล่น1,900เว้ยแต่แบบว่าพอเล่นไปนานๆเหมือนแบบยิงไม่โดนอ่ะกูก็จะกลับมาเล่น1,200แบบ
บนเตอร์เลดแหลกครับผมไม่ได้ฮะที่มันไม่ชินนะดิมินนี่หลับครับผมเมื่อวานผิดหวังเลย
ตายแล้ว
อุต
บอกแล้ว
ส่าห์เชื่อใจ
ด่านตรวจเอาไม่ลงหรอกที่นั่นดีมากกูเห็นพอเห็นมันเล่นแล้วเป็นไงเลยแม่งมันอีกระดับหนึ่งเลยนะเว้ยเมื่อวานอ่ะนีออนอ่ะบีดีปูบีดีปูแล้วมาด้านนี่เทียบรู้สึกว่ายังแบบยังไม่เท่าอ่ะ
อ้าวใช่เหรอลืมปิดชื่ออะไรแป๊บนึงนะว่ะเปลี่ยนแต่ปกโอเคขอบคุณครับเปลี่ยนแล้วครับผมรีบไปหน่อยฮะน้องจัสตินบาร์บี้สวัสดีครับโน1นีออนก็ต้องแดมบี้แล้วตอนนี้วันนี้ G2 NRG ครับทุกคนเจอที่ผมว่าน่าจะกลุ่มหัวอยู่หมายถึงถ้าเจอแดมบี้อะนะโอ้โหเบียดปวดหัวแน่นอนไม่ต้องห่วงแต่พวกกินข้าวไปมันหิวอีกแล้ววะที่วันนี้ไม่มีเสบียงด้วยสวยละ
Hello, Scouts. I'll be your troop leader for today. Let's have fun.
ไปใส่ทำไมอ่ะนี่พูดโดนอะไรอ่ะคิดถึงน้องเอลส์ทำไรฮะไม่ดูวาโรหรอ
Those who find Ishtal do not live to speak of.
เ มันช่องหลักยังไม่ขึ้นอีกหรอกเวงเวสสวัสดีครับเหนื่อยอะไรขนาดนั้นครับผมโยโดนี่มัน0,000ไปหรือยังมันก็เล่นได้หลากหลายอยู่นะโยโดดูแล้วกันว่าโชคชะตาจะให้เล่นอะไรแพ้วะBBL ได้ลุ้นครับแต่ว่าส่วนตัวชอบทีมวางมากกว่าครับพี่แอปสตรีมแอปสตรีมอีกมันเป็นคือยังไงนะครับแอปสตรีมมาไหนครับน้องโมรีน่าผมมาแทนใหม่ครับเพื่อน้องที่ง่วงหลับจากไลฟ์เมื่อวานครับวันนี้เป็นบอส6วันนี้เป็นบอส6 โมงใช่ไหมครับจะดึงพวกเราหลับวันนี้น่าจะจบไวอยู่นะเริ่มไวนะเพื่อแอลเติมเกมอุ้ยเติมเกมอะไรไปน้องแอลขอบคุณครับแจ๋วเลยครับทำไมโพยังไม่ค่อยเชื่อใจทีมที่แบบยังไม่เห็นฟอร์มอ่ะแล้ว BBL แม่งวัยรุ่นอ่ะมาทัวร์อินเตอร์เนชั่นนแนลครั้งแรกมันคงไม่เปี้ยงหรอกมั้งเรื่องประสบการณ์อ่ะ
Days the day I find that hero.
หมายถึงซูฟใช่ไหมหมายถึงซูฟหรือเปล่า
The cold does not forgive.
My spirit may be rooted in Ionia, but my duty is Demacia.
อ๋อนอเดรีคืออย่างนี้ซูปสีเขียวเลิกใช้แล้วตอนนี้มันใช้สีฟ้าแทนครับต้องสมัครใหม่นะครับเราได้โอนไอดีมาหรือเปล่าเราเพิ่งกลับมาออนใช่ไหมมีกิจกรรมอยู่นะช่วงนี้ไม่รู้ยังทันหรือเปล่าแต่กิจกรรมแบบรายอาทิตย์น่าจะยังทันอยู่ครับใช่มันเปลี่ยนเป็นซูฟนี่แหละครับซูฟ้าเลยครับเนี่ยตอนนี้ซูฟ้าก็สตรีมอยู่นะลองเปิดเข้าไปดูได้ต้องสมัครใหม่ครับแต่ถ้าเคยมีอาฟิก้าแล้วอะ
I am the wind.
ถ้าเคยมีแอฟริกาแล้วไม่ต้องฮะ
Will's alive.
มาพอลองชิมเมื่อวานยกให้ทีมหนึ่งครับผมลองเลยเนาะดารีอันนี้ของดีครับผมตอนนี้ลื่นไหลแล้วจัดเลยจัดเลย
We just haven't caught up yet.
อ๋อซื้อแบบมีลิ้นชักครับสั่งแล้วรอเขามาส่งคู่แรกมปลายเจอกันไหมวันนี้สูสีวันนี้ไม่มีรุ่นพี่รังแกรุ่นน้องครับรุ่นเดียวกันวันนี้
The bigger they are, the harder I hit them.
ไอโอเนียไม่ซ้ำกัน10 ตัว
The storm within you clouds your judgments, Master Cannon.
ไปเซนเตเนลครับผมตัวนาทีเฮ้ยมันจะโหมันต้องมีตาไอโอเนียเดี๋ยววะอ๋อไอโอเนียมี10 ตัวอยู่แล้วนี่ว่าว่ะเฮียน่าหยิบมาว่ะโอ้โหมันจะถึงเลเวล10ได้ไงวะ โอ้โหผ้าคลุมการเลนนั่นไงวันเสาร์มั้งมันเลยแข่งไวโหวันปกติต้องรอเลิกงานอะไรอย่างงี้มั้งมันได้แอนนี่สเตจ35อ๋อหลับไปกี่โมงครับผมเมื่อวาน
Brace yourself.
Watch out for us.
จีทูเอเนจีครับจีทูเอเนจีเพื่อนคิดว่าพี่เบลจะได้ซักแมปจาก NRG ใหม่ครับ คิดว่าน่าจะมีครับซักแมปคู่นี้เป็นไปได้อยู่ คู่นี้สูสี BBL โหดอยู่พี่ดูอีมี แต่ไม่ค่อยเชื่อใจวัยรุ่นพลังวัยรุ่นเท่าไหร่ วันนี้เลยให้ NRG ดีกว่า
Someone hold my coat.
เ นี่อะไรมันเลอะเทอะไปหมดเลยวะเนี่ยโอ้ได้รับ7 ทองทุกรอบจนจบเกมแม่งเลเวล10แน่นอนถ้าเลือดมันอยู่ถึงอะนะ
For Demacia. Your name is your oath, Crown Guard, and both are in question. For the cause!
D2 BBL ย้ายไม่ทันอ๋องั้นไม่เป็นไรครับสมัครใหม่ก็ได้อ๋อ30พอดีนะว่า
For Demacia.
Balancing the whole thing.
โอ้ยชิบหายแล้วไม่ฮิตเล่นเกมจับคู่หมดเลยอืมสวยอย่างมากทำไงล่ะทีนี้
fate would bring us together again.
My law or by sword?
I alone decide my
No, my mom's a Vestaya. That's the only reason I ain't stomped you yet.
I see right through you.
I will save you from yourself.
When will I know peace?
เอาเป็น2เอาไอโอเนีย10เหรอเล่นไอโอเนียตรงๆไปเลยใช่ไหม
My shield is here for you.
จบกันอ๋อ
Yeah?
Sure. You wanna log that out?
I
don't know. I'm listening to women today. That's my goal. You are carrying me through
led us
this.
astray initially.
I don't care. I'm not taking
Okay.
responsibility for
All right,
this.
we'll do B. Final answer.
B. Made with Italian sausage. I can already tell you that you are wrong.
Dude,
The
mayonnaise!
reason why it's Italian is because it has red, white, and green.
Oh, that makes sense, but also mayonnaise. What are we
คู่
talking
แรก
about?
NRG ครับ คู่ 2 G2 ครับ
I'm
You're
disappointed, Chile.
underestimating how good it is. Anyway, guys.
ไปมาครับน้องว่าน
We're horrid.
Yes, thank you, Bea.
Listen, I expected this from Josh, not from you, man.
Can you throw me like one train
Okay,
question?
okay, no,
Something for pity?
Okay. I think you will get this one.
Okay.
Because our next question is, who is the most played agent at Master Santiago so far?
Okay, I
Is it
do
A,
know this one.
Yoru?
Yeah.
Is it B, Neon?
Neon. Okay.
Is it C, Omen? Is it D, Viper?
Okay. Yoru is the instinctual answer, but there are quite a few teams on quite a few maps who don't play him.
ตอนนี้
And
Asta
NRG
ก็เยอะ
doesn't
นะ
at all. Omen, there's too much variety of like teams playing Astra or not playing double smokes, and Neon switches with I think Viper is probably the answer.
I know for sure it was Viper in the Swiss stage. Now, whether that's changed based on the first round of playoffs, I'm not sure, but I know it was Viper for Swiss.
I would go Viper here.
Final answer, Viper. We
Final
finally have one we're
answer
confident
is
Lock it in.
Viper. And you guys are correct. Yes,
We
it is
finally did one.
Viper.
Yes!
อุ้ย
You know, 1 out of 3. I guess I'll get you a pisco. You know.
Okay.
It is something.
That was our last opportunity.
Yeah, that was
Josh,
your last opportunity.
We
No
got
more
a
fun for you.
big win.
We suck.
One big win.
We suck and we know nothing, Mimi.
We know something. 33%. That's still an F minus. Someone who might get a better grade on, I guess, being out in the
สั่งข้าว
crowd.
แป๊บ
Maybe Valina. We'll hand it over to her. She's on the floor.
พลังงานคืนนี้
guys, I'm here with Canton, our hype man that you see in that stage every day shouting, but he has the opportunity now to shout inside that cabin where you can select your team, right? Which team are you gonna scream for today?
I don't know what's gonna happen there, but I think I'm screaming for G2.
I like it. Just
เหลือเชื่อ
say
แถวนี้
America's
ไม่
in
มี
the
อาหาร
house,
คลีน
right?
เลยเหรอวะ
Okay, should we see how loud is
อยู่
your
ตรงเม
scream?
กะเลย
For
นะเว้ย
sure, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
เป็นไปได้ไงวะ น้องแฮปปี้สวัสดีครับ ตอนนี้สิเป็นยังไงน่าจะโดเนไม่ต้องอ๋อ ไม่ค่อยได้เล่นไม่เคยเอายังไม่เคยเล่นไงคิดไม่ทันน้องซอน
Okay, now my question is, are you gonna have any voice left for shouting into that stage today?
I don't know, maybe not.
Well,
I'm good, yeah.
okay, well, you screamed really loud.
Yeah, it was good.
It was perfect. Well, that's it for us. Back to you.
Well, he spent it all in the booth. Which one of you is stepping up and taking the reins?
It's not going to be me, I can tell you that much. I don't have what it takes to be able to get this Spanish-speaking crowd going. It's got to be you.
Okay, I'll
We'll
do
send
it.
you out
Why
there.
not? Yeah,
I think you've got what it takes.
Yeah?
Listen, I think I'm actually going to go, and I will let you know
You
how,
should.
the
I think
score
you
that I
should.
get,
I
because I
think
think
they'd
I
love
can
it.
break that thing.
Dan did it yesterday and had them
was
going
one time-
crazy.
There was one time that I actually broke the sound barrier, and it was
The
when Bonker.
sound barrier?
Listen. And you know when it was? Bonker had a 4K clutch on Icebox. I remember it was like in 2021.
The sound.
ไม่ทัน
She's
ครับ
a Concord.
เฮ้ยหมัก
Okay.
หมักไก่15 ที
Today,
ทันอยู่
we're
นะ
putting
อี
the
ก20 นาที
spotlight
แข่ง
on BBL and NRG
ถ้าเพื่อนมี
in
เว็บ
our
กับตู้เย็นซื้ออาหาร
Mastercard
ชิน
fan poll. We want to know which you think
ไอ
is
Easy ใช่ไหม Easy
scarier,
Go ใช่ไหม
an unstoppable premier team or the reigning world
มันมีอยู่
champion.
3 เม
You
นู
can
ใหม่
scan the QR
กิน
code
บ่อยอ
and
ยู่
cast your vote. And while you're there, you can get involved with the conversation by using the hashtags VCT and Masters Santiago to maybe have your post featured
เมื่อวาน
on the
ธุรกิจ
broadcast.
ดีหรือเปล่า
Who
น้อง
would
แฮป
you
ปี้
be voting for, Josh?
Dude, I mean, my Preds are still perfect at this point, and I'm putting everything on BBL today.
Okay.
Yes.
แป๊บนึงนะ
I'm
กิน
going
อะไร
for
ดี
it.
วะ
I'm punting
Why?
on it, but I'm not confident at all.
What is it? How big is the edge? Like how-
Tiny,
yeah?
tiny, a
Is it-
tiny,
it's
tiny
like a
little
ball
edge.
is log
A
in?
1% edge.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's
No,
small.
I think this is so tough to call.
Okay, I respect that. Well, today, BBL, they're going to be entering the competition, not just for their first time here, but for their debut on the global stage overall. This is a #1 seed from their region, who not a few years ago were still competing in Premier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that the way to making it to this stage is different from all of the teams, right? We talk about all the stories, but
วันนี้เหรอ
specifically the one for BBL, it's been a
วัน
long
นี้พี่ให้
time
NRG
coming.
นะ
For the longest times, these players have been grinding the
แต่
game,
คิดว่าวันนี้
especially
สู
before, of
สี
course, because they went on there a couple of changes, but we saw them in 2024
ไม่
making
ง่าย
it to the Ascension finals. Everybody was like, they thought they were going to win, but if I'm being honest, we were also thinking, why are you going to win? You're not even old enough to play.
Yeah,
Like,
they
you're
were
going to get
17.
the, yeah, it's like you're gonna get the org the spot, and we just want to see you in our league. So it was no surprise when they were one of the teams getting into VC.
เมื่อวานมิมนี่มันหลับอะครับ คือถ้าเมื่อวานมินนี่ขอให้มันฟอร์มแบบ
reckless in the way they play. They have no
ครึ่งหนึ่งอะ
respect
ของเวลามันลั่น
whatsoever,
อะ
you know, the
เบรก
best
ดัม
sense
บี้ได้
for
บาง
the
วินก็
opponent
โอ
that
เค
they
แล้ว
have in front of them, and it's so good to see that they are the living proof that the
BBL
system
กวาด
that
มาสองแมปไปแล้ว
Valorant has created for the people to be able to get onto that stage works.
Yeah, I think they're fantastic in terms of how they play, their level of play, the attitude that they conduct themselves with. I just hope the pressure doesn't get to them, but I don't see why it would.
The way they conduct themselves make you think that they will succeed. They're all so young, most of them just turning 18 or 19 now, but they carry themselves like veterans. Let's hear from one of their players.
In our mind, we are
ลา
not ruthless, we are
ลา
just
ตาชา
players.
ใต้
We just did our homework. We went out there, and we just do what we do. We are better at shooting, better at reading the game, better at analyzing. We are just better. We have no fear from any EMA team or any team in the world.
The concern with young teams like this is always that they'll take their first big loss in an international tournament and crumble from then on out. Are you afraid of that with BBL, Josh?
I mean, I'm afraid of it because it would be such a disaster if it did happen. But I think the chances of it occurring are actually really
ผ
low.
ลไม้
The
สด
way that they
บ้าน
conduct
แม่ยาย
themselves,
กรีกโย
attitude that
เกิร์
they
ต
have into the games, I think it's just more likely that they go out there and have an extreme desire to
Don't say.
win, to bring the game to NRG. And I think that's the kind of attitude you actually want them to have if they're going to have success out here.
And the game that they bring to the table, Bea, is so unique. I know you wanted to introduce us to their style.
Yes. You wanted me to speak a little bit about the macro, and I understand it. There's been so many changes into the game, but BBL still play pretty conventional things, but adding in the double duelist. So I wanted to take a look at Breeze because I think that it's a map that is likely to happen today. You know, NRG play it, BBL also like it, and I wanted to explain more or less how BBL faces this round. This is a bonus round for them against Fnatic. This just no-name team that we have in EMEA. Don't worry.
Okay.
Anyway, as I said, the way that they are playing has two keys for me. One is you're going to see a lot of Cypher. And I will get into that in a minute, but for this one, I want to focus on the other very important one, which is their double duelist. They're going to be playing Lovers Rock and Larocque together many times. And something that I think we're going to see a
มัน
lot
ต้องสับปะรด
is
ผู้แลหรือ
the
เปล่า
dry
ถึงจะ
picking.
อร่อย
Listen, it's like you throw them a bone and they're like, yeah, oh, Viper utility, there's a player on mid, I go and I take the fight. From then on, they just rearrange in the rest of the map. You see Rose just trying to, move the threats a little bit. But to me, also something that is very important, as I was saying, is the Cypher. I'm just going to let it play because when an agent is nerfed and you still want to play, you still want to work around it, you need to focus on what is still strong about it. And something that I really like about Kervin and that we're going to see here is how quick he is. In one, you're not going to see this useless utility being put here and broken at the beginning of the round, but you are going to see a lot of adaptations and him changing those trap bars at the middle of the round, something that many Sentinels cannot do. So you still have that. I have another example very quickly for you guys so you understand this. This is another approach. We see a different Viper wall, but look at the way that this trap bars are designed here. Larocque is going to be aggressive, again, dry peeking in a corner, no surprises. But with the operator that Lovers Rock has for this round, which we're also going to be seeing a lot, there's another layer to this. The trap bars are already gone. There's one that is guarding from the pushes coming on from mid. And then there's the second layer of Cypher, which are those cages. Having that kind of utility means that not only Lovers Rock can also leave us, we just saw with the TP, but if Krevin goes back onto the side, they always have that surprise factor. So yeah, that is what we can expect from BBL, and a lot of aggression.
I'm glad that you highlighted those dry peaks as well, because I think that's what makes the idea of them underperforming or overperforming on stage so important. When you have two duelists like Lovers Rock and Larocque, especially with Larocque, he is going to be taking dry fights and just matching up pound for pound with people. He is going to be looking to try to take fights against them. And depending on whether or not he wins those engagements, it's going to make a massive difference to their success.
What makes these two different than the rest of the double duelist duos on the field?
Well,
ถ้า BBL แพ้ผมยอมไหว้คลองแสนแสบวันนี้สำนักพี่จะคงแตกอีกรอบแล้วครับ
on the
เฮ้ย
attack side, the way that Rose calls
เราหมิ่น
often
นี่
puts
ว่า
them as inserts around the map, and he's not
สถิติ
afraid to call
ผม
some
พี่ดีอยู่นะ
really bizarre stuff too, where they're double execing into sites at the same time. We saw a really interesting example of that on Abyss during kickoff. I think he's creative, and because they're not worried about how they interpret the game, because they've never lost before, really. They're just happy to throw stuff at the wall and see if it works.
Look at that first blood success, 65%.
That's
Not
crazy.
only he's an absolute menace with the operator, as we're speaking about the big names that they have already gone up against, because we can speak about
ข้าวหน้าไก่ทงคัตสึ
what teams did they play
ข้าวหน้า
together.
ปลาทงคัตสึ
Vitality, Fnatic, it was not an easy job for them, but they squared up to all of those teams. They showed, as I said, no respect for the names that they saw on the other side.
Yeah, the macro is so unique from this squad on both sides of the map. The round you're talking about, where they're just execing the entire map at the same time, you really don't see that from anyone else. Even though they're playing
ข้าวหน้าปลา
similar
ทงคัต
comps
สึ
to
หรือ
international
ว่าไก่ดีวะ
competition, the way they execute it is so unique.
It really is. It's brand new, it's different, it's cool, and I think it's going to be a challenge for NRG to try to get on top of. Yes, they'll be able to watch the games and see it, but I'm hoping BBL have spent a little bit of time off here, adding extra stuff into their game, more theory, more ideas, and are coming out with the raw firepower as well.
The man responsible for putting those new ideas in practice and managing this unique BBL team is IGL Rose. He's standing by with Jen.
Here with Rose of BBL. Good morning, Rose. Now you have a huge
129 บาท
task ahead of you going up against
Okay.
the world champions of last year. So what is your plan
ไม่
for
ค่อยอยาก
going
สั่
up
งข้าว
against
บ่
a
อย
team with so much experience and a team that's finding a lot of success doing something off meta as well?
ๆสวัสดีน้องเบบี้นะครับ
You know us, it doesn't
ใครเด็ก
matter
ป
for us.
.1 ใครพี่มปลาย
That's why like we
วันนี้
also
มันไซส์เดียวกันนะ
like we did it
น่าจะประมาณ
in EMEA against Fnatic and Vitality. They were
พี่
like,
ม.5 กับน้อง
how can
ม
I say, I don't
.3
know, they were playing Valorant with a lot of experience also.
ชินจังมันต้องทาจมูกดิ
Like we won
เนี่ย
against them. We will do it the same way.
มันเป็น
Right, I'll be looking forward to it. Thank you.
ตอนแรกพี่ไม่รู้เปิดไงเว้ย
And it's easy to doubt that hearing it from a rookie team. But Bea, given the context that they've made that same style of showing up to Premier and then Challengers and then Ascension and then EMEA and it just kept working. It's tough to doubt that they can do it against global competition as well.
I also think, and just going back to the
มัน
composition
เปิด
and
มา
the
เป็นเนี่ย
having
เป็น
a
เหมือน
lot
แบ
of
บ
cipher, which we expect to see.
ยาหม่อง
Maybe
อะ
they've been, cooking something and we're going to see something different. I doubt it because they're sticking to their guns. All of these ideas just seem external to them. The idea that you are a world champion, that you have a lot of experience, they don't care. Like they
ไม่
know
มีอะไรให้
exactly
ดบ
what
เลย
to want to do inside of the server. It doesn't matter what changes around them.
Yeah, well, another team that has maintained their style even as the meta shifted is NRG, our one squad who's rejected double duelist in this tournament. The world champions came out into this event with a clean win against Liquid to qualify, but a loss earlier on to PaperX. Josh, if you're rating them
อันนี้เป็นตัวมันใช่ไหม
compared to the team that won
ถอดมา
champions
ปั๊บ
in
เนี่ยหัว
Paris,
หลุดนี่มาอย่าง
how
งี้เนี่ย
close is
เห็น
their
ไหม
level?
It's difficult to say, actually. I think in terms of their micro, it's fantastic in terms of the way that they're approaching the game. They also look in immense form. My only doubt with NRG is that they're going to so often, again and again and again in this tournament, have to face up against other teams that feel like they are the ones in control of the tempo and are putting aggression onto NRG. I think when you're playing anti-meta styles like this, it's very difficult to go on a full tournament run. And I think BBL are going to be
แล้วมันหาตรงที่พอพี่เปิดมาพี่งงว่าคืออะไรวะ
very, very effectively.
I also do think
ก็เลย
that
หมุ
one
น
of
หมุน
the
บิดบิด
best things of NRG are
ตาม
the
รูป
EMEA pieces that they have, obviously.
She found a way, folks.
Yes,
She always
I
does.
always will. I always will. But I think that the preparation that they have in some of these matches is completely out of this world. But that sometimes
You're talking about that
I'm
coaching
talking
duo
about
from EMEA,
Bonecard
right?
Strong, of course I am. And what I wanted to say is that when I was watching PaperX versus them, I think that because of the short time that they had to prep and everything, and I feel like they wanted to adjust too much and they forgot about
like
what
trying to play that vice counter comp.
Yes, and just focus too much on like what can we do to shut them down instead of like what can we do to win this, It's like playing not to lose, and I think probably that's what put them in that position. And then it came the match against Liquid, and it just happened. That was also against the MEA, but it's okay.
Yeah, I think this game against BBL, they do have to be aware of some of the threats that BBL are throwing out there, as in you got to be ready for them to be dry swinging you. The thing is though, if you miss the shot, it doesn't matter. You can be focused entirely on, you know exactly where LaRock is peeking you from. If you miss, if your aim isn't as good, you are going to be forced to take those dry fights, and BBL have opportunities.
Luckily, NRG is a team with high confidence, and one of those players is the MVP of Champions Paris. Brock, he's outside with Jen.
Jen here with Brock of NRG. Hello, Brock. Now, you're going up against an Ascension team today, and I think you know very well how scary a fearless and a hungry team can be. So what do you think you need to look out for, and is there anything you guys can take advantage of?
ไปแง่ๆมาเปิดได้ไม่รู้เลย
like taking a lot of fights, so I think if we're ready for
ก็
that,
คือไง
like know that that's gonna happen, I think we'll be
ไม่เห็นมีกลิ่นเลย
so yeah.
Are you ready for the fight?
Yeah, I'm ready.
รูมันตันนี่
I love Jen. We have to protect her. She is a treasure, truly. But Brock really knows more than I think a lot of other players at this level how much you have to respect these kind of hungry players coming from Tier 2. Him and this NRG core really only arrived on the Tier 1 level halfway through last year.
They are those hungry players. They're just 1 year back. Yes, it's a bit of a different story, isn't it? Because BBL have come all the way through Premier, but it's a similar scenario, and we've seen rookies be exceptionally good. I like, though, his response, because it indicates that they are aware that they're going to get swung, and they need to be ready for it.
Someone who will always be ready for those fights is Kiko. I know you're a big fan of this guy, Bea.
Guys, you don't want me to talk about EMEA, but you just all you do is talk about the EMEA
I want you to talk about Kiko, because he's looked so sick this tournament thus far. Even rolling back the years, getting to watch that Jet.
Yeah, I think that we all know at this point that Kiko is an incredibly valuable player that can play on the duelist, that can be on the controller. And I think that it's also very important that NRG realizes the value that that brings. In metas that are constantly changing, even coming into these global events, having a player that is such a Swiss Army knife that you can put in and slot him in anything, and he's going to have a performance like this, only made in EMEA.
We got to watch the Breeze playing double duelist with Kiko on the Jet. Do you want to see NRG lean into that more, Josh, or full commit to their style?
I think on Breeze, yeah, absolutely. Continue playing that kind of thing.
On other maps, though?
On other maps, no, I don't think so. I don't think there's any reason to try to force.
น้องว่านหมักไก่สูตรอะไรไปครับ
Off meta, playing anti meta is actually working for NRG. If you were asking this question 2 months ago or something, then I'd be saying, yeah, run Kiko double duelist all over the place. But right now in the middle of a tournament, it's not time to change up your entire style when it's working.
Yeah, he's looked good on the controller role as well. Truly a flexible player. And after his incredible performance against Liquid, we spoke with Kiko about how he's finding life away from home in this HyperX player moment.
Ever since I joined NRG in
เพิ่งเห็น
November,
ยาดมน้องบาสคืออะไรอ่ะ
I would say just a lot of new things. I moved to LA, playing in a different region with people I don't know. Yeah, I mean everything's changed for me, but it's a
ดูไม่ค่อยน่าไว้ใจเท่าไหร่
everything, like I'm enjoying it, meeting new people, talking to new people, being in different region, playing different players, different meta. Everything's just refreshing.
NRG on in this time, you're unaware, and now on a live stream, knocks it down, Kiko burying Liquid, it is poetic!
The thing I missed from EMEA is that, I already knew a lot of people there. I knew most of the players from most of the teams. I don't play much ranked, so it's hard to get to know everyone. But, I like to try new things, I would say. I have a new challenge.
ซอสหอยนางรมซีอิ๊วขาวน้ำตาลแล้วก็สารเกลือสูตรแบบง่ายๆ
MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you to tell us who you think would win between BBL and NRG.
ต้องใส่กระเทียมโขลกเข้าไปด้วย
And 58%
NRG 58% นะ BBL 42
I think that's actually super reasonable. Yeah. I think the smart money at the moment would even be on NRG because they've shown that they're in incredible form. Look like the second best team coming out of Swiss. And you don't, even though the top seeds did perform pretty well yesterday, you actually don't know for sure that BBL are going to play to their level today.
Yeah, exactly. And that reigning world champions still keeping up their form, making it to events. We see this up and down performances all the time in Valorant, and I think the energy has been incredible.
But at the same time, I don't think this would be an enormous upset either. I don't think if BBL won, it would be like, oh my god, how did this possibly happen? I think it is
น้อง
more
ครู
towards the
ช็อกโกแลต สวัสดีครับให้ NRG G2 นะครับวันนี้ฮะ กำลังเจิมอัพหรือยังดูซิ
I mean, I'm down to see some surprises from their side. To me, are they going to, first of all, are they going to choose to be Team A or Team B? Because both of the teams do not like the bind. Are you trying to, play in some mind games?
ทัวร์นี้ไม่ผิด2 คู่ติดครับ
Specifically just for this, have you realized something like do
ไป
you
ฮะ
want to
NRG
go to that breeze like I'm saying here, or do you think that NRG is going to be too prepared for that? I am honestly open for anything but Haven. I'm so sick of Haven. Can we stop playing Haven? Can we stop? Please.
Just the best map that Valorant ever made, but sure.
Yeah. Please, no more Haven.
Let's see if Baya's prayers are answered. The coach is standing by for the map veto.
Okay, so this is the map selection for BBL against NRG. Because BBL is the better seeded team, start choosing to be Team A or Team B.
We picked Team A.
Team A? Yes. So NRG is Team B, BBL is Team A. BBL starts banning
คือมันกลิ่นมันเย็นอ่อนๆอ่ะนึกออกปะมันต้องดมแรงๆอ่ะไม่ถึงจะได้กลิ่นชัดอ่ะ
Okay, map pick for BBL.
We picked Pearl.
Pearl, side on Pearl for NRG.
Attack.
Attack. A map pick for NRG.
Abyss.
Abyss, side on Abyss for BBL.
Attack on Abyss.
Attack. Okay, last set of bans starting with BBL. You have Breeze, Corrode, or Split.
Ban Corrode.
Ban Corrode. Last ban for NRG. You have Breeze and Split.
น้องปอนสวัสดีครับน้องพลหรือเปล่าน้องพล X
Side on Split for BBL.
BBL เพอเหรอ
Defense on Split. That's it. Good luck, have fun.
เอาบิด
There's so much unusual stuff happening in that map veto, in my opinion. And the final map, if we get there, of split, is actually towards the bottom, in my opinion, of both teams' pools. So that could be a scrap fest. But I want to focus on the first one, Pearl, because an EMEA team picking Pearl into an Americas team, historically that doesn't go well. But BBL somehow across this roster's entire lifespan are 23-1 on this map. 23-1, which is. I mean, obviously, a lot of that is against tier 2 teams.
Yeah, we don't play a lot of Pearl in EMEA, but picking it against an Americas team, and then also NRG going for Abyss. I think that there's a lot of the mind games going in. Also, thank you so much, Bunker, for saying that.
เมื่อวานหลับคาแมป3เปเปอร์เล็ก
And I also want to know what's in
ไม่เป็นไรวันนี้เริ่มไวครับ
for strong. But yeah, I think that first of all bangers end on split, and I really like out of all the maps that we have currently.
แล้วก็นอนดึกแล้วตื่นมาโดนเช้าอีกเหรอ
maps to be seen.
The first two are going to be electric because they are towards the top of both teams' pools. I mean, BBL are clearly very confident.
อ๋อนี่เพิ่งแมตช์แรกครับรอบเพลย์ออฟ
Both of these teams are
ราวัน
amazing on Abyss.
And not only that, do you guys remember the last time that NRG lost Abyss? Because it was one of those moments that you had to be there, and it was in Champs Paris. That was the third map that started with that 11-1 half. That seriously, one of the biggest, you had to be there. I hope that we get another one here because this crowd would love it.
Yeah, I'm so excited for that Pearl to start. I think BBL's attack side calling there is where they do some crazy stuff. The amount of embedding a duelist on both sides, such a fun team to watch. And they were excellent in EMEA, but I'm interested how many of us actually predicted BBL to win today against the world champs. As we take a look at this one, it's quite evenly split. You've both gone for BBL. I've heard from you, Josh, but Bea, what pushed you over the line for this?
Of course, BBL. Like for me, the things that I have seen in EMEA from this team, the way that they have gone up against the best that we have in the region and made them look like absolute fools. Do you know what it's like to see someone diffing Durke on Jet? There are things that you think not many people are going to be able to do. BBL did them all in 2 weeks.
This is such a test of form, I think, for both of these teams. There are going to be dry fights. There are going to be gambles made on both sides.
วันนี้คนเยอะว่ะ วันเสาร์
towards taking fights. I think you couldn't find two better teams to demonstrate it.
It's a team of rookies. They've been grinding together since Premier, waiting for this moment. And now, the biggest crowd we've gotten in Santiago yet awaits them. NRG, the world champions, their opponent. You could not think of a better way to start day 7 of playoffs. Let's bring out the teams.
เป๊ปแข่งทีวันไหนแข่งอีกทีวันจันทร์ครับคืนวันจันทร์ฮะสวัสดีน้องเซฟครับผมคู่แรกน่าดูจากดูคนเต็มฮอเดี๋ยวันนี้น่าดูคู่หน้าก็น่าดูครับอยากดู AG ใน International ผมเสียใจมากแล้วพี่เสียใจอะไรครับผมเพื่อนผมหนีออกจากบ้านไปเอ้าคือเพื่อนเรามาอยู่บ้านเราหนีออกจากบ้านไปน้องโรจิสวัสดีครับทำงานแล้วไม่ได้มาดูเลยวันนี้หยุดใช่ไหมน้องโรจิเพื่อนผมชื่อซาสึเกะเรานารูโตะเหรอ
A Swiss stage tested world championship winning squad
พี่BBL หรือ NRG ครับ
But if they could do it here, if they could prove themselves at this highest level,
ขอบคุณน้องเมโรพายนะครับให้ NRG ครับผมสวัสดีน้องมาร์คด้วยนะครับ
It sounds like they have a favorite here.
I mean, I think these BBL players are going to be loving the fact that they're in front of a crowd like this. They seem like the kind of people to rise to the occasion. I think if you are going to have any doubts about BBL's performances, I think in that finals that they played against General Mates, Creven looked a little shaky and Rose's calling dropped a little. So take a look maybe at those areas, but I think in terms of the fragging, they should still be good to go up against NRG.
Yeah, Rose said the first 2 maps of that BO5, he felt like he wasn't himself, had to rely on his team to pick him up instead. They did it, 1 in 5 maps and made it here to Santiago. But still difficult against a team like NRG. Let's focus in on Pearl. What are we expecting for BBL starting on this defensive side?
นี่ก็โหครั้งนี้ก็มาเมื่อกี้ซาสึเกะถือว่าแก๊งเดียวกันอันนี้
A lot of work in the map, a lot of the duelist pushes, and a lot of those kind of micro plays that I honestly think NRG are going to be prepared for. I'm looking and I'm thinking about the Tejo on the other side. I'm looking at any kind of tool
ลาหลอกครับตัวนี้
to not only gather that
เดี๋ยวมาดูจีนได้เปล่าวันนี้
separate those two and prevent the trade from happening.
Yeah, I think that's the key, isn't it? They use a double drone composition.
Yeah.
They're going to find it much more difficult, Lovers Rock, I think, in particular, to get posted up on good lines with the Yoru. NRG's protocols are fantastic in that spot. I think part of it is, can they disrespect drone utility? Are they feeling confident to go for that extra little peek, staying in position for 1 or 2 seconds longer, playing with the very edges of what's capable?
Taking those risks is what brought them here. I want to focus on the matchup of
เอาจริงคิโกะเข้ามาเติมเต็ม NRG แล้วต้องบอกว่าเป็นตัวที่ผลงานดีสุดในทีมด้วยมันทำให้ทีมยกระดับนะ
The only player to have won 2 champs trophies against Rose on his very first stage of this size.
We heard in the interview that Rose sounds like he doesn't care.
BBL สู้ทำให้ภูมิใจทีถึงจะอยากเชียร์มาด่าอ้าว
The moments where the game gets more
ไม่
tense,
แปลกๆอ่ะ
it's more difficult. As for example, Champs, that last map, he always steps up. I really trust him to be a worthy opponent.
They will definitely have prepped
ลื
for
มใส่รี
BBL.
เฉย
They
นะ
know
ตั้ง
the
นาน
style of BBL, but at the same time, it's actually because NRG have gone through the Swiss, BBL have had way more opportunity than NRG to change up what they're doing, to come up with new theory. I'm not necessarily saying compositional changes, but new tactics, new ways of approaching important rounds like pistol, bonus, rounds with big ultimates. They're gonna throw out stuff that NRG haven't seen before.
I want to see big conditioning. Like, to me, also one of the important things now that we say that BBL started on the defense, we spoke about Lovers Rock. We need to speak about the operator. Working that economy to making that happen as soon as possible has to be one of the winning conditions for them.
And with the amount that Lovers Rock picks up the Outlaw, NRG can't
ช่วยอะไรครับผม
their shenanigans with the light armor very often. I think that's going to be something that they've got to adjust, because otherwise they're going to be sitting ducks there with the only 125 HP.
They've gone unpunished playing with that half.
น้องนอติคอนสวัสดีครับ
Certainly the team that would want to bring it out.
2-0 BBL
เฮ้ย NRG ใช่น้องจริงลั่นมาแล้วเหรออยากเจอ BBL อ่ะโอ้โหถ้างั้นน้องจริงต้องลงไปสายล่างอ่ะถึงจะเจอ
I just want to reiterate that historically America's teams have been way
น้องจ๋าสวัสดีครับ
It is not a map that EMEA loves to play, but BBL
NRG G2 ครับผมนอติคอน
3-1 all time on Pearl. A lot of that against tier 2 teams in EMEA because this
ตกใจตารางเจิงไม่ได้นะ ทุกคนครับสกินใหม่เพิ่งเข้านะใครจะเติมสกินวาโลนะครับหรือเกมโทรศัพท์อย่าลืมนะครับ Pay to Win นะฮะกลับมาสปอนเซอร์แล้วนะครับโค้ด VPR1 นะครับหรือกดผ่านลิงก์ที่นายบอกได้เลยนะฮะนายจะบอกเรื่อยๆนะครับแล้วก็กิจกรรมซูเปอร์ทิศนี้ครับแจกเลเซอร์เดเดอร์นะครับ V3 นะใครกำลังตามหาเมาส์ใหม่นะอย่าลืมไปเล่นรางวัลกันด้วยนะของซูปวีคนี้นะครับน้องมาโรเนสสวัสดีครับผม
Figuring out where Mada's going to be pathing on these attack side executes is one of the big win conditions for BBL.
ไปเลยจะได้เจอทีมอื่นเดี๋ยวเขาต้องเจอแหละรอบนี้
NRG is the team that instituted 3
50-50 อยู่ช่วงนี้
last year, turned it around
ตึงทุกคู่
championship win in Paris. Now BBL in front of their biggest crowd yet.
ใส่โค้ดลูกพี่ไม่ได้ลดนะแต่ว่าสื่อว่าซัพพอร์ตพี่นะสปอนเซอร์เขาจะได้รู้ว่ามาจากไหนนะน้องสโลสวัสดีนะครับผม
Mada, Brock, and Scuba in 2025 at Champions were the rookies at their first global, and they went all the way to become world champions. They know exactly how BBL feels coming out of Premier, Ascension, an unbeaten run through EMEA kickoff. Now it's time for them to face the music, just as their opponents did.
This NRG team midway through a journey to become the first champions winner to successfully defend their title at the next global event, but they are surrounded by pitfalls. One of them being this young Turkish outfit, BBL.
BBL
All players coming up
Oi.
from Ascension who, despite when you
ดู
look
สัก
at
แม
the
ปแรกก่อนไหมค่อยฟันธง
confines of the meta running that Yoru Neon,
ให้เท่าไหร่นะ
way outside of it in terms of the ideas
BBL
they present. I'm
อุ้
telling
ย
you, if you got rid of the HUD elements
มี
right
แชมป์โล
now,
กอะนะ
what the teams were, what the players were, you'd be able to know this is BBL versus NRG straight away.
All right, Santiago into the pistol we go.
แชมป์โลบกกี่โกด
NRG
นะ
with their distinctive double initiator look. The Yoru on this map, as was
แท็บอันนี้นี่ถือว่าแจ่มอยู่ แต่ว่ามีโดนเลยดิต้องมีคนยิงโดนหรือเปล่า
is the pistol. Already testing the A side as the stealth drone comes through. Rose with a recon ready to go. Cyber cage. Marta skirting around the outside of it. Steps in.
อุ้ยมาด่ะ1 2 โอ้ผมอย่างมาก
Now NRG steamrolling over BBL.
โอ้ Energy 20ไว้
Midway through the round. And Loita's a long way from the
จบละจบละ
BBL got to that site, they all went down.
เริ่ม
Just
พกเนี่ยจบแล้ว
attempted to anchor
เดี๋ยวจะชื่อ
all in the back, but it just wasn't enough. NRG do a great job getting into the site, hitting the gas, but then just slowing things down. And Mata just
น้องมินสวัสดีครับ
diving into such a scary situation, is able to come up with a multi-kill.
Confident playing forward. Marta so crucial in the run so far.
นอกจากได้ไปกับคนอื่นในช่องด้วยหรือเปล่าเนี่ย
Already, what we've seen from Mata there, I think is a testament to where he's been at as a player in this tournament as the one solo duelist, right? Everyone is leaned into this double duelist meta, so when you watch him on these entries, he has to play with a lot of class in terms of the pacing that he's working with. And there's another moment of that. He's not finding himself overextended. He's playing around the util that surrounds him to cut off some of those angles, isolate fights, waits for the rest of the team to catch up. He's just been so fantastic in those situations.
Better step up when called upon. Back-to-back aces last time we saw him on Pearl here in Santiago. So NRG take their time. Note that they've given that
ไม่ได้เลยนะไม่ได้เลย
that Rose would step in and be picked away.
The Rock with that. Shorty pushes up over towards Link, not going to be relevant in the moment. As NRG just patiently work their way safely through or to split into this A side. Should be able to clean up this round. Maybe Mata with the ghost there, hoping to take some further duels, just get closer to the convergent path. Nice kill from Kevin, but traded
3 เม็ด
quick by Ethan.
หัวระเบิด
Pace here for NRG now as they realize they hit the weak side. The gamble doesn't pay off for BBL. They never really get value out of it.
มันยิงดิ
See, he sat with a shorty. Not well apportioned for having to work into A main.
Listen, it's only round 2, but Mata is looking sharp so far. Hasn't really needed to fire all that many bullets to get the 3 kills that he has on the board, Mitch.
So he hit to step up now. Loita, of course, just trying to imply a tap of the spike, but in reality, BBL were hoping to get some exits. And only Kiko falls. NRG with a pretty healthy bonus, all things considered.
And now as we head into the real buy rounds, definitely want to call upon a point that Josh was making on the desk as for the fact that Lover's Rock is the #1 outlaw op abuser globally right now. That's his bread and butter as
มีแค่บักคนเดียวเล่นเป้าอ้วนขนาดนี้แล้วเล่นภาพเสียวสั่ง
more anti-meta style as they run the double initiator, are able to get more of that info gain and crucially push him off lines. It could be more difficult for him. This is a round where the operator just going to go for the Phantom.
But again, it's been talked about how NRG have to respect this in terms of their armor purchases. They can't afford to come in half armor to get picked off for free or with those one shots from the Outlaw.
Maybe a straight up duel between Lover's Rock and Mata if he tries to peek out of this, but now the space is going to be acquiesced as NRG have postured themselves up in mid.
It's another slow start here in terms of that plaza positioning for NRG, but as a group we see them work their way into art in that prior round, and this looks to be much the same.
คอมโบอร่อย
BBL though, they're pretty fast on this rotate. They've got 4 players on this side as Lover's Rock opens things up with that spam through.
เดินเข้ากลางโรดโฮอยู่ยังไงครับมาด่ะ
He's ready to pave the way onto the site. Deathless so
Yeah.
far. Lover's Rock puts that to an end real quick. Tries to flash himself on the corner, but instead it's a gate crash on out.
ปั่นป่วนไปหมดตอนนี้ BBL
แต่มีคนอยู่ B ครับจังหวะนัวๆแบบนี้
น่าจะคิดไม่ถึงว่ายังมีคนฝังอยู่ดิหวานเจี๊ยบครับอย่างนี้ลอยต้า1 อ๋อชิบหายละเลเวลล็อกทำดีๆทำดีๆคุยไว้เยอะด้วยดิคนเนี้ย
Kiko may opt just to see if he can keep a cap on this economy from BBL. You expect a high-low swing potentially, or just a hold from BBL.
Okay.
So Kiko falls.
พี่มิงสวัสดีครับ
Their first round of
ไอ้รอย
Santiago.
ต้านี่โหดปะ
BBL คนไหนนี่แหละครับเลเวลล็อกให้หนึ่งลาหลอกสองรอยต้ากลางๆนะ
ใช่อะไม่โหดในไลฟ์เลยไม่มียิงยับเลย
ไม่ถ้าเอาแบบว่าโหดสุดของทีมอ่ะจะเป็นเลเวลล็อกไงแต่มันก็โหดทุกคนอ่ะ
แต่เมื่อกี้ซ้ำสุดเลยนะถ้าเป็นเราแบบนี้เลยนะ
เนี่ยมันเอาเลยเหรอเด็กมันเอาพวกเนี้ย
เด็กเราจัด
เดี๋ยวดูถ้าแบบว่าตะโกนกันเมื่อไหร่ลาหลอกระเบิดพลังแน่นอนมาถึงนอกเกมนะไม่ใช่ในเกมอุ้ยโอ้โหเลเวลล็อกครับพลาด2 ทีติดอย่างนี้เสียความมั่นใจจัดแล้วคุยโมไว้เยอะด้วยตัวนี้โหดตัวละ
Rhodes on the other side of this cyber cage is going to have to get involved sooner rather than later here, but this util obscures his vision. He's stuck in art for the time being, and Kiko accosts him instantly. Oh man, that was over in a blink.
NRG are shredding them to bits on this A side, and it's not for BBL's lack of getting there in time to fight. They are postured out. Lovers Rock, he loses that duel, isn't able to teleport away, and again, it's NRG. You watch them on these executes. You take that first part of the site. Mata dashes over towards Church, but then it's the slowdown. Everyone comes in together. And the team fight is just far superior for them there. Kiko, nice little multi-kill early on.
มันอาจจะบอกซูเปอร์สไตล์
He really stepped up for NRG early.
รีบทำเอาจัง
น้องสกาสวัสดีครับเจอไม่นานทีดีครับกลัวอย่างเดียวเนี่ย BBL มันจะตื่นสนามมันเลยเจอเมนาจีดีกว่าของนี้ต้องใช้ประสบการณ์นะ
Microphone activated. Microphone muted.
ของกินมาส่งแล้วครับเดี๋ยวจบตรงนี้ลงไปเอา
Microphone activated.
เจอบัฟเพื่อนเพื่อนหายอ๋อหูฟังหลุดน่าจะเจอไอ้นี่แน่เลยฮะ
ลางไม่ค่อยดีเลยเทคพอร์ต
เนี่ยมันโดนไอ้นี่สายมันพันเลยเนี่ยดูดิ
นี่ไงขาดอยู่2,000ขาดตรงเชื่อ
ทำได้ไงก่อนหมุนเหรอ
Microphone muted.
พัวนี่อะครับน่าจะเหลือแค่เป๊ปนะน้องมาโลเนต
Microphone activated.
ตอนบันเตอร์แบงคอกมีเทคพอร์ตป่ะที่เราอยู่บนเวทีอะข้างเวทีไม่มีนะ
เหมือนจะไม่มีเลยนะ
เหมือนจะไหลลื่นป่ะ
ไหลลื่นอยู่ เพราะว่าของเราใครหูฟังหลุด พันลากกุอีก็ไม่ให้พอดโกออนเลย
But outside of that, nothing to write home about.
By the way, just a note, 5 rounds into a BBL game and we haven't seen Lovers Rock with a scoped weapon.
No outlaw, no
That's
ช่อง
crazy.
ไหนครับผม
Might be a sort of a sense that
โอเคครับผมครับ
it's not the best use of credits against this comp with NRG's double initiator.
We will be seeing it in the future though. Credit still has 4K in the bank, so imagine that's going to be coming up the next round as BBL pivot over towards this B side. NRG definitely make their presence known, but to ultimately just have
ตอนนี้ใครเอ็มเฟี้ยวฮะมาตินครับ
We're 1 all away from Armageddon, which could be pretty crucial, especially to pummel halls or work that back A site. It's a handy little piece of util to
ตอน
have
นี้
on
มี
the
แต่
side.
ถ้าจะเอาแมตช์นี้เลยก็มีเลเวลล็อกกิโกมาดะอะไร
แล้ว
นะ
ก็ BBL คนนี้แหละ
It looks like they might
แต่เลเวลล็อกนี่วิปไป2ช็อตแล้วนะ
back to that A side just
แล้วก็ตื่น
in time.
เมื่อกี้แค่หูฟังพันขาเก้าอี้เฉย
อ๋อ
for 15 seconds after they did. So here are 4 BBL players backside.
ใครมันหรือเปล่าก็ไม่รู้
Okay, guys, let's have a look to clear out that close corner. Still, the spray is
Right.
good. LaRock is out of the picture, and Ethan's going to surge ahead on the site. Kreven knocked asunder.
ข่าวจัว
Trying to get around the corner, but taking it a little bit low. The ping out there makes it a little bit scary. Scuba revealed, but able to get the better of Rose. It's a Lavas Rock with a stinger. Has to take matters into his own hands. It's going to be easily faced from A main, and Marta steps in to get his.
น้องๆเขาไม่ได้สู้เลยอะครับ
Back to this A site. It has been free for them. Success on every single attempt. This little spam kill from Ethan. And again, it's this moment where BBL are exposing themselves, are fighting backside, and they just get collapsed upon by both sides of default.
And where's the stall, right? Obviously, there's a trip being put out on the side every now and then by Kreven, but nothing that's really significantly slowed NRG down when they decide to accelerate.
And now BBL, it looks like they want to go for this aggro A fight. They have LaRock there with the AWP on the other side of the map. Yeah, it goes past all these stars. Wants to fight Mata Rose. Through the smoke though, and now they can just relax. They don't have to fight any more aggro than that. Look at the B control they have on account of Lover's Rock there. Things are looking good for BBL to get a second on the board.
They are lightly holding mid, right? No killjoy in this BBL composition, so you don't have the typical turret or alarm bot. It means NRG can sort of start to take up this part of the map and thrust forward.
That drone from Ethan really makes it seem like NRG could be scaling through R, trying to get over towards that A side again. There's some exploration towards B. But still a minute on the clock. NRG don't feel any pressure to try and accelerate. They can work the map.
We're going to go for this. Brook gets a ping.
No
Huh?
way.
Rose!
No way!
We block.
That wall is not quite as permeable as
we.
hoping, but Rose actually might want to follow this up. Can he catch him unaware? Brook fortunate. Just
The
around
Lord.
the corner.
Ow!
Damage, and there's the spray through.
นี่อะ
You better get up
Oh,
early.
dear.
You step into the Proctagon, Rose.
สวยแล้วครับ
Lavas Rock sees though all of NRG grouped up here.
แล้ว
Here's that Armageddon
เพโจ
towards
ไล่
that
ใน
course.
ไซต์
This gets uncomfortable
เฮ้ย
below each, but he can step up towards that
ยิง
kiosk.
จัด
And here's the attempt at a stall, but onto the side come NRG. Kick
Level
goes
lock.
out early, but it's going to
Ooh,
get
ได้แค่
straight out. The Aura's out of the picture, and so the op
ไม่
is
ไหววะ
dropped. It's
มัน
Kreven
สไน
from
ดิ
upper. Side crawling with NRG players and Scuba.
GG ว่ะ
เป็นเรื่องฮะ
Cannot believe they just make it
เหมือนจะ
look
นอนไว
so
วันนี้
effortless. What a fast, pacey, just pivot back over towards that B side. Instant usage of the ults were perfect. On the last round where they went for the B pivot, Lloyd was in that same position. Halls here it just gets Armageddon. This is ridiculous. I mean, Rose, the gumption to swing through sewer crouched is crazy work from him before there, man.
But he almost got the better of Brock as well. Brock
He was reloading.
Brock was reloading.
But that's a beautiful, beautiful pivot from NRG. I mean, you think against BBL, they'd be the team, controlling the pace as per how aggro they play. But right now, NRG really feel in control of the game's tempo.
Couple of light armors brought up here, but Lavas Rock down to 10. That Outlaw already found its mark.
NRG are going to take their time. They still have Ethan just containing on that opposite side of the map, so they can go for a late pivot back. We'll see if BBL expose themselves to these sight lines at all, to the crosshairs that are placed from NRG, just on that slow approach.
Last round it was Armageddon to deny Halls. Cosmic Divide is in play. Nice little correction there from Scuba. Moedo didn't know what hit him. Now again, the acceleration behind this stealth drone. Ethan wants to check Halls just to confirm. Kreven is going to go low, and Brock holds M1 for the boys. So be a spike plant now, and Lovers Rock down to 10 with the Marshall.
อ๋อมันล้นเวลากลับมาครับ
That high low just got completely erased from the server. Kiko with another kill would be able to get the ultimate into this next round, so see if he goes hunting a bit. The money is definitely good enough.
Tiki.
Yep, and there it is.
Little impromptu high-low, I respect it. Kiko is tapped up. Lovers Rock is cooked, folks.
มีตัวตาตัวแทน
This is starting to get out of hand for BBL. Flawless round.
ยังทันครับน้องเพลงเพิ่งเริ่ม
Extremely robust, Wyatt.
On top of that, the ult economy now. Yadmata getting that last kill close to the paths. Kiko gets the lockdown on account of that one kill.
Well played, boys.
อย่างคม
BBL are going to be forced into the timeout now. Things have really gotten out of hand early.
The second timeout.
Look, a team that's obviously new to the stage, but the way they speak about being here, it's maxed out confidence. ยังไงสิน้องๆมันยังไม่ตื่นเลยดิเพิ่งเปิดสนามตั้งแต่เย็น
Microphone muted. Microphone activated.
ดูกับ F ฮะ
Early with LaRock, they had the op all the way up B, and then they still ended up losing. They just forgoed control of so much of that mid space. That was around with the crazy Brocco and all that stuff, right? But it looks like they want to go back to the A fight here.
Look at this Astro Util. It's everywhere. Straight away, Mane goes in for a bit of info over the top. In fact, Kiko lingers on Nova Pulse. Could have been an issue, but there's Rose taken out. But Artis Fury, LaRock feels a little bit stranded right now.
LaRock,
out at sea, and eventually capsized.
ยังไม่มีช็อตสวยๆเลย
It's just not going to be enough. Now, the NRG tries to continue this pace. Yeah, that Cosmic Divide is going to cut the site in two so they can get into the front safely. Krevin has that, little cubby to be able to try and spam a planter from Crazy from Lovers Rock.
Cut out the bag, they were about to shorty play. Krevin caught out as well. Looks like that was likely spammed. Yep, into that dugout corner.
Wow, they're definitely not expecting the peak from top defaults coming through the wall. That's crazy.
Spike is loose, in fairness, not planted yet. Still a bit for NRG to work with, though, and of course, Brock is at large with that Odin. It's lockdown time from a safe position. Kiko's able to set this up.
Lovers Rock opportunity in this 2 versus.
หมุนปะ
To just stamp his name on the server. Start to show people globally why he's been such a star in EMEA.
He's back into the side very quickly, though. That Nebula will be recalled. Lovers Rock wants an angle on Brock. Oh, it's a crucial shot to be missing. He'll have another crack of it, though.
สวยแล้ววะไม่ใช่ฟอร์มนี้นะ
But again, constantly
เดี๋ยวทุกคนเข้าใจผิด
by discontrol util is this A site in the post block.
Look at this 3-prong crossfire setup that NRG have now. Players on BBL weak. Wow, what a shot. Are you joking? Still, though, how can they win this? The crossfire just looks so good. Maybe with that divide, cutting it off.
Here's Kiko on the side, ready to fight for it. Loretta is able to find his third, and it's up to Scuba now. There is a star on the site, but Scuba has to fight for it, and I think he knows.
อุ้ยเราครึ่งแล้ว
Lovers Rock gets it to half. Scuba's not done yet. Oh, through the wall, it's going to be dangerous here. Moving against the defuse, and Scuba is on the outside looking
เอาจนได้ครับ
A crazy attempt from Scuba. Unlikely hero for BBL is Loida on that round. Lovers Rock couldn't connect the shots, but Loida with that tap onto Rocket Main was stunning. How on earth do they win that out? Cosmic Divide placed at the perfect time after as well.
That was a matter of seconds.
มาแล้วเว้ย
BBL are certainly not out of the woods, though. It's a tactical round loss from NRG, perhaps.
ทำอะไรไม่ได้เมื่อกี้ไปยิงมันก็ตาย
And the loss bonus is reset. Yeah, BBL are in serious danger still.
Yeah, and no ability for that scope weapon here for BBL. Lovers Rock's been without it for many of these critical rounds. They've had to give up lots of this B long. You see the crossover here by Loida. Spotted out though, but it's still trying to scoop. Instantly slaps him.
Oh no, the rest of the team are trying to get here in time to anchor though.
Okay, Mudder's going to fight for Halls here. Guided Salvo gives him a bit of space, but he's going to have to brawl things out. It's two players hoping to double face him, but here comes the cavalry. Crevin's already found two.
เหมือนแบบยิงอะไรกันเนี่ยมาผู้จัดการเองโลเลยครับยิงตั้งนานไม่ตายช็อตตี้มาซาก
Hoping to try and break this crossfire some way, but Scuba is ready. Just like that, NRG are back to winning ways.
BBL just look completely out of sorts on their.
มันไล่กลับไม่ได้ไงไล่คอนโทรลแบบเมื่อก่อนไม่ได้แล้ว
Get into a crossfire with one of the
มันนานในอีนี้
but then jumps up, tries to get aggro, goes down. Maybe felt like there was going to be pressure. Yeah, just an awkward situation. And then again, you see from NRG, they get into the site, they take the space, and then Mata waits, and then a second player comes to him. They double up, then they fight back hauls, then they overwhelm those anchors together.
This is what you mentioned about having to play the single duelist in this anti-meta comp. He cannot afford to overextend like that.
And he just never.
ไม่ได้หลอกครับผม
There's so much weight on his shoulders, and yet he's been carrying it this entire event. I mean, at the moment, Mata is absolutely in the MVP bracelet hunt. NRG on this round, though, going up against pistols only. All of them through art.
Creven might be stranded here on the A main side of things. Seems to be accepting of the fact. Lover's Rock going to be spotted out instantly as Rose now is speculating with his Hunter's Fury and sees not a whole lot of anything. A lot of NRG cancel on this playthrough art.
Massive commitment. Just off the drone, tries to get a kill, but ultimately cannot even find a tag.
They're going to pump fake back to A main now.
And as they do that, BBL are just being
โหดแต่ไอ้เนี่ยที่โหดกว่าเลย
hoping for a bit of a B gamble setup. NRG's just slow tempo throughout this round is going to allow them a very free plant on almost certainly a round win.
Yeah, look how deep here NRG are able to get.
30 seconds left.
Into dugout goes Mata. All your cringe post-plant util being set up.
Mollies, you got the missiles. The stars.
ขึ้นก้าวเลยดีกว่า วางของนี้
Okay, but Creven has a sheriff for the kill.
สวยแล้วครับ
That's one way to start it.
Mata pretty far forward there. Still, we have, yes, this whole circus of utility to make use of now. It's time for LaRock to attempt to ride the lightning. Special delivery would have been an issue, though. And that post-plant util now just being used. No one really tapping it for the time being. But again, BBL know there's no real chance.
มีอะไรไหม
They want to fight. They want to get something out of this round, extract some value. But here comes Brock, straight through the corner of the wall.
อุ้ย
Scuba and Kiko clean up the mess.
They made you believe for a second, but only a second, Mitch. They get that first opening kill, but NRG just have way too much util, way better guns. The Odin spam from main, they're just going to get shredded. And on top of all that, a round where they used the Neon ult and the Hunter's Fury.
Yep. Huge investment. Scuba's died once, 12 assists, 13 kills. He's in
น่าจะไวว่ะ
Just have simply not found their footing on the global stage right now. Lover's Rock is back to the AWP. And finally he's able to put something on the board with it. That's Mata down.
เล่นมา10 กว่า ราวได้ตัดละ
And that's the Astra down already. The stall potential for BBL's drastically now reduced. But NRG want to play it
เดี๋ยวไม่สูสี
Scuba left as the insert inside this nebula. Will he try and sell something here? He gets ahead of it, spotted out. That was ridiculous. There might be an option here for NRG to pivot back, or at least sell this further to BBL. They're buying every inch of it.
Oh my
God. Scuba, the guy, is absolutely unstoppable, and he may well have done enough. 3 players up for NRG, all over to the A side of the map. This Cypher util is present. Still are looking for deeply entrenched post-plant positions as the attackers.
The flick for the first kill is just disgusting. But BBL, they're here in time. Lover's Rock with a great shot to give the odds.
Conventional drift here for Lover's Rock. Creven wants to play through his cyber cages. Now he knows there's been a cross. He can hear it, and he had the drop on them. Now the 1 versus 1. No plant yet. Ethan quickly trying to get over towards the B side. Lover's Rock hedging his bets with a gate crash in that same direction. 25 seconds left in the round.
And he takes the gate crash right in time. Going to be posted on the angle.
เลเวอร์ล็อกปะล่ะ
Okay. BBL of course still come away with the round.
Oh my God.
จิตใจพี่เขาทำด้วยอะไร
Lover's Rock can be. He comes into the round down with 7 kills, exits with 11 in total. If you can't force him off these op lines, he will shred you.
They needed that from him bad. And Lover's Rock
ทัวร์นี้สกูบ้าโคตรเดือด
quite possibly the best Opper Outlaw scoped weapons player right now. He's definitely the one who feels like he's breaking those weapons at the moment. It just hasn't been able to in this game until that point. Maybe this could be the rally cry for BBL.
No op though, he loses the op because of that guided salvo at the end of that round, Wyatt. So he's back down to a Vandal. Here's Marta coming in. Larok somehow falls to the
he's slowed, he's mollied.
I don't know if he can get out of this one. Lover's Rock is down. And now, of course, this Armageddon makes it tricky to get into holes, but Rose has been able to find some purchase and Krevin steps in. Now you've really got to make use of this position. Get an upgrade to the Guardian. A lot of info there for Rose, but he still needs to swing into 2.
9-3
At the best of times, and NRG
ไม่ไหว
9 rounds in this first half.
ด่านที่ทำมาคือด่านที่เขา
Outside of a couple individual glimmers of hope
มันก็ขาดไป
utter domination from NRG in full control of the map. That entire half, you had that star round from Lover's Rock with a 4K. Loida had that other great round. But outside of that, NRG are just playing on a different level as a team.
The America's support for NRG is cacophonous, and a 6-round lead serves them well heading in the next half. We'll be back, of course, with more Pearl after this.
เฮ้ยโอ้โหมันเลยลืมปิดเมื่อวานมันมีคอนเทนต์เหลืองด้วยเอฟรู้ปะ
อันไหนอ่ะ
เหมือนแบบมันเฉพาะมันเหลืองว่าเฉพาะบางประเทศห้ามเห็นอะ
มีด้วยเหรอ
งงเลยมันขึ้นว่ารัสเซียเบลารุสห้ามเห็นบล็อกมาดูเลย
Intentando no llorar ahora, pero son increíbles. Qué genial ver a tanta gente apasionada por este juego y los quiero mucho, gracias por estar acá, pero estamos acá para divertirnos. Así que, Cantor, si te tiras un paso. Cantor, tírate un paso. Cantor, tírate un paso. Cantor, tírate un paso. Bien, bien. Pero ahora algo más importante. ¡Atención, chileno de corazón! ¡CHI! ¡Ale! ¡Chi! ¡Viva Chile!
Qué increíble, en serio. Qué increíble. Quiero un ruido enorme, pero enorme espacio riesgo. Quiero que esto retumbe en todos los corazones. Ya se lo saben ustedes. Santiago, es momento. Grita con el alma.
I'm just going to say it, you have to be here. Seeing it like that from your screen, I just don't think it does it justice. The rumble in this place is something else. Such that even the cold, dead hearts of these NRG players are being warmed by it. Smiles on their faces, and so they should be, with a 6-round lead heading into the second half. But this is BBL. This is EMEA's #1 seed finally taken to the stage, and nobody is remotely as confident, aggressive, and decisive as they are. We can see that showcased if they can get off to a start on this attack side.
โหลาหลอก21ว่าแล้วแมตช์แบบตึงๆอย่างนี้ไม่อาการออกทุกที
Always taking A main, pushing through the links. Art.
ไอในอีมีมันก็เป็นในแมตช์อย่างเงี้ยมันจะแบบเงียบๆเน้นแหกปากใช่เลยอ่ะ
They like to push aggressively to take space in lanes solo. Always leave options for Rose to call fast pivots back across the map.
Look at this heavy B-Link presence right now.
Oh, this timing.
มันยังไม่ปลดล็อก
Overswing into this if he's not
เฮ้ย
careful.
เฮเว่น
Down, saturated, still gets
เอาไป
ahead
1
of his trouble.
ถือว่าทำได้ดี
1 for 1 in the hinder, and that's going to allow the rest of BBL to just
โอเค
know
อยู่
they can take this A site for free. But Kiko.
อุ้ย
And there's plenty of
โก้
stall here. That Astro U2 comes in as well as a guided salvo. Kiko's having time bought for him for the rest of NRG to arrive.
BBL want to keep fighting for more. I mean, that recon kind of indicated it, but no, they back to the site.
A timing here for NRG, perhaps out of flower. Yes, Loiter's going to be caught. Ethan across to the side now. What?
GG ว่ะ
Nasty work with the frenzy.
โอ้โห
That wasn't even close.
คนละรุ่น
Despite BBL getting that site so easily, the lack of trade onto Kiko, who was just back secret, gets that
a
little awkward with LaRock caught in the open, didn't have the gun out.
มันเลื่อนกลับมาลาปกติแล้วมั้งแล้วครับแต่เดี๋ยวมันก็มีเรื่องกลับไปตีหนึ่งอีกนะต้องเช็คตารางดีๆนะครับ
Demata just storms in, gets that free kill backside, and they crumble from there. I feel like this map is just good as done. Now, okay, Outlaw in the hands of Lovers Rock.
Look at the armor. Look at the armor.
A BBL classic. They love to throw the Outlaw to Lovers Rock after a pistol round loss.
NRG aren't doing
เจิม NRG ครับ
anymore. They know better.
BBL จะไปหมด
น่าจะไปดูละ
They know their opponents. Bonkar has watched.
แต่ดูอีมีมันก็เดือดนะ
Back a little bit by the util.
ไงออกมาทรงนี้ได้
อะไรกันก็ไม่รู้
จีนเดือดสุดละจริงๆใส่กันอย่างเดียวไง
That one goes just a little bit wide. Tough reaction shot to hit, and that does confirm NRG's suspicions.
Yeah, they've heard the Outlaw sing out. They know full well. This town ain't big enough for the two of these teams, and BBL knows it.
BBL do not have a lot to get into this site. They're going to be able to smoke off a couple of the chokes. That's really it.
There's not much more stall util left, though. Scuba's out of touch away from that relay bolt! And Scuba's sat in the corner waiting for him. That is a cheaply lost player here for BBL. And now Scuba can reposition.
Okay.
He's all through the cyber cage. He knows it's coming from him, so he falls back around the corner. One after another. He accosts them. And now Brock's going to be able to step up, of course, with the Aries to hand. And Lovers Rock spotted out in the corner. Gate crashed away.
ไม่ได้วางครับ
Spike plant interrupted. And this Outlaw is looking sad, forlorn, and alone.
BBL are just not able to scale together backside to fight Scuba there effectively.
อุ้ยเลเวอร์ล็อกนี่มาสุดละถ้าเลเวอร์ล็อกไม่มาทีมไม่เหลืออะไรแล้วตอนนี้
Second player who was trying to follow up.
Hey, look how he works this cyber cage. He uses it against BBL.
Yeah, there's just no one there to assist. So Scuba has all the time in the world to be able to find that follow-up kill. From there, the rest of the team are there in time. That's just so contrasted to the pace that we saw NRG playing at when they went for their executes and how Mata never got overextended.
Here's a bonus for NRG featuring the recovered Outlaw from the prior round. And they'll slow down and deny any chance of an A-main fight from BBL, who are still looking for their 4th round on this map.
Previn with just that Sheriff on account of throwing the Outlaw to Lovers Rock on that prior round. BBL looking to gather up for a pretty straightforward B execute here. Just leaving Previn that loose end in mid.
An opportunity presented itself there for Mata. Shot missed and refracted away. The patience of Kiko again being rewarded. This get ugly for Mata. It's about to be overwhelmed. Gets a shot in the rock though. Drops him once.
Under that, 3 players or maybe 2.
ตโลโคตรสวย
They can't get in regardless.
And look at Scuba's waiting inside the site. He's ready to throw down, and there is nothing BBL could do to stop them.
หมด
Rose with 2.
GG ครับโคตรโหด
But it's not remotely enough.
แชมป์โลกก็คือแชมป์โลกครับ
For NRG, who find themselves all of a sudden on map point.
Just torn apart on that execute. The saturate from Mata was so insane. Krevin gets caught by Kiko in the link, so then all the attention is just focused forward at that point. And with that slow, the rest of NRG rotate in. They're just torn to pieces. Again, Scuba is at a
NRG paper leg
18-3 and 13.
It's the 13 that does it for me.
If you could have a triple-double in Valorant, it feels like that's it.
His 31 kill involvements. What? It's been 16 rounds. Mata here, slightly varied position as compared to the previous round, but it appears he still wants to fight. Spike is the top of B long for the time being. I think Rose is content, though, to head elsewhere, but look at this map control taken. Look at NRG moving up on this line of scrimmage. In B-Link, in Art, in A-Main, they're all entrenched.
I was waiting to see if BBL would maybe try to pivot over to
AG ไปกับ G2 โอ้ไม่ครับ AG G2 นี่ประมาณทีมม.6 กับและเข้าอนุบาลเลยอ่ะคนละรุ่นเลย
Scooby here, not
เฮ้ยกูบ้าอ้าว
No, he's just caught between 2 players. He has to get proactive in some kind of way. BBL with a rare advantage situation to try and capture a round.
BBL know they're on a clock now. That trap wire was destroyed. They're aware of the flank. Loiter lit up. Very, very low. Brock should be able to finish him off with this shocky. And so he does. That's the Astra out of the picture. And here comes Kiko. The Rock not ready for him. Krevin gives as good as he gets inside Art. But BBL are bleeding players. He's waiting for a push. He's at Hunter's Fury now in response to the tap. Ethan knows he needs to get started with this sooner rather than later. Third bolt comes out, but Krevin deals with him, and Kiko won't have the time for a defuse. Finally, some signs of life from BBL.
Not over just yet. That Hunter's Fury really paying dividends with the clock delay in that 2 versus 2. Earlier in the round, it was their ability to find Scuba in main. He gets droned out. And then the pinch onto him, he has really no chances of getting anything accomplished. That was a very important moment. And from there, listen, it got scrappy, but BBL with that man advantage they got and late ultimates, they're able to get this one across the finish line. Narrowly, Mitch, but they do it.
NRG's got to pay the piper in this round.
นี่มันทัวร์เปเปอร์เล็ก
Justin Sherrison, Brooks, Bucky, brought to bear.
ล้อมรอบด้วย ND
Still pushed up pretty heavily in towards that A main area, but didn't get themselves a fight. It's Mata, unarmored, and only with the Sheriff here to hold B solo.
Yeah, out in the open, just going to refract back to Link. Full 5-on-5 retake. But BBL absolutely should be winning this out. Positioned all across the site. Even has 1 missile.
คัมแบ็กเนี่ยครับผม
LaRock could use a pick-me-up right now. It has been a brutal campaign for him on Pearl.
พี่คิดว่าตื่นสนามครับ
Brock wants a bit of info.
คิดไว้อยู่แล้วว่าต้องตื่นสนาม
So he's the recon. Kiko's on the Krevin and already Brock onto the site, but a little too far away to get full value out of the Bucky. The Rock, though, chunked down to half. A little bit of swing. Scuba responding. Damage to the corner, and there's the dash from Marta, but he stopped in his tracks. It's all on Scuba now, and that Sheriff sings out. He's got 2 opponents to get past. Cheeky little tap on Loita. BBL get there. Second in a row this half.
They're making you sweat every round when they're getting. It's just not coming clean. But they get it over the finish line again. Narrowly again.
Second อยู่ MBI ครับ
We are still so far, though, from a result that would be convincing for BBL fans.
Yeah, we just have not seen a round win that was just a distinct BBL dominant win.
Nothing that's been emblematic of their style either.
Yeah, it just hasn't happened yet.
So the individuals.
Maybe round 18. Maybe we'll see it. Maybe the formation of a comeback attempt will continue. Standard recall star goes down, drone to send Mata back, and this dimensional drift is going to get ripped by Lover's Rock.
Okay, heavy old investment though. BBL have no choice but to absolutely go for it. Lover's Rock here maybe trying to play off some disaster utility.
เชี่ย
Mata was an easy target.
คอมโบนี้
What a lovely combo.
มีให้เห็นบ่อย
Thought he might have been in some danger there. Kiko actually going to place this lockdown in the 3-on-4. That's going to allow BBL to have to get far away from the site. You have Krevin late coming down the link.
Lover's Rock here, of course, will be able to pull out. That is the lockdown done and dusted. Brock already wants a position up inside that fast lane. It's at least out Ethan to get a trade. Kiko on the tap. Of course, he knows he's got to contend with disaster util. Watch out for Link. Kiko's ready for it. Extra sensory perception from the Brit, but now we'll have to throw in a 1v2.
ไม่ได้
And Loita
เอาวะเอาวะ
catches the check. Gets BBL 1 step closer.
ได้วอร์มนะอย่างงี้แบบหน้ามันนะอย่างเงี้ย
From BBL so far. Those ultimates, the divide, the drift, used in tandem.
มันสูสีนะอย่างงี้แบบหน้ามัน
Lover's Rock gets on the player's position. You can see that ping. So the stun comes down from Loita. Nice little 2K.
Lover's Rock caught in that same stun. Still able to find success. Crack those heads together.
And then from there, that lockdown gets used by Kiko. It sends BBL off the site. But I like that they went for like an active, noisy refight when they have Krevin late in Link. I mean, it was so heads up though from Kiko. That, you know, sixth sense. He turns.
ลองโดนบล็อกบางประเทศนะพี่เลย
จัดไปโพรอเลย
Microphone activated.
บางเพลงใช่ไหม
ใช่
ขึ้นเป็นสีเหลืองสามเหลี่ยมงงเลย
at the ready with Scuba, Kiko, Ethan firing on all cylinders. Only one round is what they need to get out of Pearl with a
เริ่ม
dub.
ตื่นแล้วนะเนี่ยเหลือแค่ลาหลอกเนี่ยตอนเนี้ย
นี่แหละไอตัวเนี้ยเวลาตะโกนเสียงดังอะไรไม่ยิงสักทุกทีดูอยู่อีมีเนี่ยแมตช์ไหนตะโกนเยอะๆอะตัวเลขไม่ขยับเลยสังเกตนานละ
And that can carry over for later in this series.
That is a lot of half armor for NRG Wyatt.
Yeah, up against the Lovers Rock Outlaw, that is some danger.
Can they shut down those outlaw angles? Prevent themselves from having to challenge them so disadvantaged as they are. Real strong A-main presence, and they're lingering here, Wyatt, as well. Look at the investment for NRG.
In the meantime, BBL have two players walking through Arb.
Right.
One just shuts down Rose on that dry swing.
Oh, I don't know how you're going to get out of this, LaRock. One more tap and it'll be dog skinner.
ไม่รอดครับตะกูบ้าตามไปเก็บงาน
Okay. Struts up onto the site and has already dealt with Kreb, and that's a Cypher out of the mix. And Lovers Rock can't find connection with that
GG
outlaw.
ว่ะ
It's done, folks. Lowitas too far away from the action. Spike dropped loose, and NRG free to roam the map.
เฉพาะเสาร์อาทิตย์ครับ2 วันเนี่ย2 วันนี้เริ่มเที่ยงคืนนะอย่าพลาดนะพรุ่งนี้เที่ยงคืนเราใช้อันติเล่นเลยดูดิ
They are in champion contending form again. They have not eased up, man.
I'm sorry, but BBL were 23-1 on this map coming into this match. A lot of confidence that this team could continue to deliver as they did domestically, but I wouldn't say this is putting your best foot forward out of the gates, Wyatt. It has been tough. Fluida spotted now.
เล่นกันเหยื่อแล้ว
5 seconds left to try and make a plant. It is all done but the crying for our first map in this
GG
series. NRG galvanized, forged,
ลงไปข้าว
through Swiss. Maintain that confidence with a sickening
แบบน่าจะตื่น
Microphone
ทุกคนพี่ปิดเสียงแป๊บนึงนะลงไปข้าวนะครับเดี๋ยวมันโดนติดเหลือง
Microphone activated.
get caught by a massive util dump. And I think rounds like this showcase that it's not just, oh, there's nothing you can do against this composition. They're actually fundamentally misplaying how you're supposed to go up against a double drone comp like this.
Do you think that this is a miss in how they prepped for this match, or do you think it's them crumbling under the pressure? What do you attribute these failures to?
I think it's a little bit of both. Like, Larocque was not finding any success, and I think that maybe if they would have get a couple of rounds going and maybe get a lot of momentum, would have seen something different. But to me, there has to be something fundamentally wrong if you decide to go for this part where you are so comfortable. NRG doesn't change anything, and you cannot adapt to the literal first base of what their comp does.
I think also, though, you've got to bear in mind that they will never have scrimmed against a team that plays this kind of stuff, right? So with NRG being the only team that plays anti-meta right now, if you haven't been scrimming against them, you have not been getting good practice against double drone anywhere else.
Looking ahead, though, we're going into another map after this. It'll be double drone against a BBL double duelist. But what do you want to see change for them to get value out of these two duelists without them getting caught the way they were on map 1?
I need them to bait a little bit. I need that, I think that that last round on B-Long, I think it was a very good example. You need to bait a little bit and get out. You need to let them waste and use some punctuality.
We'll see if those learnings are ready for map 2. But another success point for NRG in map 1. And throughout this whole tournament, Josh, has been how good their team fighting is. I know you wanted to highlight it.
Yeah, prep and team fighting. So let's have a look at the Verizon high-speed moment of the match here. So I'm going to take you through round 6 in this Telestrator. First thing is based on prep, right? They know that Rose is going to be holding this situation, so look at the ante that Brock cooks up. He's going to go for this attempt with the drone, see if he can grab a tag onto somebody, and then you get this kind of weird fight happening over here where Rose is attempting to get punished. But this is pre-prep on a round where if they win this, it knocks the economy down at BBL, so it's the perfect time to bring out a set play that's going to apply pressure. Once Rose goes down, now the high-speed moment happens. Lover's Rock is determined to use his ultimate to figure out where things are ending. And I want to freeze around here. Look at the amount of pressure on Loiter in this situation. Massive tail haul coming back through the walls. And Loiter pops his anchor smoke, and he's got a question now. Does he swing out the front of it to try to play off his Yoru, or does he avoid the tail wall and then run back into halls? And I think this is where they missed some of these moments. Because to me, the very obvious decision, when you look at it in the benefit of hindsight and from our perspective, is that with these players posted up like this, I'm just going to zoom in on the minimap for you as well. With these players posted up, the Yoru is taking contact, Loiter has to swing out of his smoke here, and the Neon has to commit to the fight as well. This should be a high-tempo flood off Lover's Rock's contact. And instead, you get Loiter going back through halls, Lover's Rock completely abandoned in the middle of the site, and a small attempt here from Larocque, but he's basically inside a smoke. He does not hard commit to it. So the tempo is actually being all controlled by NRG. They have the better team fighting. They're the ones that are willing to go for it in these scrappy moments. And I just don't think that BBL really had what it took there. We're going back on
but I think that this is also, when we are speaking about the experience and what separates these two teams, this is one of these scenarios. Because it's not only that they have not screamed against each other, but the pressure that they were putting onto them, all of that utility was designed for the easiest plan to not be an easy plan.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is experience. It's not just experience playing against the team specifically. It's experience on the stage. It's in those tiny, high-pressure, high-tempo moments. Are you going to make the right micro decision? And I think BBL collapsed on that front.
Yeah, looking at the match as a whole as well, it was so dominant, not just with those early round picks, with catching players off guard. With the last one, yes, the clutches, Scuba, just ridiculous what this man was putting up. There was a time, Bea, where I think he was 15-1.
It was insane. Like, we kept watching him, and of course that gave him a lot of confidence, and we saw him pressing the W. But as we were showing in all of those replays, he was not only 15-1, he also had like 13 assists. All of this early round commitments, all of the stars, all of the polls, all of the conditioning of how they were going to go up against BBL went through Scuba.
But you just can't be losing games, giving away 13 first kills if you're BBL. It was masterfully constructed from NRG. They look amazing right now. But I can't be seeing a path to victory for BBL if Larocque is at the bottom of the scoreboard. If they're getting caught out like that, if the first kills are so heavily in favor of NRG, they need to turn this ship around fast if BBL want a chance in this game. Because I think this map should have been a lot closer than it was, and NRG ran away with it. They look on a different level.
Is this the #1 seed curse hitting? Is this the rookie team showing up and choking in front of a crowd?
I honestly think that one of the keys also for NRG, and I think they also understood it when we're speaking about electric young players and the way they present themselves on stage, you have to stop them right on the tracks. And is the being aggressive, I don't think they all of what we're saying about BBL not being scared about who they're going up against, NRG treated them as if they should, as if they are not on the same level, as if they are going to win from the moment that they get out. All of this plays, they let them no moment to breathe.
Yeah. They did, and now they have a tough task ahead of them. Turn it around in time.
ไอตัวมอสพิษ
We'll have to see
มัน
what their coach has
มัน
to
เอาไว้
say
แบบ
as he
บีบๆได้ปะ
prepares.
น่าจะได้
อยากได้ตัวมอส
Jen
พิ
here
ษ
with
ปะ
Coach Key of BBL now. BBL seemed a bit underwater in the beginning.
ไม่เคยเห็น
Started to
ขาย
come online towards the end of map 1. Do you feel like it was a matter of warming up to the stage for the players?
Yeah, this stage is good. Crowd is amazing. We try to find ourselves. We're a little bit confused, but we will figure out at the second map for sure.
What about the solutions to the double drones from NRG?
Double?
Double drones.
Yeah, we know that they are playing double initiator. That was so hard to defend it. They will do the same on the second map. We prepared and we will find the solution.
Thank you so much and best of luck.
Josh, what do you think that solution might be as we're ready for Abyss?
I don't know. If they weren't ready for it in Pearl, I doubt they're going to be ready for it on Abyss. I think that's the big problem. I think it is on an individual player level. I don't think there's anything about the macro that I would want to be attuned too much, but they've got to be... There's one thing knowing they're going to drone you. There's another thing having built out the protocols for how do I exactly position in this spot? What's the best way of playing around this? How do I not get caught by this util? My eyes just go to LaRock because he got absolutely bodied. If you had never watched BBL before, you'd be like, why is this guy doing on the team? He's one of the best players in the EMEA. If he looks to try to take even gunfights, he should be in an amazing position, and yet the KD was disgustingly bad.
I want you to look back on your experience watching this team in EMEA. Do you remember a game where they took a loss like this and had to bounce back, or has it just been domination the whole time? Is this a new experience for BBL?
Yeah, I think that this level of like
น่าจะไม่มีนะ
we
ครับ
have the better composition, we have all
แต่ถ้ามี
the
ก็
tools
จะ
to put you in
ก็
this
จะลองกิน
position
ดู
is something that they're not used to. And I do agree, but I want to see if they actually are going to be baiting out things, are going to put any kind of pressure onto NRG. Now they're starting, with them starting on the attack, I want to see a little bit of spice.
I think the defense side was just a massive problem for them. They couldn't find the right opportunities to fight. But on the attack side, they actually were starting to put together something. And if they can get their feet underneath them and feel more confident by putting together some nice execs, some decent calls from Rose, punishes Armada on the pushes, maybe then they'll have the confidence and the frame of mind, the clarity to start dealing with the defense side. But they need a lot of rounds here.
Still, despite it being an attack-sided map, NRG, one of the best defensive-sided teams here. This is a strength for them still.
And honestly, I don't think even though we saw some rounds getting there for BBL towards the end, I do not think that there was a point where NRG did not feel in control of the tools that they had and how they were affecting BBL. I think that for the beginning of the game, just take it a little bit more easy. But honestly, with how aggressive BBL like to be from the defense, I'd like to see NRG do the same.
Yeah, my eyes just again go to LaRock. I think that guy's got so much weight on his shoulders. He's one of the players that I had the most confidence in performing at this kind of level because he's got that attitude, he's got that swag. He's been performing in big games before, but dropping only 3 kills on map 1. Attack side here, he's got to turn it around.
This team dominated throughout EMEA. Their run-up before that. Unusual territory for these rookies. Can they recover from the free fall in time to avoid the lower bracket? Or the world champs continue? We find out as we enter Abyss with Wyatt and Uber.
It doesn't get easier from here for BBL. First, their 23-1 Pearl is absolutely smashed to pieces. Now 23-2, obviously, as NRG take them to task there. We go to Abyss now on our second map of the series. NRG undefeated on that map. I will see why there's a lot of promising signs from what we saw from BBL on this very map. I do love how they can work
เมนูสิ้นคิดใช่กะเพราแต่ทุกวันนี้พี่ต้องกินกะเพราอย่างน้อย1 มื้อเพราะมันไม่รู้อะไรอ่ะ
The read on them.
ไม่รู้จะกินอะไรจริง
On paper, coming into this map, you would think it's a banger, given what we've seen from BBL in their kickoff run. But you can't help but feel like your mind is changing after seeing map 1. And one of the reasons for that is that a key piece of the team, LaRock, was not online. He needs to activate on attack here. He's a critical piece of BBL's strategy for this Abyss map. He will so often be sent into sites as this solo duelist to sell that they're hitting that site. They will leave him alone, fully entrenched like deep on B, deep on A, and pivot elsewhere.
ยังไม่โดนสักนัดเลยเนี่ยแม็กจะหมดแล้วเนี่ย
the entirety of BBL's idea of how to succeed on Abyss could crumble.
ไม่เคยนะถ้ากินเซเว่นไม่เคยสั่งกะเพราเซเว่นนะรู้สึกว่ากินกะเพรากินที่ร้านค้าด้วย
The use of Lover's Rock here to work some of those solo angles. Drum some activity up on the other side of the map, but now it's time for an activation behind this drone onto B for BBL.
We're going to see Scuba anchoring this site a lot. Pretty much always has the Viper wall placed here.
So much.
This
is really milling about in the open for now, and Ethan can continue to slow this down. There was no acceleration after the first kill, though. BBL were anticipating some more of this util. They're drawing all of it out of Ethan now.
Are they going to draw
กูดทามมิ่งครับเฮ้ยกูดจริง
The timing is crazy.
He doesn't see anything though.
Timing crazy.
This could be ridiculous.
Timing crazy จริงไง
ทามมิ่งในทามมิ่งอีกที
There's some acute awareness there. Ethan is trying to get some space towards the site. Low HP, less than half, pressing up with his frenzy. Smoke going to now be thrown down by Kiko. Teleports into it to try and get even further onto this site.
But the paranoia instantly though. Has to play this slow.
ดูทัน
Smoke apparently.
เหมือนเมื่อกี้ใช่ทีมเดียวกันปะเนี่ยดูเล่นในนี้ขึ้นวะ เราแรก
Five players breathing down his neck.
เอ้า
None of those sheriff shots connect.
บอกแล้วมันได้วอร์ม
โฟเลตโนดาเมจลันใช่ปะ
มันได้วอร์มมันได้วอร์ม
To his name out of the pistol. Let's see if he gets involved.
They needed that bad. Beautiful tap onto Scuba. But definitely have to keep your eyes on Scuba, not just because on map 1 he drops 22 kills and 6 deaths,
ดูดิ
because he's anchoring this B side playing with Viper, and there is so much emphasis placed on.
คือมันก็ดีนะอย่างเงี้ยแต่ตอนนี้แข่งในอีเมียบางแมตช์มันแบบเหมือนสติมันหลุดอะมาตะโกนอย่างเดียวอะ
All right, again the 3-1-1, which is the standard for BBL.
อันนี้เราก็ไปเลยยาวหรอแมปนี้น่าต้องได้แล้วไม่น่าขาด2แมป
BBL just 3 players run right into the site for free this time. No hesitation. Brevin understanding that there are several players who wish to see his demise back in towards the spawn.
Seems pretty unfazed about it, but eventually he's going to be overrun. The saturate made it hard for him to fight for himself. Still, the weaponry definitely favors BBL and NRG.
Well, look at Lover's Rock. He's in the defender's spawn on the rotate over.
NRG want to play through by the looks of things. They are going to run into Lover's Rock, though. He'll be set up for this, the Marshall. I smell a couple of one-shots coming. No armor to speak of. Brock cops one of the bread basket. Lover's Rock knows there's going to be more where that came from. NRG just hopes to try and encircle him, bait him in, catch him out. So they have Rose fighting as well. Okay, Kiko off the map for whatever reason.
Off the map as well. I mean, they're getting kills, but also they want to deny the orb, so they're jumping off. A little crazy.
Maybe didn't fall. The round was far too deep. NRG just hoping to play for some kills there. Try not to give too many orbs up. So that'll be BBL with their second. Look, I'll say this. At least they didn't just jump off the map at the start of the round. We got to see some ideas. They worked mid together. We saw the saturate play.
For sure.
I'm cool with it. And Lothar should be too.
Lover's Rock is going to pick up the rifle. Always just hovering my eyes towards him on the scoreboard when we get into a round. Just to see if he's picking up the outlaw at any time. Everybody from BBL posted up over towards B.
อร่อยครับน้องยำมาม่าอาทิตย์นี้พี่กินมา3 กระป๋องแล้ว
Scuba going to be under a lot of pressure. Does he try to just get out of the site completely? Is Ethan going to fully commit? Try and double up anchor?
They're getting ahead of the guided salvo, but Scuba was ready. LaRock is going to be felled instantly. Ethan was already there at the rescue.
เฉยเลย
Tests the clone. Crevin's able to trade it out. The ping onto Ethan is instrumental.
โอ้นี่มันวาร์ปมาดิ
Mateo picked off.
The rest of NRG just too far away to be able to flood in time to support those guys.
Mata second earlier, and he might have had a chance despite the trap wire in his way. Now he's going to have to be patient. Rose is on an off angle as far as he's concerned.
Oh, dead man, Mata.
The creep coming around. There was no flick in time from Mata. That's an upgrade for Rose.
ตัวโบนัสป่ะ
Kiko and Brook have to figure this out now. Up onto that B site, Smoke being occupied though, still by Loita. He'll be waiting for his opportunity. Rose also. His position known and noted. Can he do much from there? No. Loita into the smoke here. And burst into the fog, and Brock is waiting with open arms. And he's got enough time to stick the defuse as well. NRG are on the board.
Barely enough time. Feels like BBL really let that one slip out of their grasp, Mitch.
เหลือเชื่อปะ
3-on-2. It was a really great kill from Rose to deny Modest flank. They just have to focus their attention forward, but they get depleted one by one.
โหมันยิงแบบ
The peek out from Krevin first.
ข้อมือแทบหักอ่ะ
And then Kiko
ดูดิ
able to isolate a second swing, wins the duels.
What are they doing? Yeah. Definitely feels like one of those rounds where your expectations get subverted pretty quickly. Great anchoring, I think, after the fact there by Kiko.
Those guys are just trying to do too much. All right, buy those still for BBL. Outlaw in the hands of Lovers Rock. Mata getting pinged up, but has no fear.
Okay, LaRock, yep, able to connect that saturate. LaRock unaffected. So he's
มันช้าดิเมื่อกี้
จุดจบคนฝืนนะดิอันเนี้ย
More cautiously, and will be regretting so as he has maybe a minute and a half to think about it. Luida backing off over on this B side. Knows that there's some pressure coming as
อุ้ย
well.
ดื้อจัดดื้อจัด
Trevin is all the way back at A. They're trying to
โคตรเก่า
work
ครับ
their way in. The
เอา
spike is
สุด
still
ฮะ
spawn. It's
รู้
kind
ละ
of some madness, but the timings are being found.
Brook knows he has to make a play. Look for a
เฮ้ย
time because they've lost control of the map entirely. Lovers
เป็นเรื่องแล้วบลัก
straight up the top of mid. Deny any crossback for NRG. And it seems that
โอ้
they're
โห
aware of this as well.
You're going to see a lot of this from BBL, and I was worried that if they were not playing at their max confidence, players like Krevin wouldn't have been attempting to find a timing like
พี่คิดว่าจะมีเกม3ไหม
on that deep flank.
พี่ก็คิดเหมือนกันนะตอนเนี้ย
Often run this 3-1-1. This one is a 1-2-2 and just leave a player. Wow, leave him. I mean, he will just take as much space as possible.
เข้าหมดเลย
If he's
เมื่อกี้
left
โคตรสวย
alone.
อ่ะ
They will not show fear in that way, and then they'll control so much of the map, and Rose will be able to call really nice fast pivots off the back of the space being taken by the players. I was worried
เชื่อกินข้าวแล้วไม่ตื่นเลยว่ะทุกคนใครง่วงให้ไปสั่งข้าวมากินนะตอนนี้พี่เฟรชจัดอ่ะ
อุ้ย
But it seems like
เนี่ยฟอร์เรทด้วยสวยละ
great round from Krevin.
I think one map is an acceptable time frame to
Holy.
regain that composure
รวยเลยครับ
and that
BBL
prowess that you had domestically. Still plenty of series to be
มา
played
ด่ามัน
here.
ฝืนจัด
We'll
อัน
start
เนี้ย
to this engagement where Mata's in a bit of a risky spot. He's
โอ้
actually
โห
hit by a saturate. He tries to saturate the rock, but it gets blocked by the pillar.
ช็อตเมื่อกี้แม่งอะไรวะเนี่ย
We are going to be heading into a timeout call from NRG. Bonkar doesn't want to let things get completely out of hand. As
เริ่มตึงครับ NRG
เขาเล่าเก่งปะเนี่ย
น่าทรงน่าจะใช่ โดนบุกก่อนกดดันด้วยตอนเนี้ยน่าจะไหลยาวเลยนะอีโคด้วยวินนี้
มีเม จริงๆ ทัวร์อินเตอร์อะทีมที่ไว้ใจได้จริงๆแม่งก็มีแค่เฮลิติกกับเฟรติกนะเกมเอตอนเนี้ยนะ
เฮลิติกด้วยเหรอ
เฮลิติกด้วยพี่ตอนเล่นมันเล่นนอกบ้านเก่งมากนะ
And then in addition to that, they're
ก็เป็
going
นชุด
to have
เก่า
to be extremely concerned about the willingness of solo BBL
ชุดนี้มาก็
เล่นในบ้านนี่คือแบบบางทีเมาๆแพ้ทีมอะไรก็ไม่รู้
แต่ถ้าชุดนี้มาก็เละเหมือนกัน
Of course, there's going to be energy
ไม่
coming
มั่น
into
ใจ
this
หรอ
round without any opportunity to buy.
มันโชว์ให้เห็นแค่แมปเดียวเอง
Just another death ball down mid.
ไม่ใช่ซีรีส์นะแมปเดียวนะมันโชว์ให้เห็นแมปเดียวนะ
Enterprising individuals from BBL
วิท
out.
ย์ก็ได้อยู่
This one, it's just
วิทย์ดี
all
วิทย์ดี
classics for the
วิทย์เนี่ย
ไลน์อัพเดือดมาก
วิทย์เนี่ยกลับมารอบนี้วิทย์โหดแล้ว
You know, in terms of players trying
มัน
to
ตัวจริงมาแล้วซายโยนาระ
any of the space solo like we were talking
มาถึง
about,
แบกพี่ๆเลยไง
they are very
ทรงมา
fast
แน่
in
วิทย์อะ
spawn, reading
ไม่เอาแบบว่า
a play like this.
มาแบบรีดักนะ
ไม่
BBL, no reason to expect anything else.
เดี๋ยวนี้แบบพวกดาวรุ่งแบบดังๆเข้ามาดิบิวมาแบบโอ้โหฟอร์มระเบิดเลยมีรีดักคนเดียวเนี่ยที่เห็นเนี่ยฟอร์มบูดเนี่ยงงเลย
เข้ามาฟอร์มระเบิด
เนี่ยดูโอ้โห
ไอ้
ดู
รีดักก็ระเบิดเลยระเบิดจริงเนี่ย
โอ้โหทีมระเบิดเลยเนี่ยรีดักอะ
How many players
ผม
could
ว่ามัน
be
เป็นเพราะ
caught
ทีม
by this paranoia? This is going to
ที
be
ม
a
มัน
crazy
อิสระใน
engagement
การเล่นน้อย
backside.
เนาะ
Yeah, not a swing though off of
ยิง
Ethan.
ยิง
Looks
มัน
like
เลย
they're
ครับ
gonna find two before eventually he's going to be dragged down. Rose over the top.
ธนูยิง
โอ้โหซัดเลยดีกว่า
BBL exit the round with 4 players up.
Could have been a strange little
TCF ก็เดือด
situation that BBL may have found themselves in,
ก็
with
ดี
NRG just getting the timing for everyone to walk back site, but
ซายโยนาระมาแทนนี่ไง
better weaponry and
โนเฟกไง
Rock is on that angle just
อันเฟก
in time.
อ๋ออันเฟก อันเฟกครับผม
So everything you really want to see from BBL on that kind of round, they don't overextend, they anticipate NRG's, tendency to group up together.
Okay.
ตอนนี้ผมอยากเห็นฟุตลืมตาอ้าปาก
ใครนะฟุตโหยากตอนนี้
คนอื่นเขามีแต่ขาไม่ได้ขาลง
แล้ววินสำคัญครับ
ไหลวะเนี่ย
อย่างนี้มี 6-1 อย่างนี้มี 6-1 นะ
เซฟเลยต้องเซฟอะ
เฮ้ยอร่อยจริงนะลุงรสนี้
Just had no options, no
พี่
hope.
มันเล่นวะเล่นหรือเปล่า
เหมือนจะตื่นนะแบบแรกไม่ตื่นอะ BBL
Hunter's Fury gets hit by the saturate.
Microphone
He
activated.
is so cooked. Can't do anything in that position.
งี้ต้องแข่งโบไฟ3 วันแล้ว BBL แข่ง3 วันแม่งไนท์จนคอแห้ง เอาไปเจอกับบิ๊กซีเจอกับฟุตก็ได้
อาจจะต้องมีตัวสำรองลงมาช่วยกันตะโกน
The NRG timeout cook-up round, right? Whatever they had in stores just made totally irrelevant when you get a big fast alt exec like that off.
And it feels like this map of Abyss is such a good showcase of BBL's playstyle. Very quick to overwhelm that A side and make it
เฮ้ยเดี๋ยวมาเข้าน้ำมาแป๊บนึง
Util came together beautifully. Crucially though, Mata has maintained possession of the op.
ถ้าตึกบุกได้ปืนอีธานไหม
Enough money to try and push forward. Now I want to see with Lovers Rock going down, will there be the purchase of an op? Are we getting an op v op battle?
ต้องจริงมันเริ่มตึงมือแล้ว
on attack as well.
แบบแรกมันอะไรวะ
Might not be the case here. Just
No,
rifles
yeah,
and a
just
heavy A
wants
presence.
to stick to the rifle.
And again, you've got to be careful playing these chokes. BBL are going to love to look for a
Yeah,
fight
yeah,
for an
yeah,
A with that
ขึ้นชื่อเรื่อง
saturate and
Pearl
other
เลย
utility.
Looks like they want to just run it back. Maybe this time with the convergent paths, another fast exec, keep things simple.
พี่ว่าเขาจะเปิดตัวเอเจนต์หน่
Knocked
อย
out off the rip here for Brock, no connection. Drone to herald the approach of BBL through A main, and here comes that convergent path straight away. Poison orb activated, but Laroc's going to go in and over the top. He is in that site, and there was nobody else from NRG to stand. Saturate around the corner, catches onto Mata, and he could not get out. Kiko also can only look on. How does he get involved here? Flash on in. Lovers Rock at least is able to find the trade, and NRG are down 2-3.
ลืม
Make
ร้อง
it
ว่าเทพอย่างไว
2. As Scuba means an ill-timed demise.
Rock trying to escape through mid. Oh my god!
ไปก็ไว
Hit him with a spin move. That's crazy work, but I think BBL have realized that the way that NRG have their setup on this map, where they've got both the Tejo
มันคือคนเดียวใน
and Scuba playing the Viper on the B side, means the A side is
ตั้งชื่อ
light for delay. They're not going to get bogged down in the choke by any means. They can just execute right on in.
At best, NRG can throw a shock dart or two and then just give the side up. But that push into security there behind the saturate from the Rock was huge.
Right, they basically just have to play that site for retake. And BBL's decision to go for a more proactive approach after getting this site gets them that man advantage.
Double swing into security, take the trade. Mata got taken down. Op was knocked out of his hands as well.
Yeah, they do what they need to do there, which is disrupt the attempt to set up for the retake after the fact. You can't allow NRG to play what they're playing for, what their intention is in that situation. Well, we are back to the 3-1-1 though for BBL. They're not just going to try to keep ramming their heads into the A side, and definitely not when Scuba throws the pit over on that side of the
คนห
map.
น้าเอ
As good a round as any for it now. Means Rock is going to have to content himself with it in this B side. There's no follow-up for that saturate though. No second player in the side.
BBL will do that a lot. It actually just baits out the convergent pass. Those are used by Mata. BBL love to send Larock in solo.
พี่เขามาไง
His top mid presence. Krevin's going to be spotted out by this Aldrone, but might be able to get ahead of it. Now, Brock realizes that so much of the map is lost to them in terms of the mid. So BBL have rotation options now to get into tower.
Scuba's got to be sweating. He knows that he could get pinched playing in that pit. He gets out of it, and Brock goes down heaven.
Brock
All of a sudden,
player. Now that Viper's pit doesn't mean anything. It doesn't do anything.
Yeah,
in fact, it's gone.
Scuba's surrounded.
Trapped in the site. Doesn't want to fall back behind that smoke, but has no other choice. So by hook or by crook, BBL have taken this A site control. And now again, NRG have to answer the question.
Maybe if Ethan can get one kill, that Armageddon will be active. This flank duel is so important.
That's not enough. Mata quiet so far in this map.
And now all the BBL attention can just be focused forward. Not a lot of tools for NRG to get back in.
Half-hearted as it may have been, that paranoia sets up for a kill opportunity. But the other angle was eventually retaken by LaRock, and Ethan's got nothing to see from here. Fire in the veins, finally for BBL. This is a very solid attack side. You might say bare minimum after the way that first map went, but it's got to be enough.
It's safe to say that they have stabilized on the global stage. They found their footing after NRG's domination on their pick Pearl. This has been such a solid attack half. Those fast execs on the last 2 rounds on that lightly held A site were really nice. And then on this round, that early B pressure with the dash in from LaRock. And then the return into the A split after Krevin gets all the way up mid. They just encircle Scuba and crunch onto him. That was an excellent attack round. I mean, genuinely beautiful calling.
And NRG's defense side comp has all the stopping power of a fart in a field. It just dissipates. There's not a whole lot for them to stall out BBL, to actually disrupt them on these hits, to really stand in their way. And then when it comes to retaking Wyatt, without adequate information, without the util left to gain that information of the sites, it seems like they struggle to get any purchase in these rounds in the post-plant.
In terms of the kills, also, just have to acknowledge right now that LaRock has completely turned it around. For finishing 3 for 17 is now 10 and 3 on the Waylay. LaRock is a player on this team that can absolutely just take over. The way that they have him play his piece, the strategy, the approach to the game that they have will often just leave him solo, will leave him extended on his own. But when he's firing, he can just completely take over. Like we saw that in the run against Fnatic where he just absolutely crushed them. So far, this is looking like much the same. Bonkar out of his second time out here. As an NRG team with both initiator ultimates. Maybe those will be used later in this round or, well, a bit earlier as Brock just hunters Furies into the wind.
Yeah, nothing to see at all. And space being taken through mid here. BBL keeping their options open. There's a heavy A main presence for NRG. They want to get ahead of these side hits, and I don't hate the timing, but LaRock was watching for it. Now, though, the Waylay's out of the picture. Rose, though, at large still, and finally Marta gets involved. Before this, his kills only came in junk time with the op. Now, though, carves out his spot in the round and gives NRG a staging ground.
Nice little timing caught there from Scuba as well. Marta on the jiggle peak. Just going to give it up. Doesn't need to overstay his welcome in this situation. All the pressure will be on this BBL duo to do something to crack open the round in the 2 versus 4. You can look at the mini-map. NRG there just on their way, dashing through mid to get here in time.
It does appear that NRG have realized that retaking is not really an option for them. Decided that playing aggressively over towards A main is the better of the 2 options.
30 seconds left.
Now it's a high-low setup that Love's Rock has to swing into. Deftly handled by NRG.
Finally just stopping the momentum of BBL.
And the crowd is loving it.
Just with this nice fight into A main. It's nothing crazy. It's not a wild util combo. They just press up as a duo, take the timing off the drone, fight, win the duels out. But that's the thing, I think from NRG's perspective, when you're looking at A main, oftentimes you are going to be fighting against a light BBL presence there.
I've been hearing from Strong, he said that he feared playing BBL most of all. NRG assistant.
โอ้ยน้องไม่ใช้สวัสดีครับมาแล้วครับขออภัยฮะปวดท้องจัดนี่มาแล้วเอ้ย7-2เลยเหรอหายละ
the famed
โอ้
Turkish
โห
default.
น่าจะไม่ได้แล้วแหละ
Gets a catch in mid. This is madness. Okay, also the spike is in spawn, but Lawyer could teleport and pick it up. But no, it's just going to
มัน
teleport
เดือดแล้วแบบนี้
B side. I thought maybe there
ปื
was
น
some
พกมันยิง
block play
ยิง
that
ไว
lane.
อะ
Now Bot is trying to peek
อุ้ย
in, but it's caught. I
นี่
mean,
อ่ะ
this is just.
ทีมมันดูนี่
I
มา
can
ก
see the
ส
mini
ไตล์
map
การ
in
เล่น
my
แบบ
brain is
เดียว
hurting. So
เหมือน
God
ทำเรื่อง
knows what
ยาก
it
ๆให้
feels
เป็น
like
เรื่อง
to be
ง่าย
on that
In
energy right now.
individual skill มัน
Exact same
นี่อ่ะ
double-faced angle that Marta did. But this is kind of what we've seen from
มัน
BBL
ก็ไม่ได้ทำอะไรซั
on
บ
a
ซ้อน
couple rounds, and it
ก่อน
feels
จะ
like
เป็น
it's
แค่โมโหรอ
orchestrated.
ทำตัวนี้
They
นั่น
push up and take all
แต่ดู
3
แบบ
lanes of the map
กระ
and
สุน
then
แม่ง
set
หวัง
on
ผล
B
ได้
pretty decisively.
Ethan Carr trying to retreat as well. Only Brock on the run.
Individual
That is
skill
what
อ๋อ
makes BBL such a cool team.
ไม่ได้ขาช่วงนี้ไม่ค่อยได้ขาผม ช่วงนี้ไม่ค่อยได้กินข้าวอะ
individualistic. And don't get me wrong.
เพิ่งจะกลับมากินโอ้โหตัวแห้งเลยอะ
มันก็เล่นไม่ต่าง
อยู่คอนโดไม่ค่อยได้กินข้าว
Feeling the flow of the game and trying to make a big
ไม่ต้อง
impact
ซับ
play
ซ้อน
happen. 100%. But
เล่นโคตรดี
the individuality is
ด่า
the
นเนี้ยนะ
highlight of the
ด่าน
strategic
เมื่อกี้แม่
approach to the game
ง
that
งง
Rose and
เมื่
Coach
อกี้
Key
คงตื่นสนามแล้วนะเมื่อกี้
Unlike PRX, the aggression we just saw from BBL feels a bit more structured. It does feel like it's a bit more premeditated about how they surge up the map.
BBL
It's
ชุด
not
นี้กับ
as
ชุดก่อนเนี่ยโหด
as
เฮ้ย
intuitive maybe as
ชุดนี้ดิ
we see from PRX, but it reminds me of that in the
ชุด
same
ก่อน
way.
ที่
And they just throw
ที่ไป
this
แชมเปี้ยน
variation in on a couple of these attack side rounds. They just
ที่ห้องพี่ครับผม
really take the map and win
ชุดนี้
fights.
โห
And
ดกว่านะ
LaRock is such an important part of that. Being able to just solo take kills and win them.
NRG are now in danger.
ได้เลยน้องบาสขอบคุณนะผมเอาเมนูมาจากไหนกัน500 เมนูเลยร
ก
อ
ลา
บ
ยเป็
นี้
นหนังสยองขวัญแล้วไม่ค่อยอยากจะออกมาสู้กันแล้ว
BBL are just
ยิงยับ
again spread across this map, working mid slowly, little bit of presence B main.
It's going to be really telling that there's no
ถ้าวันนี้ไม่ได้จบเพจแน่
from
NRG
NRG on this round.
Look at Mata, he's all the way down B, so you can already see the rotate from Energy towards this A side. And, you know, in difference to the last rounds where there were BBL executes on a lightly held site, there can be Taeho util to stall them out in this choke.
Kiko's going to have his crosshair positioning broken now. Armageddon's going to force BBL into the site, but this is what they wanted to be anyway. A 1-for-1. Kiko only gets his touch.
ได้แค่หนึ่ง
Now the guided salvos have to be respected. NRG flood in from security, but a conversion pass.
Mhm.
Captured on just the right time. The Rock is
Oi.
going to benefit from it. Dive
Oh.
into the smoke. Shorty connects.
ดูดิตื่นแล้ว
Down to Scuba. Go
ตื่นจริง
NRG. He wants to get in. Get
ตื่น
over,
อุ้ย
perhaps. Either way, it's not
ตื่น
pretty.
แล้ว
ว้าว
BBL chalk up
ตื่น
their
จริง
What an explosive execute from BBL. LaRock
ที่อย่างนี้ไม่ตะโกนเนี่ย
dominant
เมม
getting into that site. 14
Mem you.
for 4 right now. That immediate dash in, breaks the crosshair. Kiko doesn't know where to look. And then backside off the convergent paths. So well played.
14-4 is LaRock right now.
And that was with NRG getting there in
เหตุผล
time.
ส่วน
That
ตัว
was
ครับ
with them having
ที่
their
เจอเรื่อง
solo until
อะไร
their
แย่
end
มา
time.
มากมายครับ
Still doesn't
เอาเป็น
matter.
ว่า
BBL are just
ที่
that hard hitting right
ไม่เจอ
now.
ละตอนนี้โอเคละ
Walking down this B side.
Microphone activated.
Lucky neither outlaw shot connected. I'll be
NRG
real.
พยายาม
Playing a
สู้
dangerous game, but they need to close the gap to get some value out.
ตั้งแต่
These
ทำเอา
stingers-
รอบที่แล้วอ่ะคือแบบ
This stinger
พยายาม
rather.
สู้
Scuba's pinged out now. This is looking ugly.
เทะ
LaRock and Lovers walk. Work
มัน
the
โดน
angle
มัน
together.
ส่งของจนแบบว่า
Even hoping to slow things
แล้
up
ว
a little bit, but dimensional drift and well, and light speed means they all get in past him anyway. Lovers Rock will fight this.
อืม
Surely not quite
No
good enough.
way. We're going
ต้องส่งไปเลนกับ
for that.
มาร์ติน
That's a little bit
ต้นเรื่อง
bold.
เนี้ย
Against a stinger
I would
player.
say.
Yes.
Kiko now on the flank, low HP, and dealt with by Loida.
Microphone muted.
จะย้ายหนีไปอุ้ยทำไมฮะ
Can only fight, maybe work his way into this smoke, gets an upgrade, but gives away his position.
BBL are really trying to take the time here, just bait out some of the peaks.
Ow.
What a beautiful recon.
Brock sets it up beautifully from upper. And now there's a chance. In the 2v2, LaRock recovers the spike.
Microphone
จัดไป
muted.
เดี๋ยวจบแบบนี้จะเล่าประวัติ BBL ชุดนี้ให้ฟัง
The waylay hasn't crossed to close yet. Ethan has a window to catch LaRock out.
แต่ไม่ได้ละเอียดมากแล้วก็ให้เข้าๆนะ
Microphone activated.
Working the angles though pretty diligently, and there's Brock helping him clean up the mess. It's LaRock taking low behind the boxes. The spam was good, but Ethan's better.
39ก็ยัง
NRG
พอได้สู้หน่อย
themselves
ก็เลย
at least 3.
Microphone
Oh
muted.
my, I mean,
เอาต่อมาครึ่งเลยกัน
hard
คือ
three, but
BBL ชุดเนี้ย
the way that Ethan
ตอนแรกอยู่
playing that scenario, they
อยู่
were
Pacific ครับ
ever
อยู่
easing up.
Pacific
You could see the
5 คนเลยนะครับ แล้ว BBL
ถ้า
BBL ชุดเก่าโละทั้งทีม
แรงกดดันนี่น่าจะสบายๆปะ
เฮ้ยสบาย
activated.
ๆ มีดีกรีแชมป์โลก
Microphone muted.
แล้ว BBL เทคชุดเนี้ยมา
ไม่งั้นมัน
ตัก
ไม่คัม
Pacific
แบ็กเฟนติกแบบ
Pacific
สุดท้ายหรอก
ทั้ง 5 เลยครับ แล้วก็ผู้เล่นหลายคนใน BBL เนี่ย
ใครเห็นก็ว่าเฟนติกได้แชมป์
เป็นที่พูดถึงเยอะอยู่ อย่างเลเวอร์ล็อกเนี่ย
โอ้โห
แรงหนึ่งอีมี
สองด่าน
4 ซีซั่นมั้งถ้าจะไม่ผิดจำผิดขออภัยนะครับ แล้วก็ลาหลอกมีทีมใหญ่ๆอยากได้ตัวเยอะครับ แต่มันก็เลือกที่จะสติ๊กอยู่ด้วยกันครับ แล้วก็โผล่มาเป็นชุดนี้ น้องหนุ่ม CHK สวัสดีครับ 3 เลยน้องมีชัยซูเปอร์ไลท์ตัวนี้ต้องเป็นซูเปอร์สไตล์ตัวใหม่กำลังมาน้องมีชัยของโคตรดี แต่พี่ยังไม่ได้จับนะ แต่ตอนนี้พวกโปรเขาเปลี่ยนมาใช้กันเยอะมาก ไอมาดาก็ใช้เนี่ยดูมาดาเนี่ยชอบใครสุดใน BBL อะครับ ชุดนี้ชอบ น่าจะเป็นเลเวอร์ล็อกครับ ดูในอีมีมันหาทำเก่งมากเลย แล้วมันหาทำคนเดียวด้วยไม่ต้องให้เพื่อนช่วยนะขอบคุณนะครับน้องยัมมี่ ใช่ตัวใหม่เลย สีขาวปุ่มดำครับโคตรเขาบอกว่าโคตรดีนะฮะ NGV ก็ใช้อยู่ตอนนี้ ทำไมเขาไปพัฒนาเก่งกว่าเขาเงินไม่ถึงครับผม
Microphone activated.
Los plushies para que aprovechen también. La estamos pasando increíble. Es el día 2 de los playoffs desde Master. Santiago.
YouTube ครับตอนนี้ไลฟ์3 ช่องทางนะครับทวิต YouTube ซูปนะแต่หลักๆยังต้องเป็นซูปอยู่นะครับเป็นพี่ยังต้องสตรีมเอ็กซ์คลูซีฟที่ซูปนะอย่างเช่นวันนี้ก่อนสตรีมอ่ะพี่ก็สตรีมที่ซูปตั้งแต่ตอนเย็นนะยาวมา 5-6 ชั่วโมงจนมาดูแข่งเนี่ยถ้าใครว่างก็ไปติดตามไปคุยเล่นไปดูกันในซูปได้นะครับแล้วก็ใครยังไม่ได้กดติดตามอย่าลืมนะครับฝากกดติดตามซูปสีฟ้าด้วยนะนี้
put themselves on the map as a region, as this Turkish squad, and so far, man, they're looking good. They're looking swaggy out there on that attack side.
เอาไปขายแล้วซื้อใหม่
Speak for themselves now, but it's been rough.
อย่าราคาไม่ตก
Actual inverse of map 1, and we're not even done with this second map just yet. He completely took over the game here. Now NRG just playing at a fast pace. Quick little open on this A side and we're set up for a full.
สุยาฮิบิกิสวัสดีครับผม
BBL have pushed down the flanks though, so there's going to be a lot of pressure coming in that A main side that NRG will have to deal with.
NRG getting active already back in towards A main though. They want to hold this angle.
มันไม่แม่น
Imagine BBL are going to be ready for it now, especially with the dart connecting. Wide swing from Lover's Rock gives him the space to bring Scuba down. Mata will be lining up as well. Both Creven and Lover's Rock will shots for him.
มีกระตุกนิดหน่อยเมื่อกี้
Still not able to get there. Raw gun skill from BBL.
มันโหดจัดเลยครับ
Gives him a second pistol. They are looking like they want to run away with it.
NRG were completely aware that BBL were just going to push down the opposite side of the map and flank them heavy. They had the read on the situation, but lost out the duels in main. And then at the same time, because they put all of their focus on dealing with the flank effort, Ethan was isolated.
เมาจริงยังขายไม่ออกเลยครับมีคนจะมาถามแล้วก็เขาคิดอยู่แล้วเขาก็ไม่ซื้อ
ไปเจอเป๊ปเนี่ยจังหวะไม่กำลังยิงศพนี่มันโดนออกมาเท
มีคนเคยบอกเพื่อนเหมือนอูโน่
จีว่านี่
อูโน่เหลาทองอ่ะนะจีแล้วเจอกันที่สปิตพี่ชอบดูนะอูโน่เหลาทองโคตรฮาเลยเดี๋ยวนี้มาทำ YouTube แล้วเมื่อก่อนทำแต่ TikTok เฮ้ย
Might be able to pace NRG as they pull out of A entirely.
สปิตครับผมโอ้ตอนแรกว่าจะ NRG ชักไม่ค่อยมั่นใจแต่ว่าเจอ NRG แต่แรกก็ต้อง NRG ครับผม
Pretty dry on util. Lover's Rock posted up with the
outlaw
close.
Very close, perhaps too close. Ethan like a bat out of hell descends on him. The Rock there with a much more safe angle.
เทียมยิงเป็น3 ชาด้วยคนไทยนี่ว่า
Oh my god. Just full commit. Ethan is isolated. No one could trade in time. Kiko is trying to play it slow, but Rose is just able to escape.
It's too slow.
เฮ้ยอะไรมันเชื่อสนิทใจเลยหรอ
This round the NRG forced.
โอ้โหแล้วโยกไปเข้าแก๊ปโยกไปเข้าแก๊ปเอานี้มากันตัวนี้มากันมันต้องก้อนแถบไปได้มากันม่านไม่ได้ครับผมพูดแบบอูโน่นี่คือแบบโหดไป
Going to get all the way back over towards that security. Creven can only speculate. He is getting hammered through the smoke.
Yeah, he's just got to relax and wait for the rest of the team to get here.
BBL was hoping for an opportunity, a timing. And that window was
ยังไงดีครับ
NRG have no tools to fight forward.
They could get wrecked by a timing out of security.
อ้าววงแตกแต่วางข้างหลังไง
Scuba has to play forward towards the spike though. Sees a glimpse of Creven and deals with him. Still into the planner. He's got to go. It's a mess.
หมด
NRG come out.
เฮ้ย
Black and blue.
หรือว่า
It doesn't have to be pretty to work.
And it certainly was not. I cannot believe they got away with the round win there. They had 0 util at the start of that 3v4.
พี่ก็ว่านะพูดมันรู้เรื่อง
They just go triple up rope and Kiko gets a headshot with the sheriff. No one dealt with. And the smoke on the spike kind of cuts off any angles from the players coming in from the back to shoot them while they're in heaven. They just jump on top of them. They get Goomba stomped. I don't know what's happening, man. I can't believe NRG win that out.
Gotta hope it's not too late for them now. BBL down to Classic and a Sheriff for the Rock.
เฮ้ยโหเราก็เวอร์ไปครับผม โน้ตหนึ่งวงการในแบบนี้ไม่น่าใช่
Microphone activated.
Ethan expecting a en masse push down mid a la NRG on their saves. It's just the Rock who's looking to inch forward for now.
Missile deployed. Ethan just seeing if maybe that missile would force someone out into the open.
Ui.
They have a sense someone could be there. Rock does have another shock dart, but not going to
ยิ
send
ง
it
ลูก
out.
ที่ตายเลยนะ
ตายดิ
Patient.
เล็งเต็มๆหน่อยเล็งดีๆหน่อย
BBL out of formation. They've left the Rock alone in mid, so he will have a chance to push up.
อุ้ยลูกก้าเดินแบบ
Yeah, but NRG mindful of this. They know they've left the pocket in
แน่น
mid, so they're
มันเงียบนาน
checking
นะ
towards rope.
จริงนะว่าโลตอนนี้เวลาเงียบนานๆอ่ะถ้าเดินแล้วไม่เจอนี่โหเหมือนแบบทีมได้เปรียบอ่ะดูดิมันรอกันหมดแล้วนะ
ทีนี้น้องชิมชอบทำมาก
น้องชิมชอบทำ
NRG have got other things to worry about. The fish to fry are here on the B side. The
ลูก
bullets
หมด
behind them
ลูกหมด
fly. Those will be caught surely by a right click
ฮะ
here. It's gonna be Ethan that salvages.
เฮ้ยทำไมมันกลับมาสู่สีได้อ่ะงง
Oh, look at the HP on NRG.
The Rock though got chunked down by the shock dart. Ethan's gonna be a one shot to him. There's gonna be a plant. Ethan's recovered the spike. 24 health. Here comes the Rock, ready with a refract. Ethan might want to take a bit more of an aggressive position now, but eventually, the Rock has to.
โอ้โห
Headshot on Ethan. Are you kidding?
น้องมันเอาจัด
BBL up to 11.
ไอ้เหี้ย
Shattering NRG just as they'd hoped to build back in.
ผมว่าแล้วไปอัฟเจอร์
What did
หัว
you
ร้
say
อน
about the scuba falling off the map? You don't want to know what happened. You know, I thought when
Fish
NRG
eye
were winning
thing
the round,
everyone
maybe we
know.
could get a funny little moment on the replay, Mitch. Don't really want to see it anymore either. That is an absolute disaster round.
We're going to see it, I'm quite sure. Yeah, decent start here.
Yeah, they
Hey.
get the Molly missile. Oh, when it just walks forward, falls off. Just press W. That's all that happens. Didn't even mess up the job.
Happens to the best.
เกิดอะไรขึ้นวะเป็นบ้า
That's beautiful from the Rock, man. Fate feels like it's guiding his hand. He's 21-7.
I mean, Ethan just wants to sink away in his
เรื่อง
chair and
มีเรื่องราวมากมาย
disappear
เกิด
after
ขึ้นใน
that
เรา
final
นี่
boss.
BBL now with the headsman's axe in hand, waiting for the chance to let it descend. Into mid go NRG, trying to be pacey about it. LaRock already refracting away. But Rose is pushed up pretty close. Marta being a cure for my hypotension there. He's going to get himself back on catwalk.
Kiko dropped a pretty low HP already, by the way. Lover's Rock has taken pretty significant control of a main, where Scuba is just always throwing up this wall. It allows them to get the orb, play into the site.
โรสครับโรสคืออินเกมครับ
Kill, not be traded, not even need to tell.
Brock has a drone.
Walk away.
He's then able to force. I mean, we talked about this in Pearl. This double initiator setup.
เดี๋ยวจบนี่ไปดูสถิติให้นะ
Those angles from Lover's Rock.
And it did on Pearl, absolutely.
He's got a drone there, but I think NRG hope that the Viper wall is enough.
I think it's one of the reasons as well that we just haven't seen Lover's Rock picking up the Outlaw and Op as much as normal. And he's
เงียบ
so
เลยไม่มี
hesitant
โอดิน
doing it,
บลัก
I'm used to seeing it in his hands
สวยละ
every single round, but he has been doing a lot more rifling on account of NRG's approach to the game, the compositions that they're running.
30 seconds left.
Time is ticking. NRG need to commit.
อย่าว่าแต่อเมริกาเลยครับน้องมิชัย
Correction not quick enough.
ไทยก็หมด
There's a chance to get into tower, but he thinks twice about it. In fact, he'll go
อะไรนะไอ้เมื่อกี้นะที่มันเดินลง
dies in. Ugly.
เหมือนสเปซบาร์พังอะเมื่อกี้
Frantic moments of spray. Lover's Rock doesn't have the weapon for the situation at all. The Rock at least is able to trade, but it's him and Lloyd.
ต้องทำเอ้า
Spike plant will go down.
เอาอะไรอะ
As the Rock walks into a crossfire.
I'm pretty sure both of those
มันไม่รู้ว่าอยู่ขวาสองมันจะไปเอาตัวที่วางไง
across to deny the plant. Now it's just Lloyd
Ui.
dealt with by Scuba.
นี่มาครับ
แก้ตัว
Again, NRG.
เปิด
Come
ดู
back
เมื่อ
up
กี้
for air. These are costly rounds. They have to keep forcing into them at this stage. Finally.
มาเช็คชื่อฮะดูเรื่องอะไรมาครับผม ขอเดาหน่อยตอนนี้น่าต้องเป็นตาล่าคิมหรือเปล่าตอนนี้
Yeah, he did get two. And then Modest just sat in the corner tapping with Kiko.
สวัสดีน้องท็อปนะครับผม
if he misses that shot, I think the round is done. Rockets in the smoke.
ใช่โรสครับโรสชิงเกมนะโรสชิงเกมน้องกันสวัสดีนะครับ
อยู่เยอะ
They've gone for the full gamble stack on this A side.
และ NRG ถูกไปถูกไซส์
Even Marta starting to peel away from that A side of the map. These rounds have come few and far between so far for NRG, but now they've got an opportunity.
โอ้โหทำไมจะจำไม่ได้น้องป๊อปจำได้ชื่อนี้จำได้แม่นเลยเห็นบ่อยจำได้แน่นอนครับ 100%
Far worse being down on Abyss in the past. That's how their champions run started. Very first.
คือถ้าใครอยู่มานานแล้วทักกันคุยตลอดอ่ะเราไม่ได้เปลี่ยนชื่อจำได้อยู่แล้ว
Microphone activated.
BBL, of course, with the stack not having worked out, still have some weapons to hand.
Yep, but Krevin was considering jumping off the map, but yeah, with the rifle, with the Bucky, yeah, why not? Let's go try to see if we can shoot.
จำได้จริงชื่อนี้
Again, it's going to be a pretty standard anchored setup here for NRG as they wait eventually for BBL to stand and deliver. Marta's position forward, far enough forward. In fact,
ให้ NRG ไปครับผม
ignores the clone studiously. Unfortunately, his bullet accidentally
ตัว
tags
ปลอม
him.
เกะกะ
ตัวตัวปลอมเกะกะบางคนมันใช้ตัวปลอมแบบไว้เป็นโล่เวลาออกมาสู้อะ
They've got to play from the fringes now, but they're not
Oi.
accounting for Rose, who's
Give
given
it a
his
hub.
away now. Okay, a little more costly I feel than NRG would have liked, but Rose will be taken to task.
จำได้อยู่แล้วน้องเฟรม
Listen, I know we're
น้องชินามอนสวัสดีครับ
masters right now,
ที่
but
ใช่
we're
ตัวหลัง
seeing
ไม่ใช่
something
ช็อต
funny
ตี้นะ
stuff in this game. I'm dying at Rose having the shot.
ซีรีส์ BL
He has to peek out with the shot to the long.
BL นี่คือยังไงในซีรีส์ BL
Microphone
They
activated.
gave 4 kills, by the way. I mean,
61ไม่ไกล
we're descending into madness a bit on this.
แต่ถ้า71เนี่ยหน้าปากซอย
Went from trying to jump off the map over at 8 to getting 3 kills.
Ryan. Okay. We're back to some normal
They
balance
get-
though here, surely, as NRG have the full buy, BBL have the full buy, and NRG have a ton of ults to try and actually manifest a comeback here.
Oh, Krevin so crucial here, but maybe not.
นึกภาพถ้าครึ่งแรกเมื่อกี้มันจบไอ้นี่ดิ
He's getting caught on this
ตอนนี้เกมตึง
defensive
จัด
side.
อะ
Yeah, it's BBL all the way out of B, already trying to get over towards A main on the flank. Lover's Rock collecting the information and body blocking so the Hunter's Fury
อ๋
can
อ
get
โอเค
over
ผม
the
เฮ้ย
Trying to snarl NRG up within the purview of their Hunter's
เกรียน
Fury.
จัด
Scuba the only one tagged out by it, though, when Key
Ui,
Cole,
ah.
timing works
Oh.
against him. BBL able to steamroll him over towards that A main side. Okay, we're going to see the convergent parts used there up towards that security. Marta fighting for it. Lover's Rock, though, is able to get back in from security
3-3
itself, though, and NRG are off the site for now. They are in a post plant. They do have the util. Oida are about to find it the hard way, but he gets it to half.
ต้องต่อ
That's very significant. Scuba coming from the back. Look at the spam from LaRock, and they're just sticking the spike.
No way!
มันอะ
โหจบจีจีว่ะ
สแปมแล้วมันไปเดินไงกระสุนไปไหน
They complete the defuse just as NRG were
What don't
unloading
mean?
all their util. Feels like they give up that A site so cheaply, and they spent heavily in that
ไปเซ
round.
เว่นเลยใช่ไหม
Convergent pass for Marta. He was really trying to fight back in through spawn.
เราไปเปิดร้านสะดวกซื้อแข่ง
LaRock
ซิก
another
ทเวล
sick opener up to
แข่ง
26.
แข่งกับเซเว่นเหรอ
What a
King of
bounce
Seven
back
Eleven.
after map 1. That is obscene. How do you go from 3
งานหลอกซัดไป
and 17,
26
getting bodied on your own map pick, to 26 for
โอ้โห
9 against the world
อะไรจะ
champion?
ขนาดนั้นนะเฮ้ย
They're arguably best map right now. I don't even know. Krevin
Oh.
gets himself
GG
a
เลย
free
อันนี้
literal theft. We'll see the
อุ๊ย
second
อะไร
round
อะ
coming, but Scooby gets the drop on him.
ได้ด้วยเหรอแบบเนี้ย
Low as he is, it's going to be a Viper spit inside tower. The new one.
All right, Lover's Rock does
Me,
not
yeah.
tap, but Rose is there for the trade.
And so the pick goes as quick as it came in. Still, A-side controlled is definitely there in spades for NRG. They've got 2 players in tower.
แต่ไวเปอร์พิษตรงเมื่อกี้ก็ดีอยู่นะ
All the way back towards the spawn, and now Rose in, yeah, a lot of danger.
Big saturate. Convergent path though used him
Ui.
already. He wants to try and end the game. There might be something here. Up from tower. He is. Hindrance catches on towards Brock. Lurita going to play it safe, but LaRock definitely won't. Over the top he goes.
GG ครับ
BBL produced the rabbit
โห
from
โคตรโหดเลยว่ะ
And a commanding dictate issue to NRG. We
ไม่เล่น
will
มันเลย
see you in map 3.
I hardly know what to say about that second half, so I'm going to go back to the first, where BBL were just utterly dominant on that attack side, worked the map, beautifully.
พลังแห่งผองเพื่อนครับทีมนี้
And they just thrived in the
โหด
madness
จริง
of that second half, especially Larock, who finishes with 7 first
ให้มัน
kills
เอาแชม
and
ป์โลก
a
ได้เกมหนึงนี่มันไม่
27
ธรรม
for
ดา
9 KD
อื
ratio.
ม
368
เอาแบบ
here.
ไม่มีทรงเลยด้วย
Santiago, catch your breath.
แล้วแมปแชมป์โลกด้วย
When we come back, Mimi and Co are going to get us ready for our third and final map.
วันนี้ NRG G2 นะ
กับดูเอลลิที่คุ้นเคย
อย่าไปดู
คัมแบ็ก
ดูสถิติสปิดทั้ง2ทีมใช่
ไอ้ลาหลอกมันยิงเหมือนไอ้เนี่ยเหมือนจะล้างสถิติแมปที่แล้วมันอะตาจะบอด
เดี๋ยวตาม
37
เดี๋ยวตามเพื่อนไม่ทัน
ติดลบเยอะไปหน่อย เดี๋ยวสรุปมาแล้วมันจะแย่
จริงๆ เราต้องเอาสถิติตอน นี่
Microphone
ส
muted.
ปิดในคิกออฟ NRG เล่นไป เล่นไป3 ครั้ง แพ้ 2 เลยเหรอ เอาดี อุ้ยยังก็ไม่ค่อยดีนะเนี่ยทำเป็นเล่นไป อุ้ยเว็บล่มเลยครับ จบแมตช์แล้วเข้าเนี่ย คนไม่เข้าพร้อมกัน ไม่เป็นไร เรามีเว็บสำรองครับ ใช้ลิควิดดูนะวะ เฮ้ยนี่เว็บล่มว่ะ
Differentiate his sounds from Gecko sounds. We decided to distinguish these by making Vito's goop sounds more crunchy and less fluid sounding than Gecko. One of the fun ways we added that crunch was by destroying a cabbage.
อ้าวเฮ้ยแต่ซูฟ้าไม่มีปัญหาแล้วนะ
Danger.
น้องป๊อป
We did this by thinking about Vito's
ซูฟ้าเล่นหลายปกติแล้วนะ
ambush predators. Imagine you're in a movie, exploring a cave, and there's a giant spider lurking in the darkness, lying in wait. What would the music sound like at that moment?
ทำไมพี่รู้สึกมันจะโดนวะ
เทนไปเล่น IE9 อะ
Which ended up as a
เรียกได้ว่าเก็บ
foundational
ทรงไม่อยู่
sound
อะ
of Vito.
ไม่เห็น ตกใจเหรอ
เสียทรงอะ
Microphone muted.
ซูฟ้าดีครับ ซูฟ้าดีมันไม่มีปัญหาอะไรหรอกดูได้ปกติ เฮ้ยปิดเพลงก่อนน้องชิมแชมป์ป่ะพี่ตัวนี้ผมชื่อน้องชิมถามว่าตอนฟอร์มตัวนี้มีสิทธิ์ลุ้นแชมป์ไหม มีนะ ถ้าใครลุ้นน้องชิมอ่ะ มี แต่คือถ้าเราเข้าซูฟ้าไปนะ เราพิมพ์หาชื่อพี่ก่อนแล้วกดเฟเวอร์ริตเอาไว้ก่อนนะ คือถ้าเราไม่กดนี่เราจะไม่เจอพี่เลยนะ เราจะแวะไป3 จอไปอะไรก็ไม่รู้นะ บางคนเข้าไป3 วันนี้เพิ่งเจอพี่เนี่ย
โซนอเมริกา
Microphone
Alena.
activated.
คน CNA เยอะมาก
อุ้ยเยอะดิ
นี่ถ้าเซนได้มานะ Absolute Cinema เลย
bounce back for BBL. It was not them playing map 1. At least that's how it looked. But here, it was their style through and through.
People are talking about
ต้อ
this
งบอกว่า
being a
มากกว่าครับ
macro meta. Rose just won this map based on his macro. They were really playing their game. So aware of those meta flanks early on, round 1, round 3.
กลัวตกมาใต้บอลห้า
when he was going for those flank
ตราบ
plays.
ใดที่แดมบียังไม่หมดแรงวิ่งก็ไม่ต้องกลัว
They're working Creven's lurks through
น้อง
mid.
ท็อปเชียร์
Covers
สอง
rock
ทีมเหรอ
really deep, really abusing that avenue through the middle of the map and playing the BBL style that we know and we love, where they're integrating fakes, comboing ults on the cycle rounds. It was beautiful to watch.
We were thinking about is this BBL the one that is going to lose today? Are they going to?
แล้วก็ใครเติมเงินนะใครเพิ่งมานะโฆษณาอีกรอบนะครับใครเติมสกินวาโลนะสกินใหม่เพิ่งเข้านะเติมเกมไลออดนะครับหรือจะเป็นเติมเกมโทรศัพท์นะ Pay to Win Top Up นะเรทถูกมากนะครับเว็บนี้แล้วก็เข้าไวมากนะครับมีโค้ด PPR 1ด้วยโค้ดของพี่เองสามารถกดผ่านลิงก์ได้เลยนะมีบอทบอกถ้ากดผ่านลิงก์ปุ๊บมันจะกรอกมันจะใส่โค้ดให้เองเลยเมาส์จับแบบรีแลกซ์คลาวด์ได้ไหมครับแนะนำซูเปอร์ไลท์ทูซีซูเปอร์ไลท์ทูซีคนเรามันก็ต้องมีผิดพลาดกันบ้างไปเล็กไหวไหมเจ้าน้องจิมไหว
He's such a genuinely amazing player, and I'm so glad that he's come out and immediately bounced back like this, because it's so rough to see him perform so poorly map 1. Hopefully that means that he'll be able to find somewhere in the middle for map 3. You're not always going to get performances like map 2, but hopefully you also don't get him completely flopping. Maybe he will be a bit of a variance player though when it gets to the stage, because he does like those kind of high risk, high reward duels.
Yeah, you saw the highlights not just of him, but the other Rock brother lovers, Rock. Those two on the entry looked incredible on this map. They were dismantling the NRG side anchors, which are normally so good on defense.
ไป1แพ้เล่นแค่รอบเดียวใช่ไหมสปิด
They just needed like a couple of rounds to try and get the ball rolling, and BBL
ฟันธง
definitely
ครับ NRG ไหวอยู่ครับ
especially the way that they were working the map, that they were working mid time and time again, put an NRG in such a difficult position to make decisions, because it really looked like every single time that they went for a bit, looking for those duels that we thought BBL wanted to give them. They were not there to reciprocate. Maybe a trade here and there, but that was about it.
Looking at NRG's side now, they beat their opponent on their map pick. The Pearl, they just looked so good.
คอนโทรลเลอร์นะตัวใหม่
But historically, Abyss has been towards the top of the NRG map. Oh yeah, lose here dominantly, and now we look ahead towards Split. How are you feeling about the world champs looking at a series that is completely flipped on its head?
I mean, to be honest with you, I think both of these teams don't look that great on Split. Combined, they are 1-3 this year on Split. So it's towards the bottom of both teams' map pool. I think for BBL though, they've only shown it once. They've had a long time to change things up, whether that be the composition or their approach. So I actually think BBL might have an opportunity here to come out and surprise with an incredible map 3. But it should be
แต่
so
คู่หน้าให้จีทูนะคู่หน้า
favors the individuals on BBL rather than the structured protocol.
ไปเล็กสู้ BBL ไหวไหม
You're forgetting something, and is that what I remember that split very vividly, and I remember that
ไหวนะ
I thought
ไปเล็กฟอร์มมาเตอร์นี่ไหว
For a second, I forgot that is Martin's best map on Euro. They went up against the best Euro in our region, playing in his best map, and it was very, very difficult for them to bounce back from that.
เป๊ป
They did
แบบ
not
ดู
find the
เป๊ป
space.
แบบ
And also, we need to speak about all of
มี
the
แต่
other
พลังอภินิหาร
Creven,
อะแต่ละวินอะ
playing on the
รู้สึก
side
ไหม
at the time that he played that split, and we expect them to be running that double controller. But I think Creven's playing amazingly today, and split every single time that he was pushing through mid. I think he made a difference.
Yeah, his lurks are so impactful on this.
แบบเหมือนแบบ
What are you looking to see
เล่นกระจาย
from
คนดูอะ
on defense?
แต่ละวินแต่ละช็อตมีแต่วินอภินิหารเลย
I mean, they run a composition that should allow them to grab a
จะแพ้ก็
So
อภินิหารวินปิดเกมก็อภินิหาร
really be worried about those side pops, and you
ไม่ค่อย
do
เหมือน
take
ชาวบ้าน
a
แล้ว
little more open. On this map, I think you'll be looking to re-clear over
M8
towards
เมื่อวานก็
towards mid,
โอ้โห
and you should be able to catch those lurk timings that tend to come through those
หนัก
two
เลยครับ
avenues. So I'm not as worried
คือ
about
M8 ที่มันหลุดมาได้ขนาดนี้
crazy
เพราะว่า
lurks like I hear from BBL. I am more worried about big team
มาติน
fight
มินนี่ต้อง
scenarios.
ตื่น แล้วเมื่อวานมินนี่แม่งปล่อยแดมบีวิ่งมาสวนเด็กเล่นเลย
When it's not a match towards the top of NRG's pool, I think there's more opportunity for BBL to thrive in the team fights, especially if LaRock is online.
Yes, especially if he is online. He was on the second map. I agree with that. Of course, mid being one of the most important parts of this map. As we jump into the agent select, we see no surprises on the BBL side so far. Kevin has already locked in that Viper, and it looks like we're going to the double duelist. Although, never mind, it was a race before, wasn't it?
Yeah. So both of the teams actually, I think, looking to make a couple of adjustments here too.
Device for NRG. What do you make of that? We've seen a couple teams try and counter pick her into double duelist teams. Is this a strong way to shut down LaRock and Lovers Rock?
I mean, it definitely can be, but it also gives you less tools to be able to get in, right? Because you're not running the double initiator anymore. So I think more pressure on Mada, more necessity to look for information on the defense side. But this is, two teams making adjustments here to try to win an absolutely critical map 3 that neither of them have been amazingly comfortable on in previous iterations.
At the beginning of this match, I said I'm looking at Ethan not only because of the deco on the first map, but especially in these situations, I think that he can make a difference. With him being the solo initiator, I think him and Mada are going to step up big game. I am though a fan of the Vice. I wonder though how much BBL is going to play into that and how much on top of it Lovers Rock is going to
นอกจากแดมบี
I
อะ
look at the
ไอ
two
วี่โคตรเวอร์เลย
IGLs going into this map. Ethan and Rose, we lauded him for his calling on map 2. Looking at Rose, for Ethan though, he's always
อย่า
been
ลืมว่า
at adapting
ส่วนมากลั่นแมปนี้แมปชอบหลับ
task for both these teams as we get ready for map 3. The rookies versus the world champs. Only one continues in the upper bracket as we enter map 3.
Even amongst young, hot-headed, trash-talking rookies, BBL are in a class of their own. They had plenty to say coming into Santiago. Coach Key says we're out to conquer the world. Lovers Rock says we're better shooters, we're better reading the game, we're better analysts, we are just better. And it'll be quite a story for these guys to make a royal run from Premier to beating the world champions in their first game here in Santiago. And if that last map is anything to go by, it's on the table.
Those words felt real hollow until LaRock completely took over the server on Abyss. Stunning performance from him after just putting up 3 kills on Pearl. That is an unbelievable turnaround against the reigning world champions.
ป๊อปสมัครไปแล้วใช่ไหมของซูฟ้า
And as Josh said on the desk, we're off to a map that is uncomfortable for both sides. It's been involved in some crucial series for NRG in 2026, and it's been a map that they've lost against Japaper Rex just the other day, G2 earlier this year as well.
And while this Vice might have good stopping power on defense, Sideshow raised the question, how effectively are NRG going to be able to come back on the map and get into these sites?
บอกหน้าบีเคลียร์เอ้าได้ข่าวปลอมโดนหลอกครับได้ข่าวปลอมอย่างนี้
So convinced that NRG are working towards the safe side of the map. They've got 4 players entrenched.
Okay, fast lane gets Mada up into rope room, wasting 0 time.
ดูผิวจัดอะหลอกแล้วหลอกอีกอะไม่รู้หลอกใครตอนนี้
As though we are just inevitably headed towards a 5-on-5 retake unless LaRock can maybe get a kill here on Mada if he overpeaks with the shorty, but you have to imagine he's going to want to just stay tucked.
เฮ้ย
Mada gets ahead of the relay bolt.
And LaRock heard some footsteps there, so he's going to be patient.
ต้องเข้าเลยเปล่าจังหวะเนี้ย
Mada though is playing just on the edge of his smoke. Go Prowler doesn't.
หวานเจี๊ยบอย่างเงี้ย
Actually might have a timing here.
เอ้า
Spotted it apparently.
โอ้โหพี่เขารอบคอบจัด
The Rock spots him and now through mid. Kiko's trying to go for a later re-hit. And that snake bite's going to make it a little tricky for the Omen, though, as Brook might just have to fight tooth and nail here on the side itself. Lapis Rock steps up. Focus here over towards the upper area, but the reload is awkward for Scuba.
BBL ได้วินแรก
He is caught out. Loida peaks. Leekton has to step up. Right click gets the job done, but it's always a crossfire. BBL, it's a pretty comfy retake, all things considered.
That's so well done. The re-clear into heaven, getting the haunt just after that Prowler.
ตอนพาวเลอร์ออกมาตัวแรกมันนะเข้าไปซัดเลยจริง
Brock, who, by the way, has not been able to get anything started on pistol rounds in this series, and normally he's going to give you one Brock Sheriff pistol takeover. That has just simply not happened once today. And then after that, you saw Kiko trying to go for the flank.
โพมันส่งยาดมมายาดมมันเป็นตูดจริงจังเนี่ยเห็นปะ
So he's basically a non-factor. He's basically already
dead.
That was so well played from BBL, man.
In order to see what NRG's composition is supposed to do on defense, we just need a respectable attack side round total here. So far, it's controlling you two to try and give them some space on this A side, but it's tenuous.
He's got himself
ไม่มีเนื้อ
a precarious situation there.
So there is some degree of heaven
BBL มันอยู่
control
A
that
นั่นเยอะ
NRG take for themselves. BBL's focus was the A side proper. So then we in heaven. There is going to be a step up here, though. There is a clone, and Ethan knows it.
เฮ้ยนี่อ่ะโห
Looking like a completely
ไม่เนียน
different player than what we
ไม่เนียนไม่เนียน
To say it was a 180 might
วิ่ง
almost
มา
be
เจอ
selling it
ตัว
short,
ใหญ่
which is bizarre, I know. His job is to take over the game. He is that loose end in so many of these scenarios.
And especially when it comes to split, I want to see him to continue to play with that pace and aggression, particularly on defense. This split map for BBL was the most one-sided L that they took
13-4,
in that
right?
BO5, upper final against Gentlemates to qualify here. They bounced back after it, but it left a lot to be desired. And it raised questions about their map pool heading into this event. If they can turn it around on split, though, I think their pool is more well-rounded. It's definitely more fearsome when you're going up against them. But if they can't, NRG, despite mostly losing on this map this year, it's only been
มาจาก Pacific ครับ Ascension มาได้แชมป์มาแล้ว BBL เทคมาทั้งไลน์อัพเลยครับ
They haven't been
ใช่ครับน้องตุล
It was close against PRX the other day, right? So BBL still need to show some real
คู่นี้ NRG ครับ
One thing BBL didn't do much in that Gentlemates game is take that B main control, but they're
เอา
doing
ละ
it
วินนี้
straight away this round. They've had time to work on this map. And
ต้องนับ
instantly
ละ
it's a TP forward for Loita. So that's been covered. That part of the map, well and truly under control. But A is where NRG's pitter-patter is being heard from.
Ethan uses that dog up ramp. And as he does, I just want to remind everyone that this is NRG not playing a
ดู
double
โพซิชั่น
initiator comp. So
ไม่
if
ค่อย
we're
ดี
ever
เท่าไหร่
going to see Lovers Rock really lean even more heavily
ดู
into
หลอก
just
ไม่เชื่อ
being
ไง
an outlaw
มัน
on
ไม่มีทางเชื่อเพราะว่าลาหลอกได้หน้าบีอะ
now doesn't have to deal with any kind of drone pushing him off a sight
เนี่ย
line
ดู
for the rest
ไม่
of
เล่
this
นแบบน้อง
round.
ชิมเลยที่แบบว่า
A Viper vice
เดินเก่าๆเข้าไปเอาข่าว
And it's not even like
Mm.
the Vice gives you the audio ping anymore. The flash to
นี่
find out.
อันนี้มันได้แค่หน้าบีก็จบแล้วนะ
Right? So they're going to be lacking for info here, NRG.
It's going to be up to Ethan, really, to try and keep Lovers Rock
โอ้โห
quiet.
แล้วดึงขาช็อตนี้ดึง 3 คนครับ
Oh man.
Caught in the
เอา
razor
ไอ้
line and
ไอ้
realized
มัน
เอ้า
ดุย
he
อะ
up
มัน
there
โดน
in
ได้
the
ไง
dark,
อะ
'cause that was well read into by NRG, but Rose might try and find a timing here.
เฮ้ย
The Smoky hears it all around
โอ้โห
him.
ยังได้หนึ่งนะ
Marto's ready to fight for more. Into the side he goes, baits the shot out from Lovers Rock, and so he's off the line.
อ้าว
No time to get crash
พาวาร์ปเลยครับ
instantly taken to task by Scuba.
That's a nice little catch from
เทคยังไงดี
Ken LaRock
เป็น
finds
จัด
a
กระโดด
situation
เข้าเอลโบ
to close the gap with this judge. Does have the fast lane, does have that relay bolt as well, so it's definitely possible.
ถ้ามันฟาสเลนเข้าเอลโบ
Stacked up, they
เป็น
could
เรื่อง
both
เลย
get stunned if
มี
it's
ปะ
placed in the right
มี
spot.
ด้วย
If
มี
fast
มี
lane crosses through elbow,
Kiko knows he has to be quick, but
Ui.
LaRock is not running it, breaking
May
next
phá
speed
mà.
quite yet. Traded out by Loita. Now really he just needs to see what he can find. He has one TP
เฮ้ย
left, and he's able to take Marta
ส
down.
วย
He knows where Brock is. This would be the moment for Brock to get something done. Play for time. Play it safe. It's planted out in the open. It's not favorable whatsoever for Loita. So he gives it a tap. Flash here. Holds it. Holds it. Gets it to half, but time is short and he's got no choice. Brock just teases him out.
ต้องเสียหายขนาดนี้เลยเหรอ
Rocky round.
แค่คนคนเดียว
that is beautiful from Brock.
โอ้โห
Really
คมจัด
holds
อะ
his nerve late into that 1v1 when the spike was getting tapped, when the pressure was on.
อ๋อ เดินเพลินๆนะ เดินเพลิน
At that though, NRG still in a dangerous place with their economy. If they lose this next round, it's effectively completely broken. You have Lovers Rock leaning into the AWP, picking it up now. Judge still in the hands of LaRock. Both of them doubled up, wanting to fight A main.
Flash into mid, Marta right behind it. Straight through the poison orbit. Early heaven control. He's pushed all the way
ๆโอ้โห
through.
This pace is
เอาดี
insane. There's no way people
เอาดี
respect this, right?
Prowler at the head of it, but no.
เอาดี
Marta gets as the cat amongst the pigeons.
เอา
Does overextend, but Brock at least is there.
มัน
to
มัน
make it a favorable
มันหลบ
trade.
พาวเลอร์ได้ไงอ่ะ
He knows the neon is encroaching.
That is excellent follow-up from Brock. Had to cover so much ground to be able to help Mata. And he retreats. Seekers now being used
ใช้
by
เลยครับ
Ethan.
อันติ
Fan
They're all going heaven.
advantage.
They're all going heaven. This is very illuminating for NRG.
อุ้ย
Paranoia catches
Brock,
on to Brock,
Brock.
but he's still ready to fight for it. Every angle covered. Crossfires in place for NRG, and now it's a matter of just sticking it. And the leader's going to have to saunter away from this fight and hold on to the rifle.
Would rather get that op than go for anything more. NRG call.
เอาละครับ
A really good multiplayer face into heaven there after the Seekers cause a little bit of delay, stir things up, and ultimately give them the information that they needed. That's super well played from NRG. A cool round that they come, or like idea for the round that they come into it with, right? With Mata just pushing all the way through heaven, getting downstairs with the judge. I feel like most of the time in that exact same situation, if you replay it, he's killing both players. The Prowler missing him is crazy.
Yeah, look at it.
He goes around him.
He's ahead of it. Jump scare, central. And again, it's Brock with the clever follow-up there to make sure Mata's job ultimately is done. We virtually get the 2-for-1 that they were looking for.
Yeah, it's Brock being able to follow up and retreat that is just critical to that entire round working out.
So, I mean, yeah, amongst the range of options for getting site control, NRG
ให้ NRG G2 ครับวันนี้
to find a way to get in. I don't know if you can run that one back too often, Wyatt. That's the issue.
So Trailblazer gets dodged out, and now Lovers Rock just wants to reclaim all of that space with the AWP, and even if he's just holding it, as the Prowler you could see on the minimap went through, the rest of the team on BBL, they can just put their emphasis elsewhere on the map. We saw NRG show some early presence on B. It's going to be pretty standard on a lot of these rounds from Brock to see him just throw those thorns right down into main so they can try to take this space early.
Yeah, again, BBL don't have the weaponry here to try and take B-main control early. NRG are going to be able to get close. Relay bolt tip, catching on to Loida. We're trying to get off the side, but here's Mata ready to fight for it. Heads roll. And NRG in one fell swoop cut BBL down to size. As Lovers Rock can only get a consolation kill before getting on out.
ตันมันเพอร์เฟกต์จัดอะข้างไอ้หลังซ้ายโดนหมดเลย
So he could be in danger. He gave the rest of his team the right idea, controlling A main, just go stack on B, but they did not have the weaponry.
ถ้าได้นี่วินน่าเล่นง่ายเลย
NRG just so aggro through the choke.
Okay, another for Lovers Rock. No one else from NRG really proximate enough, I think, to test this now. Unless Ethan's hoping for something off the gate crash,
Don't
babe.
do it. Don't take the TP.
How many more guns?
Walter White in the car. No, Lovers Rock, don't take it.
สองเวอร์สักคนหนึ่งครับ จะได้วาร์ป
Screaming. I don't think Lovers Rock fancies any of that. No, he'll stay put here for the time being. And NRG will have to content themselves with 3 rifles carried out of the round and 3 rounds to their name. Again, another fast hit with BBL's lack of ability to set up in B.
Listen, they had the right idea. They just didn't have the weaponry to be able to handle that. Now they'll have an actual buy going. But NRG are going to have an advantage in terms of the ult economy. And with that in mind, Coach Key over on BBL wants to get the timeout going, first one of the game.
Does that look different if Mata's caught in the C's there? Just able to dodge ahead of it. Also, the spacing was pretty nice.
Microphone muted.
เจ็ต2แดดเลยเหรอ
Microphone activated. Microphone activated.
Be concerned about, and if that does come to fruition, Lovers Rock would love to have a dimensional drift to get through the pit, try and spam something along those lines, right? We'll see what they have cooked up. Coach Key, I mean, also in a sense a rookie to this stage, has spent years coaching some GC teams, then went to challengers with this very core and has ascended right along with them.
Can BBL get Lovers Rock set up though for success? That op feels like it's a key component of their success.
And here's that all from Mata just
น่าจะดูจากแมปนะ
It's all about pace, but Rose
โดน
shuts
เบรก
it
เกม
down
เสิร์ฟครับ
instantly.
ไม่เงี้ยเกือบเสียบ2
That's exactly what you need in a round like this. Kreven also wants to get involved.
เดิน
Not
ชิ
one
ว
to let the game get ahead of him clearly. And already NRG down to 2 players, yes. They're in the site conditionally anyway. Brock's the one with the spike, and he is very sequestered away from Kiko.
That was some blistering speed from NRG that went straight into a brick wall. Pretty crazy that Rose was able to just deal with Mata what felt like quite easily in a chaotic situation. Just fighting him up close in that smoke. Brock spotted out by that Prowler now. Retreating with the spike towards site. BBL, they're just content. They don't need to do anything right now. Yeah, enjoy. Take the site. We'll play a retake 5-on-2.
This
is a wishful rate of iron here. Kiko found 2.
Kiko.
Yeah. Tough to extract yourself from such a situation. And it all starts with NRG pulling that overdrive, getting Mata up into heaven.
Yeah, they didn't just want to go all pace, overdrive, spike down, pit. Let's keep it simple, guys. But Rose sidesteps the bolt and just decapitates Mata.
Microphone muted.
We talked about this at the start of the round.
ให้ NRG ไปแต่แรกเลยครับ
Cover up that sight line from screen. You're going to get punished for that against BBL.
There's some variations on that you can take up. As Lovers Rock with the op in hand, we're going to see it again this kind of round. And the same question is going to be asked of NRG. Do you have what it takes to make the Euro a non-factor?
NRG have been getting B main quite easily, just throwing down the early vines. Can Lovers rocket another shot? No, that's a pretty tough one to hit. Mata through that molly in some danger. Across that site.
อ้าวลอยต้า โอ้โหคิดง่ายไปหรือเปล่า นี่อ่ะเจอปืนทีเด็ดไงเจอปืนทีเด็ดเข้าไปรอบชิงไปเป็นเลกีทูครับตอนแรกเลยนะตอนนี้ไม่ค่อยมั่นใจละแต่เป๊ปน่าจะเข้าชิงอยู่
First, Lovers Rock forces teleport away when he misses that crazy off-shot attempt. Then comes right back in with the dimensional drift. Feels like it's close when Lloyd goes for the teleport across. But no, the rest of the team are so fast to support.
มัน125ไง
Zero caution whatsoever getting back in.
มัน150ไม่ตาย
Pushed up close, fast lane. Hid Larocque from the rest of NRG. Away we go here, round number 8. Very much a default flavor on this round.
แต่คอมของ NRG ดูไม่
stinger into this one, by the way.
ดูไปเล่นกันมากกว่า
ใช่ใช่
ดูไม่ค่อยบุกดูดันขนาดนั้น
It's a matter of getting there, that's the question.
เหนียวเลยครับเนี่ย
Are at their fingertips. It's a really ponderous start to the round. None of that pace we saw prior. A brief acceleration here now as mid is claimed. The multi-face gets him into heaven now as Larocque. I'm sure we'll look for an opening. But he's still on the judge here.
NRG is very content to take some space up towards mid.
ห้ามผ่านด่านนะ
while the round is still
โหดมากโค้งนี้เข้าไปต้องมีศพ
It's going to be collected late, but they're just showing emphasis on, you know, a bit of B heaven, a bit of ends. Hey, we could be splitting into either site right now.
ตอนบุก BBL เปอร์เซ็นต์ไม่ค่อยดีด้วยหรอ เห็นภาพแล้วนะจบแล้วนะ
He'll be able to keep his primary for the time being. That's great reaction though for Kremlin. Kiko attempts to walk up and it falls flat on its
อุ้ย
face.
เอาพลาด
Shot missed
เล
though.
เวอร์
The chance here to get
เอา
into
เพื่อน
the
ข่าว
fight
ด้วย
for
ทีนี้
NRG. Lovers Rock. Maybe flash around the corner some shorty
นี่อ่ะ
action. Yes, tears Marta's head clean off his shoulders.
โอ้ยวันที่
เอาไว้วันที่33
Post up on yet another corner. The op is still singing out in time. It's getting very short.
อ๋อ
Lovers Rock.
ขวาลูกซองซ้ายสไน
He was promised to be.
ตายดีกว่า
Side holds from BBL are looking really fantastic these past couple rounds out of the timeout. Kiko feels like just a little bit early perhaps on that, not having anyone to swing out and trade for him. And then Lovers Rock, backside is just doing a great job fighting towards main, had Loida there as well, playing off him tucked in the corner. Larocque in so quick, has the overdrive popped. They are just not allowing NRG to actually get the spike down.
นี่แหละสารต่อเจตนารมณ์ของฟุตเพราะว่าฟุตไม่ได้มา
You'd rather a drone in that position, I think, for that purpose at least.
Yeah, and it really just felt like, some of those timings were just not tight enough with Kiko fighting Heaven, and then they're kind of rounding the corner of B main. It was just a little bit off kilter for NRG. We're going to need to stabilize out of this timeout. Money has not been good. Future buy is not going to be good.
There's a lot of moving parts to NRG's composition. Pretty flashlight as well. Of course, they got the paranoia, but Kiko ends up walking into, like you mentioned, a player stationed behind that Viper wall. So it's a question of whether they go back to those fast hits, that burst speed here. But I think the unknown variable of the off in the mix now for Lovers Rock changes the calculus for the American squad.
Will this be another fast-paced round like we saw on A prior? Will they get the spot on Lovers Rock? Mata wants to accelerate.
Love to rest the off away from the star player of BBL, but, chance to ingress in towards this Heaven position until they force their way. Works out. Behind the guiding light flash.
สวยละไก่ตื่นเสียงลูกซองอยู่นี้
But he has been revealed. And perhaps NRG might be looking elsewhere for now.
The barrel is spotted by Lovers Rock.
His gate crash, I don't think it has the effect he wanted it to. He might have wanted that back towards spawn a bit further either way. Lovers Rock swings himself.
แสบมากครับมาด่าจอดนี้
Takes the Vice out, but now he's got to contend with the Viper's pit.
Solo, even mid-range, could have gone down to the shorty.
Now, though, the question of getting back into the site for BBL is a difficult one. Screens is covered up by that Viper's pit. And they've got Mata in position to watch an A main play. Dancing the bullets past the wall, but Luida's still able to make
อยู่ดีๆก็ lootable.
Now they've got a real chance, and they have more than enough cash to go for a risk like this.
แล้วอันติไม่ได้คุมด้วยดิ
They can play themselves back into the site that way.
เฮ้ยแพ้ได้เลยเนี่ย
Now is kind of expired in its usefulness. Luida's already playing forward onto the spike. Doesn't know if it's going to be a swing out of this pit though to try and challenge him, but Lovers Rock's trying to get ahead of it. Scuba, that's the swing. And there's Lovers Rock ready for it. Luida, that is dirty stuff. Gets it to half, and now it's on Kiko. And the Guardians just not going to cut the mustard, is it?
แพ้เฉยเลยครับถามจริง
They cannot be allowed to get away with that. NRG, I don't know. Wires crossed, things getting scrambled. The pit isn't covering the spike. Backside, Ethan rotates up to Heaven. The spike isn't planted for him either.
อันติมันไม่ค่อยดีอ่ะจริงเมื่อกี้
Bizarre situation.
Free haircut, anybody?
And these little mistakes adding up just give BBL enough room to win the round out despite only having 2 players remaining. They win the duels that they're gifted for free. And they shouldn't even be in a situation to be taking duels like that. I can't believe how much that comes from NRG. Just miscoms on
พิมมี่ EU อ่ะเนี่ย
Fast playing towards the A side now.
นี่อ่ะ
It's a disaster for NRG.
Oh my god จบแล้วว่า NRG
I'm sure it's going to be a grim mosaic that NRG try to construct. Kreven, here's the TP. Faked as it was, as NRG are no further than ramps, and they're down to 2.
The BBL are just applying the maximum pressure to NRG at any moment that they are trying to get through a choke. They're being stuffed by players by way too much util, and a willingness from BBL to just run down the world champs.
No respect. Just as promised from BBL. Ropes making those shots a little wayward, but Brock is still dealt with it eventually. Just a suspension of disbelief, perhaps. Kiko next out. And BBL now with a head of steam. Eyes forward. 7 rounds on this defense side. Already an impressive first half.
Despite this being a map that heading into this tournament would have had at the bottom of their active. It feels like their game plan is working exactly as it's drawn up. You're seeing Lovers Rock at his best controlling the map with the AWP right now or with the Outlaw. And then LaRock is just able to dominate them on the opposite sides of the map. They're playing
สิ้นสภาพครับแชมป์โลก
fighting when NRG are trying to get out.
Luida, maybe not expecting Mata to be there so early, but
รับมือพวกเอ็มโหดได้เทรดไว
จังหวะมือนัวอย่างนี้ชอบสวยแล้วครับเสียงดังมาหน่อยเมื่อกี้เอ้าอุ้ยซ่อมได้เฉยไม่แย่นะไม่แย่นะแล้วบอมตกด้วย
BBL just pounce on that.
Yeah, I mean, she's the trailblazer. To
clear
that space. NRG have lost the spike almost certainly. Brock
มันหาทำมันโหตัดเลยเทเลยว่าร้องเนี่ย
down, caught in the seas, and now BBL get to play with their food. Don't worry about it. There's bigger fish to fry for NRG.
How do you get back into this if you're NRG? Mata has the full kit. Maybe there's a way he can fast lane to get the spike or like relay bolt one guy, try to isolate, slide at him with the Bucky. Maybe off the chaos, Brock could try to make something happen with the Phantom. All right, just a recovery mission. They got the spike and they're out. In the meantime, Brock is just hauling his way to the B side.
He can't cross to heaven, and Mata knows it. He's got to go the long way around.
BBL are not far behind. Rose is already posted up in B heaven.
Brock does have a rifle though. Oh no, noise!
สวยละ
Now there's a glimmer of
สวย
hope.
จริง
Dimming by the second though as Lovers Rock gets closer under dimensional drift and emerges.
เอ้า
Out of Brock.
อยู่ดีๆเกมก็เล่นยากเฉยเลย
Capitulation for BBL.
โอ้โห
Can't thrifty snatched up.
เป็นไปได้ครับ
That can't be the first round that NRG put in the board.
Did we just overdose on the civic sauce?
I cannot believe that. I mean, also just what a call to say, Brock. Just start running to B. You're a little slower than I am. I'll grab the spike. I'll meet up with you later.
That seems so hasty for Lovers Rock to emerge from the trip like that.
เรื่องยิงทะลุนี่ไว้ใจเขาได้จริงคนนี้
I don't know if he thought he could deny the plant or scare the planter to getting off or just trying to catch them like someone would be. I don't know. That was a bold risk to take.
Defense side Viper's pit though. BBL looking to stuff the choke on the A side of the map.
บล็อก A เลยครับเอาสวยแล้วครับ
Sharp as attack.
ถ้า7-5นี่สวยนะ BBL
A lights out split game for Mata so far.
And that's a lot of the rig clear potential denied from BBL.
Laroc just has one gun on the buy menu. Judge. No rifles. Nothing else.
คนตะโกนเรียกนะว่า
Play yourself into B main in a multitude of different ways.
What an annoying setup though for BBL to just judge B main, hit A main. Sure.
And NRG trying to test every other possible avenue before they go for one of
ยังไง
those.
ก็ตาย
Looks like they're getting to heaven from mid. That's where they got that control. Mata is actually going to go deep yet again. Going to play close up down those stairs.
โอ้ยมาดา
Once again, it plays beautifully, and this time Mata was on his own.
เอ้า
An afro given to BBL for them to hang themselves with.
ทำชั่วไม่ขึ้นนะทำชั่วไม่ขึ้น
1v5.
โอ้โหวันมีไฟที่เอากันตีเคี่ยวจัด
Light smile on the face of Brock after he wins that 1v1 while stunned against the judge. we are in silly land, man. This has
been the Olympic luge champion.
Been a wild last couple rounds. Okay, we're getting a nice little banger third map. I would like to see that.
แล้วเข้าทาง NRG ดิพร้อมนี้บุกได้5วันนี้ลองไปนั่งเล่นนีออนมาพยายามจะลองสไลด์แบบอย่างเงี้ยจังหวะแบบเมื่อกี้อย่าดีกว่ากดทีมเดธแมทไป3 เกมมั้งสแปมนีออนลองมูฟเมนต์ดูเลิกดีกว่า
At one point in the first half, BBL had strung together 5 rounds in a row to make it 7-3. And NRG looked lost, Wyatt, struggling to have that level of pace they need to get into the map. But all of a sudden, Lovers Rock's operator got added to the equation. They didn't seem to have an answer for that either. However, those last couple rounds of the half, they should get cotton on to a couple of opportunities. But BBL looked like they get ahead of themselves.
It felt like BBL were in that situation where you can't do anything wrong. You're just winning in every little micro area of the game. Every shot is connecting, and you start to make a couple silly mistakes because of that. That's what happened on those final 2 rounds, and it's resulted in NRG being within touching distance of catching up. So BBL are going to have to really stabilize to maintain this lead in the second half.
เอาดีการนาโชไม่ช่วยเลยเหรอ
To play against that stopping power that NRG's composition boasts on defense. Fast lane though to play BBL in towards the A side of the map. Kiko respects it, sees the way with the TP top side and knows the already cross, but everyone surrounds him.
ไม่กลัวเจ็บเลยเหรอเอาสวยละ
At least, but NRG are now
มัน
pushed off.
ไปมาการเป็นเสียเปรียบนะ
Get away alive. The spam coming his way, and that smoke at 15 HP energy. They just want to fight. Brock is in up top, but he can't connect the shots just yet.
A lot of low health players, but Brock has got so much on his plate. I'm not sure if he brought his appetite for this one. BBL with 3 players, all below 31.
They've got 59 health total. This is so winnable for Brock.
A couple stray shots here and there.
เพื่อนน่าจะบอกว่าโล่หมดแล้ว
From BBL, look at the push up here from Creven inside the box. The bait jump out there for Rose, down to 1 HP. It's not enough. BBL distribute the bare minimum of health amongst their teammates. Clown on Brawl.
GG โดนนำแล้วไม่ได้ปืนพกเลย GG เลย
That is just BBL playing as fast as you possibly can in the game of Valorant. Everyone W key pressed getting into the site. They just overwhelm these anchors. As NRG trying to get back in, Ethan was really unable to support in a meaningful way, just took so much damage. He's forced to retreat. BBL are in prime position to close out this series, their debut global series.
ขอยืนด้วยเหรอ
Once again, same play. Kiko going to be pressured on the side. This time he tucks. Doesn't look for a cross.
Again, NRG, they're here fast. They have 4 players on this site.
His classics have to go to work, but BBL are just not going to let them find their footing. And they're swept away.
มีลูกซองอันเล็ก
It's on Brock again, who with the classic will simply challenge from rafters and ideally make a swift but dignified exit from the round. Rose will be the one to close it.
With the triple, with the spike plant, Rose is just 1 orb away from getting a
บอกไอ้สเปกเตอร์อย่าจับกล้องลาหลอกทานได้ไหมปวดหัววะ
Everyone on the defensive side there were just
จับคนอื่นได้ไหมแบบเป้าคีนหน่อย
That was just effortless for
ตอนนี้
BBL.
เดี๋ยวลงไปใช่ป่ะไอ้ทีมงานสตาฟเลยออดเดินมาเช็คบินทั้งหมดประมาณ $70,000 ค่า3 3,000รัวๆเลย
Three of those heavy armors brought up though by the American squad. See this push up to the barrier on this ramp direction. Might be an early thrust here from NRG, but they're all caught in paranoia. And Creven finds his early. The Rock still wants to go for it, and the judge sings out.
มันจัด
BBL favor now as Scuba's looking for a timing here up mid. It's only the clone that's there to see.
I might get a free one on Loida though. It's proactivity from Scuba.
Timing, unless he'll know. Scuba knows he can get this one. Waits for the last possible second. But again, it's still a player advantage for BBL. Scuba on ramp, cut down, and it's on Kiko.
แม่งเหลือ10ยังเอาหัวกูบ้าไปอ่ะ
I don't know if BBL know where he is.
That was such a crazy fast reaction from Lovers Rock. Kiko now walking through main. Was he spotted? Yeah, he will definitely. BBL, they're on the move over to the free B site. Rose is going to have the Nightfall as well, just in case Kiko starts making it close. Why not?
Kiko doesn't have the time to check every single angle. The weapon is out, and the pocket sand deployed by Lovers Rock.
Delivering on the hype. As advertised, it's the little 17-6 on this last map. And when only going up against 1 initiator, being able to outlaw so much on that first half, he is racking up kills. Now on attack with the rifle. Yeah, that paranoia, that's just a sick play on A. And they do it against NRG on the round where NRG go for a 3-man swing on ramp. That is so unfortunate.
And kind of demoralizing, I think, for NRG who go for that very
อาจจะกำลังทำอยู่ เปิดตำราอยู่ว่าเดี๋ยวสายล่างเจอใครตัวนี้
เดี๋ยวทีพี่แก้เกมนี้ก่อน
อืม
เดี๋ยวเพิ่งไป
ไม่ทันแล้ว
ไม่ทันแล้วเหรอ
ไม่ทันแล้ว อย่าเสียแรงเปล่าเลย ดูวัยรุ่นตุรกีเล่นก่อน
แบบแรกนึกว่าอีซี่แล้วใช่ไหม
อืม ที่ไหนได้ วอร์ม
เหมือนแบบแรกมันเหมือนคนละทีมที่เล่นกันเลยตอน
เหมือน
นี้
แบบ ทีมอื่นมันได้เล่นกันมาหมดเลยไงทีมที่เข้ารอบอ่ะ นี่เปิดสนามมาแมปแรกแบบ โอ้โหกำลังนี่อยู่ ปรับตัวนึง ตอนนี้ปรับตัวได้แล้ว
นี่ก็โดนยิงยับเหมือนกันนะ
to the debut global event curse.
ด่านแรกอะแมปแรกอะโอ้โห
They
เดียว
just did
โดน
not
ยิง
have
ยับ
their
เลย
bearings on that map. Will they take a deep breath?
วันนี้
Come
ขอพี่
back
เอา
ดี
ที
แม่ง
ทู
ตื่นกันทั้งทีม
โอ้โหน้อง ถ้าอย่างนั้นทัวร์แล้วน้องคาร์ลิสทีทู100%
Style, playing their way of Valorant.
Being permitted to play their way too.
Yes, it's with
ดู
the
เลเวลล็อก
meta
ดิ
agents, but they
17-6
have their own approach, their own flavor to running
มัน
this
จะ
role,
แบบมา
running
เรื่อยๆ
this
อ่ะ
role
มา
is
เรื่อยๆ แต่ไม่ได้
so
เวอร์อ่ะ
Can Bonkar find an
แต่แน่นอน
answer
อ่ะ
for NRG out of this
มัน
time,
เล่น
out
มัน
of
เล่น
this
ไม่ค่อย
round?
พลาด
มันเล่นไม่ค่อยพลาดอ่ะ
ไม่พลาดมันมันพลาดน้อยมากเลย
Yeah, little offensive pops here from this defense side is
Yep.
what they're going to
นี่
have
ไง
to go for. Some fancy footwork there by
ไอ้เนี่ย
Martin.
พลาด
Twinkle toes, but Dazzle's lowered it. Larocco's gotten deep into the B side, but is solo trying to sell something here. How long is he going to get away with this?
รอบหนึ่งทีครับ
Push on the corner. And when is he going to get some help?
อุ้ย
Does he even need the help? How is he not gone down?
เอาจนได้
Okay, so ultimately it's not a fake being sold. BBL trying using to pave the way, but here's Lovers Rock for one. Mark comes in around the corner though.
นี่ไงมาแล้ว
And this thrifty round for NRG.
ชมไม่ได้เลย
Secure.
ผมไม่ได้ฮะ
ห้ามชม
BBL getting way too thinly spread across the map there. Not able to get back to Larock in time. He had all that space on B, but
ถ้าโดน
those
คัด
three
อีก
players
นี่
are
ไป
rotating cross map.
เจอกัน
Did feel like we got to see once again the Turkish default. Deep A, deep B presence for BBL, but they're not really knowing where to end up in the end. Marta's having to take 4 kills out of the round.
เลเวลล็อกกับคัมแบ็กให้ใคร
Locked in.
เอางี้เลเวลล็อกแรกกับคัมแบ็กเลยเปล่า
Aggro timing with the fight up in heaven when the wall
ที
was
มนี้มัน
up.
ต้องไปหมดเลย
Pop flash out of it with Ethan. Yeah,
แลกกัน
ซื้อทั้งทีมเลยไหม
โห
able to dodge out, get the second shot.
มีพื้นที่ให้พี่วุกกับพี่เหรียญสัก2 ที่ไหมอะ
Basically playing gun game here.
ไม่เอาเบนจี้ด้วยเหรอพี่
โอ้ยพักก่อน
He's able to catch out
เป็น
Lovers
ที่
Rock as he
ถ้า
went
เซต
for
นี้
a
มา
fight
เป็น
with
ที่
the
อะต้องพัก
Important round for NRG, but it's too early to say if their head is above water yet.
Larock has found a new weapon on the
เฮ้ย
buy menu.
ต้องเอาว่ะ
Just a rifle for this
เพราะว่าเซต
rush
เซตนี้คนที่
over
วี
into
ค
A.
สุดน่าจะเป็นไอ้เครเว่นอ่ะ
That's a bit too much
เบ
pressure.
นจี้ดีกว่า
Okay, the judge ain't doing that. Judge isn't doing that, bro.
Apropos of nothing, it's Ethan down through the smoke. Kiko, though, has been very dependable on this B side of the map. Great anchor, bought a lot of time, and there he just takes that kill in B main. NRG looking a little
หรือว่าโรดมันของ
comfortable
จริง
here,
วะ
at least easing into this defense side now. Nice
Ui.
slide in from Marta. And the Rock has his ankles broken, and now it's up to Lovers Rock and Rose. He might need to find a mid to B as their
จุ
solution.
ดเริ่มต้น
This round in the last, BBL have felt really scrambled.
ใช่คัมแบ็กตอนอยู่กับพวกนี้มันแบกแต่ตอนนี้ของมันหมดแล้วครับผม
Going down
คนเรามันก็มี
isolated.
ขึ้นมีลงฮะ
NRG finding nice moments to aggress onto some of these isolated players. Like
เรา
we
พูด
just
ถึง
saw
ฟอร์ม
there
ปัจ
with
จุบัน
Larock.
เราจะไม่นึกถึงอดีต
Now NRG just need to close things out as the clone goes forward.
Sees the gun barrel. It's Lovers Rock handled now. Pretty clean from NRG. And it's nothing. They're not reinventing the wheel here, Wyatt.
NRG.
We're seeing some of these little pops up on the defense side behind like a paranoia and then a dive in from the Neon. It's what you should expect if you're going up against, a defense side of Neon in general. And still, BBL seem to be a little suggestible in those moments, getting caught out by some of these aggressive moments.
Yeah, they had gotten that opener, and then Loida just exposed himself on the other side of the map, so the team doesn't have any smokes to play with going anywhere else.
อ๋อกิจกรรมเก่าครับ ตอนนี้ไม่ได้ทำนะ
From
ตอนนี้
there,
ไม่
it's
ทำ
just easy
เก็บ
for
แต้มไว้ก่อน
NRG
เก็บแต้มไว้ก่อน
to catch out individuals.
หลับตาแป๊บเดียวเอเนจีแต่12เลยเหรอ
Can't blame them. The last couple rounds have
โหยากอยู่นะ
ใช้หมดสักทีไทม์เอาท์
จะได้ไม่ต้องปิดเสียงฮะ
จะได้ไม่ต้องขัดอารมณ์จริงๆในทำเอา
been able to slow things down and use these moments from Mata where he gets ahead and tries to break that conditioning to give them an advantage and punish overextension.
Into this round, BBL don't think it's impossible that maybe they go for some kind of crazy alt play. They have a rifle, a Guardian, the Stinger, and then Larock does have the
ใน
overdrive.
คอม NRG เหมือนกัน
BBL
ค
are
รับ
a team that have cooked up
แล้ว
some
BBL
creative
บุก
alt
ไม่ค่อยดี
rounds that they use throughout kickoff to catch teams out, get free round wins. Do they take a risk like that here, though? Map 3 against NRG, popping Paulson around where they don't have a full buy.
Early clear of A here. This should be pretty important information for NRG. Paranoia catching on to Scuba. He's going to extract himself rather quickly. Mata is there to
ไม่ผ่าน
step
ด่าน
up
ครับ
in his stead. That's an overdrive completely stuffed from Larock. There's that stopping power. Razorvine denies a fast push from BBL onto B.
Grabbing the lone rifle on BBL. Trying to just see if someone on Energy would maybe expose themselves in mid. Not going to be the case, though. As the rest of the team group up. Mod has really started to heat up in this game, hasn't he?
He's absolutely the build-around for NRG in terms of this defense side strategy, Wyatt. I don't know if he actually saw that play through mid, and yet they have the crossfire set up as is custom towards heaven. There's a glimpse of some headgear. Oh, okay, Kiko, tap it away. And that'll be enough for the time being for NRG. Kraven and Rora's last two up. And once again, Kiko flexes his dominance on B. Kraven will be around with a rifle in hand.
กลับก่อน
Get the spike down, though. So there is a chance.
เฮ้ยมันเนียนจังอะ
แล้วคือมันทำมันเชื่อสนิทใจขนาดนั้นนะ
Where you fall back to on this A side of the map. NRG gonna have to make their way over. Razorvine does deny the early play back out towards main by Kraven, but he'll get where he needs to be.
Oh, wanted to bait out that wall as well.
I like it. Again, the dotting of I's and crossing of T's, the little things here for Kraven.
รู้เดเบิล
Trying to pave his way for success in his 1 versus 3, but he'll have to take a pretty raw fight, and he sees 3 guns trained in his direction. And so the firing squad gets NRG back within 2 rounds.
A fair attempt from Kraven. I like he baits out the util, goes back, puts himself in a position where he tries to isolate a fight to slowly even up the numbers. He was doing everything right, but ultimately that's just going to be such a tough situation for them to win. Stunner first shot from Mata.
Again, some really solid crossfire there. Kiko's been fantastic on defense.
Overdrive committal just gets fully nullified.
Now we're playing the game. To quote Ethan, can't argue with that. 3 rounds in a row for NRG. And some pretty important ultimates here, especially if they want to funnel BBL in their choice of direction. They've got that Viper's Pit off rip.
Fast here from Larock, getting up towards A ramp.
It's a bit mid.
Yeah, instant broken, but does know that no one is too close up. So BBL fight and take some early space over towards A, and now the entire team is rotating over here. They just want to go for this straight up exec. They have to deal with Brock and some delay utility and that choke.
Exactly. That Razorvine could be big, but Lover's Rock, of course, can circumvent all of it. There is Larock falling, though. Ethan plays himself onto the side, checks that Razorvine spot, and then what an angle to find Lover's
ไม่ทัน
They all step up, and the mastermind knocks him down like
หมดเลยครับ สวยแล้วครับ BBL
Loina will be double swung.
แล้วยืนเลย นั่งอยู่นานขออนุญาตยืน
And a risk like that, just going for a fast exec against this Vice Club is absolutely punished. They don't get the info on Brock being there. They're completely stalled out.
Oh.
And you see the duelists just isolated there with Lover's Rock stuck all the way in. And that was just such a heads up play from Ethan. So smart to drop down back into that corner.
Not quite Lysol level aura farming from Ethan, but certainly starting to emanate some confidence. Captain gets his team back within a round.
สวยละเพิ่งยืนไปเมื่อกี้โดนลูกซองกระทุ้งไปทีนึงบูดเลย
No, he doesn't fancy it. There's a risk of being triple swung here in the end as the sign is certainly under BBL's control for now. The screen's present for Brock as he crosses back over. And it looks like Mata wants to get control again.
วินนี้จบละ เอ้า
Can't afford to lose those. Scuba had a chance, an opportunity. There's a slide in from Mata. He forces the gate crash, but that's back to the side.
โอ้โหไม่ได้2ช็อตเลยอ่ะ
It's an anchor now in its retake.
And Loida doesn't have to do anything but live. He can just be a nuisance in the back line over towards A main.
Now NRG have to descend into the Viper's
นี่เลเวอร์ล็อกมัน
an
ใช้จังหวะ
unenviable
วาร์ป
position at the best of times, but they've got to go for it. Lovers walk straight through the smoke. Out. That's Kiko for 2. Surely not more. Loida steps up, steps out, and finds that 3 kill for the MasterCard Thrifty. BBL. The lights are still on.
ตายคาโซ่เลย
ไม่น่ายืนเลยลูกพี่
on the site, we're gonna run up ramp and just get in Ethan's space. Not much stall utility where they're playing with the sky.
เหมือนมาจัดให้ถึงที่นะดูดิ
Relay bolt is so good. Yeah, just the dash in.
The C's, man.
That fight was so important on the flank as well. If Scuba wins that out, all of a sudden they're the one backstabbing in. They don't have to worry about A main late. They can just get to the site, put all of their focus on fighting towards that pit.
And the AWP is back in play. Wyatt Lovers rocks. Gets himself the scope weapon.
Oh, they got to deal with him there.
อ้าวมันนิ่งดีว่ะ
Found himself in a 1v3 scenario unbeknownst to himself.
เจอพลังแห่งของเพื่อน
BBL love to run like a full exec play, everything behind aggression with Larock there, and then they'll mix it up and just kind of send him solo and try and play off that, like a bit of conditioning, but NRG really don't want to give up.
เดี๋ยวรอเวลาน้อยๆกดอันติสกาย
Pretty good map control here. Look at NRG yet. Double face.
เอ้า
That's Creven down. That's also the Vipers.
เฮ้ยเอ้าเอาดีกดเลยเหรอ
NRG going to realize there's no one else today.
บูราบี
Seek is trained from the rest of BBL. Here's Brock from lower. Paranoid comes in from B main. That's disruptive indeed. Kiko's taken out by the op. Lovers Rock spotted as he drops down. Scuba waiting for a chance to get this crossfire going, but Luida could be a problem in the corner of the site, and he's not spotted out. 2 for the Omen.
And Rose just saw the barrel. Mata backing towards stairs, though, makes a little bit of noise. Look at Ethan coming through main.
This could be fortuitous timing. Ethan with a flash still to play with Luida very low, as is Rose. Surely you don't fight yourself out of this one. No, Mata there from CT. It's Luida down. And Rose can only get back on rafters and have a bird's eye view of a situation that likely will spiral out of his control. 18 health. Mata plays close. Ethan with a double face.
ว้าวคม
Quickly respond back.
พลม
Keep it close.
Still in the game. I love the way that they played towards A that time. I mean, they were not going to give Larock an inch. They
แต่
had
จังหวะสุดท้ายมันทำกันดีนะ
ready to fight
NRG
here
อ่ะ
on ramp. The counter flash comes through. He's blinded up, dealt with, and then there was that mid-round timing that Mata and Ethan took.
ฉันดูได้ไงว่ามันลง
Fight again in A main.
ว่าทำไมหาย2ไวจัด
More than enough numbers to handle BBL's pivot towards that B site.
It's a tight round. You can see that look on Bokkar's face. That TP forward into the back of side by Luida could have been the undoing for NRG. And so the op was picked up by Lovers Rock. That's gone again. Dropped away. Back to the rifle. And Brock now has the Odin to play with.
An interesting buy from BBL late into the timer. There was some swaps around with the guns, figuring out what to do, but it's left them with 3 rifles. And it looks like a desire to get into this B site quickly.
Relay bolt here. Odin could be very
ปืนถนัดปืนถนัด
Brock's going to be flashed off the angle. Rose into heaven.
มันเข้าได้ไงวะ
Yet again, great opener.
เฮ้ยตรงกลาง
Rose has to be huge here. He needs to find the
อ้าว
undoing, but Scuba's watching for it. Great correction.
ชิปหายแล้วครับ BBL ว่ากันวินหน้าดีกว่า
Keep going in this direction.
วินหน้าฟูลบาย
HP on BBL
นี่นาทีมันได้ข่าวจากอะไรวะมันมาหมดเลยไม่สนการเลยนะ
Where do they try to finish in this situation? If for all they know, one player could be pushed all the way up into A main. Holding that, they're going to try to go up mid, in towards B heaven.
ไม่มีคนดูหลังไม่มีคนดูกลางด้วยนะเมื่อกี้ทามมิ่งไอ้นี่
Surely there is no way they can wrangle this round back into their control.
Ethan doesn't fancy it. Flashed out himself. Creven's actually able to get ahead of this now, but surely Ethan's looking for it. Cool, calm, collected, king of composure.
อย่ายืน
The king of the
เรียบร้อยวินหน้าโดนอีกนี่วินหน้าโดนแน่นอนนี้ทรงนี้
Him and Mata have been outrageous in this second half.
ถ้าวินนี้อีธานโดนเสิร์ฟนี่ชัดเลย
Sick lineup.
The game is even. The heads are in the hands for the BBL coaching staff. As for all their bluff and bluster, NRG have taken this game to a standstill around 23.
Smoke goes down towards Vent from Loida in this 1-3-1 for BBL. As they want to press through that Prowler. Rock up quickly. They've got this space towards Mail. Still very early in the round. How do they want to work it? They've got control of B main as well.
High-low crossfire. Marta shows first, backs up. Haunt dealt with quickly enough, but they might have had the second weapon here in heaven.
Oh, that paranoia goes through. Larocque not going to fight it too aggressively, though. Look at the map right now. NRG have 4 players towards B. BBL have really convinced them that that's where they're going to be headed.
Brook understands the assignment, though, Wyatt. Play post-plant with this steel garden.
And now look at this. Loida can teleport across. So they got all 5 players on this execute. I love what BBL are doing so far. Brock has given up the site, retreated with the Odin. Can he get anything done with the spam? No, it doesn't look like it.
Nothing to see from that crossover. No way to light up BBL as they get the side again. It's a steel garden in play. Here it comes. Tough to get out of this one. Kiko trading out for Loida. Now wants to get onto the side. Smokes off that main position. Trying to force Lovers off the angle. He's taken down before the smoke blooms. Now onto the site we go. Risky and dangerous for BBL. They're grouped up together, hoping they can crossfire this. But one by one, they step up out into the
นัดสุดท้าย
Match point for NRG.
BBL just trapped in the site after planting. NRG with all of the space. They tear them apart. Loading from Brock just a bit too much.
ต้องแฮปปี้เอาคอมโบนี้ไปใช้ได้สั้นๆยาวเผื่อเราหลังเจอมันชอบเกิดขึ้น
Huge retake. Plenty of animation here on the faces of NRG. It's been a slog of a game. BBL now in an awkward spot of buying up what they can, and it is not much.
Ultimate's not really a factor in this round unless Lovers Rock can find a kill, find an orb. BBL are back into this 1-3-1. Can they take it to OT against the world champions?
Horn gets them into ropes. NRG happy to try and encircle them, maybe once again play themselves into heaven for at least the trade.
You can see the gate crash was just sent back all the way towards the market from Lovers Rock. So at any point could go back. Now Rose is here with the spike. I'm sweating just watching his point of view.
He's alone for now.
And Larocque has doubled back. And it looks like Lovers Rock wants to maybe play proactively, maybe make some noise and teleport back to the others.
It's the same high-low setup here. It's dangerous. Relay bolt through now. Lovers Rock finds success solo over on that A side of the map, but is he ready for Brock? He sees him.
Yeah, gets the drift with that kill, gets the info on Brock, and now BBL are on the way towards that A side. Gets the space in elbow, leaves a dimensional drift. The rest of BBL, they get past that wall, it gets tripped. It doesn't matter. This is going to be a 4-on-3 for the game.
Oh, through the smoke, Kreven. Doesn't know what him and Brock's far from done. This is exactly where he shines. Through the corners, the damage is gone. Rock is riddled with bullets. Lovers Rock tries to stand up, but it's on Loida. 1v2 in the post-plant. Unbelievable! We're in the for Loida. Takes us to overtime. It's the stuff of dreams. Not even the greatest fantasy authors have the audacity to put that pen to paper. And here we are, Loida extends a lifeline.
แล้วพี่เบือเขากระโดดโอดินเฉยเลย
Oh my god, man. The speed on that second shot, the reaction time is insane.
Oh my god.
How the hell does he adjust back for that? You are joking, man. I am just stunned. I don't know what to say. It should be done. NRG should be moving through the upper bracket, and yet we're in OT. All right. Oh my god.
So we have as little time as the players do to gather ourselves As we head into overtime, NRG is starting the attack side. Lovers Rock has that defense side off that gave NRG so many issues in the first half.
Full control of A, and BBL have even pressed up into B main. Extremity control on either side of the map. NRG working fully through mid, now fully through B heaven. Following the Trailblazers, Mata downstairs into the spawn. So now these BBL B side players have to be concerned about
บอมบีแม่งแบบ
lane that NRG could be
รั่วเลยอะตอนเนี้ย
And so they've had to reposition, but they do have that
ข้างหลังก็เข้า ข้างบนก็จ่อ
on that side of things.
เอ้า
Big shot, Craven knows also where Marta's going to be coming from. Marta thinks twice about fully committing to it. Relay bolt, fast lane, you name it, distracts him from the reality of Scuba descending. Loida in the back corner of the side, and Marta slides on up. Rose will get the drop on Kiko though.
3-3
A backstab pays off, and NRG still need to find a spike plant.
And LaRock is just still in B main with his judge, has to find a moment to close the distance.
Just a bit of the head was enough. Great to take Lovers Rock out of the game. It's all on LaRock.
อะไรนะ
With the judge. Gets an upgraded weapon, understood. Scuba's going to be able to set up that high-low crossfire. LaRock with it all to do. His hands on with the shorty.
เหลือเชื่อ
And NRG say, well, second chance, the charm.
Mata is just relentless in these rounds. The fact that he is able to get the kill, backside here, yeah, the movement into the slide, the kill on Loida. And because LaRock has the judge in main, can't even really get traded. There's not a great crossfire setup there.
ถ้าลาหลอกใช้ลูกซองต่อก็ชนะแล้วเมื่อกี้
Neither extremity to work with, so instead they take
เปลี่ยนปืนแรนดอมมาเฉยแพ้เลย
Crazy approach to the round, and it
บอก
works
โอ
out.
ดินไทม์
It's becoming the signature for NRG on this map, but now they'll flip the defense. Brock and the Odin. Match made in heaven. 3 plays with the paranoid.
50-50
BBL have to disperse. Marta though wants to get in there. Perhaps a slide over extension. Sees, catches Kiko, TP across. And the snake bite hits the spike loop.
Just doesn't know where to go. Felt like he was going to walk into a sight line.
This is recoverable though. There is a gap in the smoke, but Loida moves forward and gets the spike to hand. They've still got to deal with Brock on these off angles. Spamming through the wall, and now with a razor vine to slow BBL down.
BBL have enough time though. They don't need to overcommit right now. They get those thorns out.
Lovers Rock daring Brock to swing that line. But he knows better. LaRock slows him down. That's the Odin out of the game. Right now has to be as dependable as he's been all game, if not more. Tucked just below Rafter.
โกไม่เนียนหรอ
Lovers Rock
ไม่เนียน
sees him first.
3 ศพ
Well, now Ethan and Scuba have the word is from different angles picked
Brock.
apart.
อยากให้มันโดน
Tapestry
เทร
the
ด
BBL are put together.
บักมันออกไปทำไม
And we're just going to show. Kreven tries to find a timing with it to trade.
บาง
So
บอก
it's up
อยา
to
ก
the
เล่นต่อ
captain yet
พี่
again to save, to salvage, to bail water out of a rapidly sinking ship. And we're doing it again, folks. BBL, stay alive.
They had no util to work with there, just pure
เมื่อกี้บักอยู่เฉยๆจบอะ
fundamentals, and they trade out well. This was so awkward in mid for Rose. Great first kill, but it gets traded out by the Molly. BBL then just slowly work their way into that B side, and I think Brock maybe regretting taking that aggro line where he swings through the smoke with the Odin. That's really where the advantage is found in the round for BBL.
โหนิ่งจัด
So BBL are going to opt to call a timeout here. Out of that round number 26.
Listen, there's no other way to say it. BBL right now are
แล้วโอดินทะลุออกไปแบบสเนลพีกอ่ะ
ถ้า BBL เข้าไปเจอเปเปอร์เล็กถ้าจะซ้ำศพกันมัน
น่าจะมันเหมือนคุณอ่ะ
พี่ติงชอบเลย
เนี่ยหาพี่เบือกว่ะทำทำไมวะ เพื่อนอยู่ในไซต์เมื่อกี้กิโกะเหงาเลย
พีกไปไม่มีภาพเลยที่มันจะได้หมดอ่ะมันมากคนเดียว
ไม่คุ้มมาดิ
มันต้องเป็นพวกไรเฟิลอ่ะปืนมันช้าไปเฮ้ยทำเอาคู่เลยเหรอเฮ้ยเหลือจะเชื่อว่ะพี่ กี้บีเบลทำเอาเทนาจีก็ทำเอาพร้อมกัน
ไม่พอ
เต็มอ่ะเมื่อกี้80 วิอ่ะ คุยยาว
ไม่เราปิดเสียงยาวเลยเราเงียบยาวเลยตอนนี้
โค้ชบอกไม่ไหววะเห็นในบล็อกพีแล้วกดทำเอาหน่อยเดียวเตือนสติหน่อย
เมื่อกี้แค่ยืนเคาะกันดีๆก็ชิวแล้วไม่มีเฟสหาข่าวเลยเมื่อกี้โอ้โหชิวจัดอะเขาแค่เดินคอนแทคเข้า
game and it's almost always been successful. Last time we did it, he was
BBL
in
กับ
their
M8
spawn.
มันสุด
That is something
ยืน
BBL
กันแบบ
cannot
ที่
afford
ทู
to do. Even the
ไม่
push
ครับ
that
น้อง
they
แฮปปี้
made to try and
ไม่
take
เลย
some space of their own in response wasn't enough.
It has
มี
felt
สตาร์
like
โซก็
the
แร
longer
ง
this game has
แรงมาแรงกลับ
evolved, NRG
อัน
are
นี้
being more
ถือว่าแนะน
dynamic with
ำดี
Mata's pathing around the map. I mean, even on that round on defense, they had him sliding into that fight in mid. They're getting a little bit more adventurous with him to have an effort of closing out this game, or back late in regulation to tie things up, bring it to this position. NRG start this on attack after
กลับบ้านไป
the double timeout call.
นัก
Lovers
แข่ง
Rock
ไม่ได้
does
จ่าย
have
กัน
that
ใน
operator
สัง
over
กัดไม่
on
จ่าย
this
เงินเดือน
A
นักแข่ง
site on his
เงิน
lowest
ไปไหนจ่ายค่า
doesn't even get him
จ่ายค่า
out
ซ้ำศพ
because
หม
of
ดแล้ว
the elbow, by the way.
This is play up mid from Mata. Okay. Ends up being traded out. Scuba, they're going to play close with the shorty towards right room. He hears it. Oh, it's ham-fisted. It's haphazard, and ultimately falls in a screaming heap.
ไม่ตายด้วย
Now to salvage, there's just nothing left to gather
ที่
up
ดูแล้วว่า
for
ล็อกมันสะบัด
NRG.
ดิ
Lovers Rock makes sure of that. It's Kiko.
เริ่มล็อกไปได้2 คน
A long way from home. Deep in enemy territory.
ไอโกแบกหน่อย
Lovers
ไม่
Rock
ไหว
in
แล้ว
the
ทีมอะตอนเนี้ย
meantime, just a free little
ความ
two-piece
หวัง
over
อยู่ที่
towards
เก
A
โก
main. Control of the spike for BBL. All in the hands of Kiko. The lone change in the roster for NRG this year. He has been so good. I think especially at this tournament, he's been playing even better than he was during the kickoff
ตอนแรกผม
runs
นึก
to
ว่า
get here.
3-1
Has
อ๋อ
had
ไม่
some
ใช่
phenomenal
4เลื่อนมัน
maps
เหลือ
for what a
3
task he
ใช่
has in front of him. Spotted out, blinded up now by the paranoia as time is just slowly dwindling.
The consideration for NRG is now they've got to win that defense side round themselves. Stay alive in this series.
พูดด้วยคำเดียวไม่มีภาพ
They said, Strong at least, said that BBL were the team they least wanted to
ดูมัน
play.
เล่นดิ
They
เล่น
felt
แบบไม่
mechanically they
ไม่อ
were
อกเลย
strongest and they always overperform expectations. This game, I feel, is no
โคตรยาก
exception. Kreven puts Kiko out of his misery and NRG are faced with the grim prospect of fighting
คู่
for
นี้ช
their
นะไปเจอ
lives
เปเปอร์เล็ก
in this next round.
You just see this again on the replay. Fight in Vent was just
แชมป์พรีเมียร์จะตกแชมป์โลก
chaotic.
เนี่ยพี่
Scuba coming through with a shorty, but whiffed. Ethan gets caught. Lovers Rock just switching up the angle there.
BBL นี่แม่งคือ G2
From Rock,
แข่ง
a little
EMEA
snapshot
อืม
to remove him from that OT round.
แต่ต้องดูนะนี่เพิ่งเริ่ม
BBL still
ถ้าทั้งปี
playing
ผ
it
ลงานดี
kind
แบบ
of
นี้คือ
cool,
ใช่เลย
calm and collected right now.
The tense moment.
Keeping their focus. I wonder if BBL just have a set piece coming into this round though to try to close out the game.
We had back-to-back timeouts before these last couple of rounds. Time to see the fruits of the labor from the coach's box.
Fast lane coming in towards B. Lorak is in fast as a fight in mid as
จบ
well.
จีจี
Okay, everything promised to BBL. And they will snatch it up happily. Marta slides in, but it's a little too late there, I'd suggest.
จีจีจีจี
Can't hear over the B side of the map.
ตรงบีออกไม่ได้แล้ว
Cuba has to play his way into mid,
3
but
คน
he's marked up. Prowler reveals his presence, and Rose just walks away.
แค่ของจริง
He's done enough.
ตอนแรก
He
นึก
knows
ว่า
that
แบบว่า
Scuba is
ฟุ
going
ก
to be
เข้ามา
up against the odds. The deck is stacked against NRG.
มันก็ฟุกยากนะ มัน
Such the
ตกหม
Brock
ด
is
เลย
to try and
เป็น
work his
ติก
way
ตก
into B.
อ้าว
And Odin, good start.
นี่ไงจุดเริ่ม
Lovers
ต้น
Rock out the game. Player advantage still there for BBL, and Brought needs to find more. How?
เฮ้ย เอ้า
เอ้า พี่เอ้ยจีจี
เฮ้ย
There is just no way we're still going.
เชี่ย
How the hell is that possible?
ไปกันต่อ
It feels like BBL, their bandwidth's so taxed, they've got no mind.
นี่ไงพี่บล็อก
For the fact that
บล็อก
Brock
จัด
is
ให้แล้ว
approaching from behind. Catch him on the corner twice in quick succession.
Just slowly through the smoke, Loida turns at the exact wrong moment. I cannot believe we are still going. 4-on-2.
I cannot believe we still going นะ จังหวะนี้
I think that moment spoke entirely
ใคร
for
ๆก็ไม่
itself.
เชื่อ
Let's run it back once more. Defense side off for Lovers Rock.
Wow, Rose out in mid, just
เรียบ
caught
ร้อย
and
เลย
dealt
ครับ
with
โมเมนตัม
straight
มา
away by Kiko.
Ui.
Much just on the cross back.
Bambi baits the shot.
วินอย่างนี้คนโดนแล้วมันเสียขวัญนะ
NRG already
จริง
aware that Lovers Rock had been lurking on that A side of the map. He'd made it his own. On the BBL defense side round, Creven gets the shoulder peek and gets a lot of info. There's a drift en masse across towards the B side by NRG.
Smoke thrown down to B main now from BBL. NRG want to get into this site. Fast lane up, stun, the counter from Larock to keep them at bay, at least temporarily. More than temporarily. NRG, they just do not want to fully commit to that site. Apprehensive. And maybe for the best, because that apprehension is honestly just driving BBL away from this site. They've left Loida on his own.
Yeah, a little bit out in the open. The timing's not quite there though for NRG. Loida is going to be extended a stay of execution as he gets back towards spawn. Poison Orb in heaven will allow NRG to creep slowly into position. And Loida, I think, now realizes what has happened, that he's given up the site. So patiently he'll wait for BBL to join him now. Maybe a play into heaven. Either way, NRG of 5 players ready for the retake attempts.
BBL gathering up now in heaven. Not a lot of utility to work with Rock and try to create some space by getting in with this fast lane, but that's about it.
เดี๋ยว
On top of everything,
ไปไหน
NRG,
อะ
two guys
อ๋อมันวางเปิดไง
through mid on
แต่
this
เพื่อน
site.
3 คนต้องเบรกไงเฮ้ย
The spike planted
เอาดี
for them feels damn near impossible for BBL to try and win this out.
He got low, got topped up in a pinch there by Ethan. Here comes Broker, timing for Kiko, doesn't quite pay out the way it was supposed to, but it's Ethan locking it down from the corner. Enough to crack it on his own. Will be spotted and dispatched by Brock. NRG
GG
get that attack
GG
side
เหรอ
win that
ไป
we're
กั
looking
นต่อ
for.
ครับ NRG
And now
หัว
match
สาย
point's
บน
theirs.
A really beautifully played post plant from NRG.
บอกมัน
Just
พระ
having
เอ
the
กจัด
plan
มา
to
เล
get
ย
the spike planted for heaven. Immediate double wrap comes all the
ตั้ง
way
แต่กระโดด
back
โอดิน
through.
กลางอากาศไปก็เนี่ยเพิ่งจะทำให้ภูมิใจ
Possible for BBL to win that round, retaking with an AWP with such low util. And now speaking of, Lovers Rock is going to keep the AWP. Glass cannon into this attack side. BBL trying to stay in the game. NRG can close it out here. Send BBL to the lower bracket.
หมดใจแล้วเนี่ยเอาสไนมาเปิดได้ตัวนั้น
Collected up in mid. Glass cannon up on the attack side. To say that Lovers Rock is attempting a gambit would be an understatement. 27 and 19. Spectacular map for the Oru player. He's not getting anything out of NRG for free. Scuba looks to buy some time surely with a snake bite here. There's an encroachment in rope room. There could be some shenanigans there. No, here's the activation. Scuba's going to give up the ground. Kiko getting ready, trying to stall out the B main push here, and it works. Inside the smoke, Scuba needs to find a timing, and it might be now. Yes,
Good
he
timing.
emerges, and Lovers Rock is dealt with. Still has to be a spike.
แล้วยังไง
BBL have lost all of that heaven side control.
And in the meantime, Creven, he's just way too far away. He can't help his teammates at all.
Loida tries to stop the flash as it comes on in. Kiko boots on the ground, and here's the spray from the Odin. Loida left, black and blue, and Kiko gets the fade out of the game. 4 health and a dream for Loida. And it's enough to take down Kiko. Numbers even now. Scuba knows Loida's low. There's a player towards his left. He may not be.
Oh.
That's a third for Loida. Get out!
ไอ้เชี่ย What the fuck Oh my god
Building realities.
เอาคืน
I
เฉย
failed to see which one included that outcome. 4 health, 3 kills, and yet another lifeline extended to BBL.
This is one of the most outrageous games I have ever seen.
GG
They're breaking all the rules. No regard for the way things are done.
I cannot believe it. Any player that is called upon to clutch up in the moment, they're just going to do it. Mata is in so quickly. Loida forced away on account of that, as is Lovers Rock. Cross-map teleport.
โอ้ยเป็นไปได้ไงวะ
though for Lovers Rock this time.
มันจัด
A
คู่นี้
switch up for BBL. Spike left back towards Ramen.
ไอ้ลอยต้ามันตั้งแต่วินเซฟ 12 แล้วไง
And off might have
ได้
served
บอส
Lovers
ไปแล้ว
Rock better there, but we'll never know.
Mata brought very low, but
Sky heal ครับ
Ethan maybe an opportunity to heal up Mata back to at least that 100 HP. BBL have gone for a reclear over towards A main. You just saw the Prowler expire there. Perhaps some false info. As NRG, they do want to end on this A side. Rose.
How is he going to get out of this situation?
I mean, he won't be getting out. He just has to get kills.
1 kill might be enough. It feels like one and done for Rose.
เอ้าเหลือเชื่อปะ
And the judge is a well-apportioned weapon for just such a situation. He gets away with that too. Spotted though by Scuba, spray into elbow, deals with the neon. And here's Kreven from up on high. Can only find the one for the time being. And NRG whip around on him.
บทจะง่ายก็ง่ายบทจะโยนก็โยนทิ้งแบบทิ้งไปเลยอ่ะ
Another chance for them to just close out this match. Send BBL to the lower bracket. But the rookie team, the Ascension team coming up, under all the pressure in these OT situations, have not given up. Even when the rounds look lost, they're still in it somehow.
Fair enough, Kiko, fair enough. I did the same 2 rounds ago, so I get it. Sometimes you just stand up too quickly. I almost flipped the table at that.
Would have been justified.
The setup here is being put to the test, folks. The energy is absolutely electric, and it looks like NRG are moved by it. And they are lapping it up despite the pressure, despite the seriousness of the situation. It's NRG with their fate in their own hands. A match point here on Split. A map, heralded as a tough one for both teams, right? One where they both had slip-ups in time, but it has resulted in the most compelling back and forth
เอาคนไหนไหมเดี๋ยวจัดให้
brawl we could have asked for this decider map
จบครับรอบนี้จบละ
They've given us just a moment to catch our breath before we get back into the game. Looks like Lovers Rock doesn't want to continue with the operator. Didn't find success with it on that last attacking round. Just going to keep it simple. Stick to the rifle. Still top kills in this game. Living up to the hype. Can BBL stay in the game or will NRG close this out?
เฮ้ยสโมกเฟล
Trying to find out what's on the other side of the horizon, folks. Straight up mid, BBL determined to use strength in numbers, but Marta's tucked in Mail, and he'll follow them. What a timing! Kreven dealt with, but now Marta's been revealed. Back into mid he goes, behind that relay bolt.
Just overwhelmed by the numbers, has to get away, but Kiko on high!
And that might be enough! Luida steps around the corner.
ไม่ค่อยอยากพูดคำนั้นเลย
Situation, but it might take a little more than that. Marta re-emerges here over towards B main this time, and NRG know they've got a bit of time. Ethan tentatively, dutifully, looking for a free opportunity. BBL are going to group up and make the play through small, but guess who's waiting for it? They've stepped into a Proctagon! And that's Luida. A double face here surely means that this is the end of the road. Surely LaRock can't get it done.
GG ครับการวางเป้าโอดินแบบพี่บล็อกนี่ใครมายิงสู้ก็ต้องตาย
แม่งคือวางแค่เห็นพอแล้วเดี๋ยวสแปมซื้อเอา
NRG
เอาหรือไปเล่นได้อยู่นะ
to be the first team to go back-to-back winning champions and defending that title. They look like they could do it.
มันจัดคู่นี้
This BBL squad had everybody worried when we saw Pearl. Were they not going to live up to the hype? Yeah, it didn't end up being the case. They put on a hell of a show. Absolutely flattening NRG on Abyss, and this split game is just an absolute banger. That is one of the most insane maps of Valorant I have seen since the game was released in 2020, Mitch. What the hell did we just
แต่ว่า NRG เป็นทีมที่พอได้แชมป์แล้วดูแบบมันก็ยังดูไม่แผ่วนะเราสังเกตทีมอื่นที่ได้แชมป์ไหม
ไปหมดเนี่ย มันทีมแตกเลยดิพี่
Get the better of them. And these are situations you take away from, I think, if you're BBL, Wyatt. You've got much more tournament here to play in Santiago.
It's tough to beat NRG, though, when they've also got Mata in genuine, I am going to win the MVP bracelet looking form. He puts up 9 first kills on Split. So much impact. He has just been outstanding.
Let's go over to Valina down on the stage for our Verizon post-match interview.
NRG! 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 Acaban ganando esta partida. And I want to talk to you, Ethan. Yeah, Sure, can we go ahead and come here? So that was an amazing match. Rose before the match said that he was not afraid of your experience as a team. Do you think in that moment that you guys turned around this match, the experience was the turning point, was the important thing?
Yeah, I mean, when it gets that close, experience is everything and trust in each other as well. And we've grinded it out. Eventually we would get 2 rounds.
Well, yeah, because... Y bueno, básicamente le estuve preguntando que antes de la partida Rose estuvo comentando que no le daba miedo la experiencia de NRG y finalmente probaron en ese escenario que hay que tenerle miedo a esa experiencia. Dijo que sí,
จะมีแค่หนองซิมซีด1ทีเดียวคิดว่าใช่จะมีหนองชินทีเดียวที่ซีด1ที่แบบได้ไปต่อ
Now for my second question also, we have seen a lot of Tejo now in your guys' compositions and also going to that split
เป็นไปไม่ได้
you changed that Tejo, but now you're going to the Vice.
เป็นไปไม่ได้
What do you think that Vice gives you that
จากสภาพที่ดูลีกจีนมานะ
It lets us fight a little more since we have so much info on defense and we work with it on attack.
Definitely. Y bueno, me estuvo comentando que el cambio del Tejo por la Vice en el mapa de Split específicamente fue porque les da más agresividad, pueden jugar un poquito más sueltos y que finalmente les ayudó muchísimo. Now,
อุ้ยคู่หน้าก็มันนะครับผมไม่ดูหรอ
against Paper Rex again.
ฝันดีครับผม
Miss personally or as a team, so you can win that match and continue that upper bracket.
We just have to stay on our toes versus them. They're kind of crazy. So as we just play what we usually do with confidence, that's the
คิด
biggest
ว่าเอาเซฟไหม G2 20 ครับ
Tienen que jugar con esa confianza, seguir haciendo lo que estaban haciendo en ese stage y que así van a
น้อง
poder ganar. Now for my last
เซฟไปนอนเหรอวันนี้นะครับใครนอน
Yeah, you guys are awesome. The crowd's loud. You guys are cheering for us. We love it, and it helps a lot. We love you guys.
Thank you. Y bueno, obviamente ya lo escucharon. Ama esta audiencia, ama a todos los que están acá y que muchas gracias por estar apoyándolos.
เตรียมแตกเมื่อวานพี่ก็แตกครับผม
You're free to go, but stay here because we're upcoming with our next match, G2 and All Gamers. พักผ่อนครับพรุ่งนี้ลุยกันต่อได้เลยน้องเกียร์ฝันนี้ครับโอ้ยน้องแม็กซ์สวัสดีครับน้องแม็กซ์
ไม่ง่วงครับผมสบายมากสดชื่นคู่เป๊ปตีสี่จะบ้าหมายถึงพรุ่งนี้ใช่ไหม
Santiago, all gamers going up against G2. I'm Mimi back on the desk with Josh and Bea, and I want to hop right into this one and talk about this all gamers team. Because not only do they have all the gamers, but they've also made history in being an actual fresh representative of the CN region as their #1 seed. Bea, they were a bottom 5 team for most of their life, just known for having 10 players, which looks kind of funny on VLR. But now, here they are, representing their region.
It did look funny.
Yeah.
It did look funny.
It's fair.
It did look funny, but I think that there is a reason why this is the top seed that less people talk about. Yes, we are excited about many things, but as you're saying, this was pretty much a surprise because for most of the time, All Gamers was not the team to look out for when you're in China and you're looking for emerging talent. And speaking about emerging talent, that is exactly what they looked into for this year. They keep a couple of pieces that were enough for them in the past, and they reinforce them with fresh blood. They had a lot. They just needed some more. And this, the way that they have gone up against Nova, BLG, Dragon Gaming Racing, sorry, and XLG was insane back in China. The firepower that they've put to having that import also in the face of Fangir, I just think that they could be a surprise. And actually, I was talking to G2, and they also think that, surprisingly.
Yeah, funnily enough, PaperX were saying that they have lost to these guys a couple of times in scrims too. Well, admittedly, not here at Santiago. I do think they've got shooters. The problem is the CN teams, we know they've got shooters. Like, for example, when we were talking about XLG, we were talking about Rago, we were talking about Happyway. But this team specifically, you've got to be looking at, again, the double duelist duo, which we've been talking about so often, where it's Fangir, it's Kira. Kira's flexing around a little bit. And the firepower is there. If they can get it online, if they can shake off the nerves and play up to what they've been showing domestically, there definitely are chances that they can put the pressure on G2.
The peak is there in terms of the individualism, and one of those players that was such a standout in China was Fangir, who, if you're an international viewer, you might recognize him from his time back with KC's Academy roster.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that this is one of the talents that we as EMEA might have missed out on, not for the side of KC, obviously, because they had it for the Academy, but he's only now old enough to play, and All Gamers gave him the opportunity, and thank God they did, because this is he's probably the biggest reason that they were able to make it here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Fangir, you'll see him mostly on the Yoru, and then he's going to be picking up, I mean, that on almost all of the maps. Kira flexes around a little bit more, but I think these are the talents that AG need if they want to be able to perform. They need to be playing at a super high level, because I think the way that they won in China was a lot of individual moments, a lot of clutches.
What is their style compared to the rest of the world? Are they in line with playing meta comps? Is there anything that you feel like is a twist with AG?
So here's the thing. You're talking about a region that, played some Breach, played Reyna, like if you look at all of their matches and then you compare them just with the rest of the world, they were playing a little bit more like the rest of the world
was doing. The international standard.
Into the international standard. And what I like about them, there are things I don't like, but there are things I do like about them. And it's the fact that with having been in such an explosive region and crazy as China can be and chaotic, they are very willing to just wait for the other team to make any kind of first move and then being reactive towards that. And I think that is one of the keys that made them get here.
Yeah, they have qualified through beating some of those top squads. It's an exciting moment for 5 rookies to attend a tournament of this size. One of those rookies, Fangir, standing by outside with Jen.
Jen here with Fangir of All Gamers Now. Fangir, you guys are the only CN team left here in Santiago. What have you learned from watching other CN teams play in Swiss stage, and what sets you apart from other CN teams?
I mean, in my opinion, I guess there was too many stressful. They was playing so scared. They was losing a lot of like 5v3 some ecos. About us, we have nothing to lose. We're gonna try to play our game. Yeah.
So you're not scared?
Of course, no, guys. We have nothing to lose. It's our first season like team. Yeah, it's good.
So no stress?
I feel nothing right now.
Well, okay. Good luck. That's good.
Thank you so much, guys. See you.
G2 come out of the Swiss stage this event with some back and forth expectations. A loss early on, but dominant games to recover. AG had the opportunity to pick second. They went for G2. Josh, do you think there looked like there was weaknesses from G2 out of that Swiss stage that led to that decision?
Definitely. I think G2 not performing up to the level that people expected if they had them as tournament favorites at all. I mean, BBL had rough performances in 2 out of 3 of the games that we saw from them. They also look like they're not on the same level in terms of, you know, a PaperX or an NRG in terms of their micro play at a high tempo level, but they're still an incredibly scary team that's made it to this kind of spot so many times. And even if they're not online, they kind of could activate at any point. So I think it's a great team to try to pick for AG. I think it's the best option that they had available. That doesn't mean they're favorites.
Yeah, I think that for now, the longest time, we keep waiting and expecting G2 to make a deep round to actually win a trophy eventually. I don't know if the feel is the same for this tournament this time around because of what we're saying of the double duelist being so strong, how they swap it here and there. And I will not be the one going out against saying something bad against BBL, but I don't think that he's on the same level as the rest.
Hasn't shown that quite yet. Yeah, for G2, this is a team who's always had those lofty expectations. We've been waiting for the other shoe to drop, really, with a trophy actually being won. But now a reset and maybe an opportunity here against a CN region that isn't struggling so much. Trent, he was a beast in the Swiss stage, and he's standing by with Jen to get a word ahead of playoffs.
Jen here with Trent of G2. Now, Trent, seems like you guys found the right momentum, found your groove in Santiago. So when it comes to your title potential, where are you guys at?
I think we're getting there. Every game we get better, so we're just taking it game by game, and All Gamers is in the way.
No stress?
No stress today.
Do you feel nothing right now?
Not really. I'm feeling pretty good right now, actually.
That's good. Good luck.
Thank you.
Both teams mirroring each other in terms of their attitude towards this match by the look of things. Trent had a phenomenal Swiss stage. You're absolutely right. I mean, the performance from this guy was world class, but I think he was required to have that kind of performance because you didn't see the 2 duelists who I think are supposed to be doing a bit more in this meta really activating. I think in theory there shouldn't even be that many kills for people like Trent or Valen to be mopping up. And actually this year they have been like Valen during kickoff and now during Swiss stage Trent. They have been the guys really stepping up and playing amazingly for G2, and I think I want to see more out of Jorg and out of BBL.
So the pitch is that Valen and Trent are playing so well because they're making up for the failures of the double duelists that should really be getting those kills?
I think they're getting exceptionally crucial fights, but you see a lot of those highlights from Trent are him winning clutches towards the end of a round, which is reminiscent of when he was amazing playing the Tejo, playing for that late round value. But I think there's a lot of spots where I would just like G2 to close it out quicker.
I think that especially in the game against T1, like how they turned things around on Haven, I looked at Trent and the performance that he had when we're speaking about the double duelist and the extra aggression that they have. I think that he faced up perfectly with it. There's so many times where his utility is just pivotal, and in many of those occasions, he's the one that is least scared to take those duels.
Yeah, Trent was pivotal in getting his team here, but we'll see where we're headed for this series with the map veto. Our coaches standing by.
Hey everybody, we're going to start map selection. AG, since you're the #1 seed, you get to choose Team A or Team B. What's your option?
I choose Team A.
Team A?
Team A, yeah.
All right, G2 is Team B. Okay, AG, what's your first band?
I banned Haven.
Haven.
Haven, yeah, Haven.
All right, G2, what's your band?
Band Pearl.
Band Pearl.
Pearl.
Okay. AG, what's your first pick?
I pick split.
Split?
Yeah, split.
Okay, G2, what's your side on split?
Attack.
Attack. Okay, G2, what's your map 2 pick?
Pick Abyss.
Pick Abyss. Okay, AG, what's your side?
Abyss.
Abyss.
We choose attacker.
Attack.
Attack.
Okay, AG, what's your next ban?
Breeze.
Breeze?
Yeah.
Okay, G2, what's your next ban?
Ban Corrode.
Ban Corrode, last map bind. AG, what's your side on bind?
Defense.
Defense.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so as a recap, map 1 is split with G2 on attack, map 2 is Abyss with AG on attack, map 3 is bind with AG on defense. Good luck, everybody.
Good luck. Good luck.
AG have definitely got their best map to start with. Split, really high up for them, probably their best, towards the bottom of G2's. Then you go over to Abyss, which G2 historically haven't wanted to play a lot of, but they pulled out the Harbor comp, if you remember, and Valorant looked really clean with that. And then you end on Bind, which I'm interested in the fact that they didn't go Corrode. It looks like recently G2 are not feeling great on that map. They've dodged it a couple of times now where you might be expecting them to pick into it. Instead, they go to Bind where you have to look towards Baby Bay's Chamber. At least that's what they were playing most recently. And they were doing amazing at it in America. So I think even if AG managed to get a big win in map 1, it should still look fairly decent.
2-0
It might have been also a change of
2-0
plans because, as we can see, all games decided to ban Haven. They have been banning Breeze for the most of it, and probably they want to ban the Haven because they don't want to go up against the Phoenix and whatnot, especially after what happened with T1. And maybe that changed the plans a little bit for G2. For Abyss, also, you were speaking about the Harbor, but on the other side, are we going to see the veto? Like, how much is all gamers going to be changing the approach and everything? We were speaking about the double duelist, but for Abyss, it will be a completely different conversation for the Chinese team.
It is worth remembering that China
เฮ้ย
finished
เพิ่งเห็น
pretty
นะเมื่อ
early.
กี้
This is a number 1 team
มัน
who
จะ
has
มี
had
แข่ง
a
ย
few
าวๆ
weeks
เลยนะครับ
off to prep and maybe
ใครที่
change
ถามเรื่อง
sights
วันเดี๋ยวเปิด
into
ตารางให้ดู
this
นะครับ
tournament, while also having an opportunity
มันจะ
to
แข่ง
meet
ยาว
their
เลยคือ
opponents.
อันนี้วันที่
Interested if
นี่
there's
วันเสาร์ใช่ไหม
anything
นี่ตารางวัน
for
เสาร์แต่มันจะขึ้นวันอาทิตย์
AG.
นะเพราะ
But
มัน
if it's
ไป
consistent
ไป
with
ทับ
how
กับ
they're playing in
ชาเลน
China,
เดอร์
you're
ของ
gonna
แบบ
need to see
วันอาทิตย์
Shrimp playing
วันนี้ของวันอาทิตย์ก็ยังมีนะครับ
really pivotal, especially
จันทร์
in that final that
ก็ยังมีอยู่
qualified
นะ
into this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. We're
อังคาร
highlighting Trent, and I
พอ
think
จบ
that
อั
on
ง
the
คาร
other
ปุ๊บ
side,
พักแล้ว
Shrimp deserves the
12
same
13
amount
จะไม่
of
มี
praise.
ครับ
When we're speaking about the clutches, when we're speaking
แต่
about
ก็
these
จะ
very,
มี
very intense moments,
นี่ให้ดู
he
นะครับ
is a
มีทีม
player
ไทย
that you
ของ
can
สปิด
rely
ให้ดู
on.
นะครับ
We're speaking also about the talent
ใครว่าง
that
ก็ไป
they
ดูกันได้
decided to keep. He was one of the pieces, and I think that he proved all through and
แล้วก็
through
มาอีก
during
ทีวันที่
kickoff that that was the right
13
decision.
สองคู่
I
นี้
completely agree. I think you need people like him to be absolutely firing for AG, honestly, to have a chance. We've seen the other CN teams just go bombed out of the tournament. We're kind of used to CN occasionally turning up and having bad results.
Sure.
But it does bear emphasizing again that these are astonishingly poor results.
Generally,
for CN.
there's one team
Yeah.
that performs. You look at like a
พรุ่งนี้
Wolves in Toronto.
They
EDG
always-
was normally that team in
พรุ่ง
the
นี้
past.
8
They
รอ
always
เจ
get
อ
a
ทีม
map.
แพ้คู่
They
นี้
always
ใช่ไหม
get
ครับ
a match even. Like they don't tend to completely
อืม
fumble out of
นี่
the
ฮะ
tournament. So this is tough for AG. They're in the upper bracket here
ถูก
against
ต้อง
a
ครับ
team that looks scary, and they
ถู
are
กต้องฮะ
massive, massive underdogs. They need
เอาง่ายๆคือ เจนเทเมตเจอ AG ครับผม อืม พรุ่งนี้เจนเทเมตเจอ AG ฟูเรียเจอ BBL
We're lauding Shrimp them, and he was very good in the
โอ้โห
final.
วันที่10
Do you feel that there's any similarities
วันที่
with
10แม่งแบบ
G2, where when their duelist players struggle, they're getting bailed out by the rest of the team having those individual moments?
I wouldn't say it's
มันว่ะ
necessarily the same because I
คือ
do
วัน
think
ก่อน
that
จะได้ไปคุยกันที่มีคุยกันว่า
rounds were
แมตช์ไหนที่มันที่สุดตั้งแต่เปิดมาก็คือ
done anything important and Valiant just
ทุก
decided
คน
to
พูด
push
เป็น
it
เสียง
and
เดียวกัน
get
ว่าแมตช์
5
ที่
kills.
เปเปเล็ก
You know,
เจอกับ
like,
NRG
there is that initiative coming in from them
โชค
from
ตา
the
ฟ้า
beginning
ได้
of
คิด
the
ครับ
round. I think that for
เขา
the
จัดให้อีกรอบหนึ่ง
all gamers is the other way around, where it's like it's the last resort and they have a game plan to go around.
Yeah, G2 though, it is this swap up in what you'd expect from this team all of last year. It was about chasing the trophy, making up for what happened in Bangkok, missing their opportunity. Now, much lower expectations, it feels like.
Well, to be honest, I mean, if you're looking at it from G2's perspective, they need to be coming in here and getting like 13-7, 13-7, 2-0 in order for you to still feel like they're on a path to blast through that bracket. They've got an actually decent side of the bracket, I think, but they are such heavy favorites in this. When you look at what the other CN teams have been up to, that, again, it's like perfection or nothing. If it's a close, scrappy game, you're becoming a little bit worried about G2.
This is the game I need to see BabyBay step up and perform at the international level. It seems like the opportunity for him to play against a team they're favored against, who have looked rougher even in their region, to show that he's a player of this caliber.
And I think that especially with them being able to make it out of groups after having that defeat, they have the perfect opportunity, because if we were to have asked for the teams to choose what seed one they wanted to go up against instead of the other way around, most of the teams would have gone for all gamers. And
I think all would have.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't think we can blame them either. You know, it took us also a fair bit of time to show that respect for the Chinese teams until ADG changed things around. And I do not, and I think that this is still, they are still in that situation. So I think that for G2, not only they need to win, they need to do it incredibly dominant to also get some kind of momentum getting into playoffs.
I will say, though, if we're going to throw a little bit of cope out there for AG, who are the top seed in this,
okay,
I like the interview that Jen did with Fangia, where he was talking about the fact that he had watched the other Chinese teams and seen what the problems were. And he identified the problems as they're scared. They're not fighting. They're not playing like they do domestically, giving too much respect to their opponents. And I think if you can genuinely come into this match thinking, we have nothing to lose, nobody expects anything of us, all of the other CN teams have fallen to pieces, like, we just have to go out there and prove to ourselves that we can hang. I think that is the right attitude to have in games like this. This is what led Wolves, for example, on their run.
Absolutely. And to throw them a bone, if you're going to look at an advantage for a Chinese top seed who is so successful regionally, no region plays on as big a stage as China. No other region has as many fans there. It is the closest you can get.
Their product is insane.
Yeah.
There is nothing bad to say about them. Like, I watch them in the morning and it's like, God.
Yeah, but their domestic matches feel like international matches in a lot of ways. So these are players that are familiar with that level, but it is always a step up.
Yeah, it's not the pressure of the crowd that's going to do it to these CN teams. AG, it's the pressure of their opponents on the other side, the quality of the players, the size of the moment, too, of being that #1 seed at the top of playoffs.
Looking at our predictions, it reiterates the weight of this game. Pretty much everyone going for G2. All gamers, last hope of China, Bea, trying to show that this region still has something left to give.
Yeah, exactly. We saw in the predictions that only Jen had voted for them, and, you know, I say that we should protect Jen for that.
A big opportunity, though, for all gamers. Such strong individuals in their region. They upset the teams that were always on top in China, and they face a G2 who stumbled out of groups. Can they get their upset, get a series for China, or will G2 start their playoff run hot? We start now.
Wow. มาแล้ว
5 rookie players entering the global stage for their first time. A team that had never had success in their region, but this year made changes, brought out the best, and today they face a Goliath, a G2, one of the most familiar teams on these global stages, trying to recover themselves from a shaky Swiss stage and continue in the tournament.
It's not that AG looked poor domestically. They didn't. They are the #1 seeds coming out of CN. It's that inter-regional parity doesn't seem to be necessarily here so far. They have a chance to undo that if they can perform up to the levels that they'll hold themselves to across this series.
A look back at our HyperX map select now.
รู้จักแต่ G20 ครับตอนนี้
What win conditions are you looking at for all gamers?
I mean, for all gamers, it has to be the double duelist. We were speaking about the import, and I think that he is going to be one of the difference. If he says that he's feeling nothing, I want that same kind of coldness going into the server, because playing on the Waylay against a team that is going to be incredibly prepped against that is going to be a different kind of task. But we also need to speak about the regional strength and the dominance that he was able to show in China may not be the same here.
Yeah, I think it's really important to realize that both of these teams actually play quite similarly on this map. It's not that the comps are the same. same, but they both play double dive duelists. They don't necessarily have, you know, the Yoru who's always going to be picking up the operator. That task falls usually to the Waylay player. It creates huge amount of opportunity to jump onto people on your attack sides. So raise Waylay for AG. They've got to try to apply as much pressure as they can to the people anchoring on the side of G2. It is at the top of AG's map pool. It is the best map for them. They are 3-0 at it. They are the kings of this within CN. So it's a time, it's a great opportunity for them to open on good footing and immediately dispel any doubts that might be lingering in the back of their heads.
For G2, the expectation is the opposite. They're not just expected to win today, they're heavily favored. They want to prove that they can still look like a championship winning roster. And the best way to do that, beat AG where they're best, show that Jaw and Baby Bay are ready to show up to this stage and play as well as the other double duelists.
I mean, actually, I would like the opposite. I would like to still have that situation where Jaw and Baby Bay are not the ones making the difference.
Okay.
But especially with us speaking about the strength of the Chinese team, having that double duelist and just being very well measured in that, I want to see the reactions from the other players, from the supported players. I want to see Leaf, I want to see Valiant, I want to see Trent, proving to us why it's good that the pieces that they have do not end on just having a strong double dive.
More of a focus on those anchor players.
Yeah,
exactly.
I mean, when you see how G2 played against XLG, that was the game where G2 were able to fire on all cylinders, really get activated, and have those players that had previously been slumping a little bit. Like, for example, Baby Bay, who was rougher in the Paper X game. It was a great opportunity for them to get the confidence back and roaring again.
นั่งขัดสมาธิเลยวะ
This could be more of the same. You're looking at the matches that they've been playing, and there is a clear rhythm to what's been going on here in terms of the CN teams being a bit of a punching bag so far. I want to see AG come out with some fire. That's all I'm hoping for from this match, is that they go out with a bang and not a whimper if they go out at all.
Can they channel that energy, play as well as they did in the region? A moment away from our agent select. I don't think we would expect too many changes from AG. Is that correct that you just want to see them doubling down on their game plan, trying to find what they have found back in China?
I'm not sure about that, actually, because I think there is room for AG, who've had so much time off, to have made compositional adjustments. If they stick with the same style, that's fine, but I think if you're looking at the meta right now, if you're going to play double dive on this map, I do prefer the Neon and the Waylay that G2 tends to run, rather than the Rays.
Yeah, I was going to say that if they have that strength in one of the maps, that's probably the
อัน
one
ใน
that
แมป
they do
ใน
not
แมป
want
อาจ
to
จะ
touch, the
อาจจะ
one
ไม่
that they
ขาด
just
แต่คิดว่า
feel like they
2-0
can
แน่
get
นอน
around,
อ่ะ
just make it their home ground, make it somewhere, because when you go into an international event, you at least need a couple of maps that look
จับ
like
ตาดู
that.
แฟนเกียร์ครับ
For the
ตัวนี้
side of G2 Esports, no surprises either, no?
Yeah, pretty normal for them. Looking back at that double dive composition again. We were highlighting the anchors on G2. You have to look over at all gamers as well. Domestically, those are the players that were getting put behind Kira and Fenrir as they led the way in that final. But they'll have to hold up and shut Jaw and Baby Bay down in this first half.
And I think eyes should be on Kira, because Kira is playing a bit of an unconventional pick in terms of the Rays here, though historically it's always been amazing on split, and he dropped over 30 kills last time he played this map.
It's the best map for all gamers, the last team from China. Can they show up and dominate the way they did in their region, or will G2 shut them down? The final match of our opening games in playoffs. Our final team making their debut. We head into split with your casters, Achilleos and Paperthin.
Thank you very much, Mimi. Here we go. Our final first seeded team, all gamers, making their debut on a global stage. The first time that they have been surrounded by fans on foreign soil.
Yeah, I mean, a lot to prove here for them, of course, with the other two Chinese teams already being eliminated. A lot of pressure, a lot of hope is going to be placed onto their shoulders. Bangir said it in the interview, they weren't feeling it too much. On the other side of the coin, it's G2, who has had a pretty good road to get here. A little rocky, obviously, going up against Paper Rex, but had a pretty clean win against T1 and really looking to show that they're in championship form here again at a global stage.
Tusk was talking about it. This map here, this split. It's where the bread has been buttered. It's where we've seen those massive performances from these players, but already Kira.
นี่ไปแล้ว
dead off
คี
the
ระ
rip.
ขอดูหน่อยไม่ได้
From Trent and Baby Bay. Able to go ahead and collect that first blood.
Yeah, really nice read here. They're anticipating some of this pressure as well. Jogamo
ทำไมผมรู้สึกผมชอบแมปภูอันเก่ามากกว่าโลตัสเลย
confirmed
ใช่
clear, but not going to happen. So
ถึงแม้มันจะเลือกกันบ่อย
to the other side of the map. A little bit of presence shown there by AG.
ในรอบหน้าเดี๋ยวก็
trying to find that weak side. And as long as AG doesn't get too crazy here,
Lotus
will
Ascent
be able to just find AU1 all on his own.
That quick star set up over.
คืออยากรู้ว่าเขาจะทำแอสเซนต์ใหม่หรือเปล่า
Drum up that interest on that side of the map. Meanwhile, the Trailblazer goes out into mid. Nothing going to be spotted. And now they get the news here. AU1 just tucking back in screens. Needing to stay put and stay quiet until his teammates do arrive. But it looks like Joggerman going to try to push this issue and push this position. Leave at the same time. Lingering here at the box. No, win out that
โอ้
fight.
ทามมิ่งอยู่ดีๆมันก็ขนลุกออก
Does take a good amount of damage. Now the push forward coming in, and AU1's going to be flushed out of screens.
ทีมเวิร์คโคตรดีอะ
Maintained by G2 as they look for the pistol.
Already, Fengir so weak here too.
เป็นจะเปลี่ยนเกย์รัวดิ
Just going to try to scale forward. Not much util to work with.
Much at all. The swing and Baby clean with a shot.
Baby
Finds
โอ้ย
There's the 3K and there's the closer from Jogamo.
ยืน
G2.
ลุงเบยืนเลย
Strike. Scoop up the opening round here on split.
อุ้ยอย่างงี้ชิวแล้ว
And this is exactly what you wanted to see for G2. Baby Bay getting involved, getting some big kills, sharp with the Sheriff.
โอ้โหว่าจัด
2 headshots there at the end to just nullify any hope that AG had in that retake. And a good kill for Jogamo there too. So the duelist getting involved, getting activated.
ทำยังไงให้ลืมฟอร์มตอนเบบี้เบย์เจอเป๊ปเล็กไปได้
You know, it's a complete team effort like we saw against XLG again.
อาจจะต้องได้ MVP ทัวร์นี้ถึงจะลืมโอ้โหมันติดตาดิ
มันเหมือนมีความเป็นเขาเรียกว่าอะไรบัฟคนแก่เหมือนแบบประมาณว่าเวลาเราลุ้นมันให้มันยิงกับยิงกับเด็กจะสู้ไม่ได้เพราะอะไรจังหวะแบบขับขัน
Forward checks around the vent. Nobody home here. It's very
ติด
disconnected.
ตาไม่เคยลืมบอกเลย
So G2 pushing in. Basically no opposition. Once again, it's going to be AU1. Here's one by.
He's just trying to hide his presence as long as he can. Jogamo hoping that somebody
เชนก็เอาเป้านี่มาใช้ด้วยหรอ
for the Bucky to do some
มาติน
damage.
อะ
He's going to tuck in close at the door. Everybody else playing a little bit further back, looking for that lurk, looking for that flank, doing some due diligence.
Oh, okay, just going to be several that fast lanes.
ป่วนจัด
Gets out in
เจ้า
reply. A couple of those classics firing
มัน
off.
กลับมาตายอยู่แล้วเอจี
Stopping
ไม่
the
ได้สน
players
อยู่
one
แล้ว
patiently. AG similarly could just stay tucked in this position and go down to the spike.
ถ้าไม่
There's
เข้า
gonna
ก็
be a pursuit off the back of this one.
อุ๊ยเข้าอ่ะ
G2 players would love to get some ult charge. And a relay bolt to clear this one would be a hell of a lot easier. Joggermo's still going to be able to find one. Leap scaling forward, finds himself a second. Now okay. Cleans up another kill, but will fall. So it's going to be lost. The rest of the G2 players get out to safety. And that will just be AG going down to the spike. So 2-0 start for G2.
Yeah, okay, so not bad at all.
ทำไมผมว่าไม่
Committing a
เก็บ
little bit too much there as leap, but
อิมแพ
that's
คกว่า
okay.
มันเหมือนกับว่า
Don't mind dropping to
ฝั่งตรงข้ามเมื่อกี้เนี่ยมันก็ได้ทั้งออฟให้ตังค์ด้วย
Leaf gonna grab a
ไอ้คน
stinger
ตายนี่ได้แค่
instead.
ออฟ
See what
แต่แม่งก็
Jog
เสีย
wants
ปื
to
น
go
มัน
for.
เอาไปเล่นวินหน้า
A bucky
Another
again.
bucky.
Why
ก่อน
not?
ไม่ถึง
Yeah,
ลูกซ
why
อง
not? Can find one with it, that's great.
แต่มัน
Just
คง
gonna have
คำนวณ
that
มาแล้ว
rifle in Baby Bay's hands. Try to spread the map a little bit here. A lot of defaulting. AG really likes to keep 2 players in mid. Usually the Waylay and the Viper.
นอกจากแบบวินแรกตัวนั้นค่าเยอะแล้วไปได้อันติอันเนี้ย
in terms of how they like to set up their defensive protocols on split.
นี่ไม่ห่างไกลจัดอะ
Reveal there. Not gonna catch anything. Just some spam, counter spam coming through from Fengir, but Trent being slow, cautious, waiting out this Trailblazer. Jogamo gonna dodge it.
They're going to scale forward off this.
Yeah.
Trying to maybe take some
จีน
space.
ชอบเล่นสปิด
Be tapping the orb. Okay, we'll just be a shift around. Kira getting himself back in towards the site
โอ้
proper.
โหเล่นช้าจัด G2 2023
G2 more than happy to just
Boxing,
continue to stay quiet.
เดี๋ยวได้วินจน
About to make some noise, right? As we do see Shrimp
แต่
start
จีน2023ช้าจริง ตอนนั้นดูที่จะไม่ใช่เจ้าอ่ะ เป็นแพทเก่าอ่ะ
Just a tiny bit of damage found there on the Trent. Does have the regen shield.
ไอซี่จนได้ช้าจัด
Fast lane now going to be set up. Relay bolt
Ui.
going through, looking for the kill, but AU1 still able to stay alive, but Baby Bay pushes forward, finds that elimination. Fengir's going to be taken down at the same
เสียหาย
time.
หลายแสนครับช็อตนี้
Suddenly player advantage, the site not quite opened up though.
Ow.
Still need to fight their way through. It's going to be Shrimp tucked away.
เหลือไอ้กุ้งแล้ว
หายละเหลือกุ้งในไซส์คนเดียวรู้ตำแหน่งด้วยอุ้ยนี่เวโอ้โหร้องไห้อะใครโดนจดนี้ไปอะหมดเลยครับโอ้โหโหดร้ายจะจัด
from G2. This attacker side is looking phenomenal. Just the C's connection. Oh, that's unlucky. Jog deserved that one. The baby be there for the cleanup and the follow-up. Another triple kill. He goes up to 6-0 to start the map. You know, one interesting thing, I was talking to Josh RT before the match here today, and he said, you know, he really feels like they can do a lot of damage on this attacker side. That AG plays pretty standard stuff.
ใช่ล่าสุดมาเป็นไปแล้วครับผม
into their wheelhouse as a team with the way they're playing now. He's a little bit more worried about the attacker side for AG. Another dash in, a spot there for Baby Bay.
Spots out too. Going to be a fast flood retake attempt here from AG to try to overwhelm, but Baby Bay continues to be sharp. Another kill found as Fengir falls. He's lobbed in, no grab to be had. But Baby Bay catches another one through the smoke.
มันยิงตามจุดที่คนจะยืนอะซ้ายล่างซ้ายบนไม่เข้าหัวเฉยเลยเอานี่อ่ะนี่อ่ะยังไงทีนี้ยังไงทีนี้
Suddenly a thrifty might just be coming through. Clear the boombot. Leaf has his work cut out for him. Snakebite to try to zone back the player at alley. Swings in, is able to find Kira. Trent. Safe to go ahead and get that spike planted on the floor. AU1 needing to try to somehow isolate and conquer, but with a stinger at that range, this is so unfavored. Leaf will find the finisher, and they get close.
พี่อเล็กบอกว่าสกินกับ AG 5 ครั้งชนะครั้งเดียวแต่พี่อเล็กเล่นแทนหยอกแล้วหลังเติมเอง
So good stuff there. Shrimp, one of those guys you're looking at to do a lot of damage for all gamers. But they're going to take a quick time out here. Want to talk about how they're going to approach this kind of G2 sort of just finding extremities, finding the ability to get onto sites pretty easily.
น่าจะ26-0 ป่ะจบเลย
0เหรอเนี่ยเราเนี่ยโดนละ
ไม่โดนเรานี้ไม่โดน
G2 team.
Hasn't really been given that opportunity yet. G2 just been smothering these players at every twist and turn thus far, barring the last round. Let's see though, off the back of that timeout call, if they can start getting those gears turning in the right direction, it's just going to be another one racked up for G2. It's starting to come online as well. That convergent paths there, the pit available for Leaf, make for a very tricky post plant.
It's like some mid consideration, quick hit even.
There it is. AU1.
Wait.
But you see the glow in the head. You know where he's at. Jogaba just holds down L1 to find the kill.
อยู่ดีก็ออกมามอบเฉยเลย
Viper now eliminated. That's it. G2 just more than happy to kind of pump the brakes off the back of that one. And what timing to be found, Kira. Oh no, trying to go for the paint shells. The worst possible moment.
พวกจังหวะทำมัน
ชื่อพวกเนียนไปหมดชื่อหมดเลย
This is one of those rounds where we want to see the activation of Fengir. Want to see that clutch from Shrimp. Trade this back. I mean, how many 2v4s in the previous series on Split? Let's get a little bit of action here for AG. And as Jogamo sprinting in, will get knocked down. Your Q able to find the one, but they get traded out. Spam coming through. Fracked, forced to be taken by Fengir. Now down to 24, but the heals are going to be there. Now into the 2v4, but it looks like they're just going to be backing away, looking to go for the save.
Yeah, and this is a nice set play for G2 off the rip, right? Really simple stuff. You get a little bit of space in the mid. You use that Prowler just to check ahead to make sure that it's clear enough that you can use the Neon to accelerate up into B Heaven. And then use the convergent paths. There's just not much that AU1 is going to be able to do there. And, you know, the unfortunate position that Kira found himself in. He was over the grenade, and that's basically round over there. It's clean stuff from G2. They're just kind of having their way with AG here so far, and tucked in one in sewers, one in A lobby.
Seems like they should be able to hold on to the weapons. Leaf still a ways away, not going to be able to close that gap in time, so we'll retain those rifles. That's about the only silver lining that you're going to be able to pull out of that previous round. It's a great little catch here. Push forward, pump the brakes.
Yeah.
Kira trying to go for a little delay set up there in mid, but it's the exact wrong timing. Ends up getting caught. You can see the frustration starting to spill out here.
For sure. This is the side of the map where usually you're doing some damage as AG as well, so this has got to be concerning in the back of your minds that you're not able to kind of hold the line like you would like. So they're going to change up
ต้องลำบากแหละครับผมเน้นแม่นไว้ก่อน
Vengir going to be the one to watch A ramp. He's already tucked in pretty far back. Trent just drawing attention in towards mid. You can keep that extra player locked in towards that space. They have to use a boombot to check early because of how aggressive G2 were in the previous round, just to make sure that they're not pushing forward. Here we go.
Dash in, Saturate going to be lobbed over, but Vengir able to strike first. Jogamo going to be taken down. Solid opening kill found for AG. Might just be the best chance for them so
ต้องปล่อยของแล้วแฟนเกียร์
ลีฟด้วยความที่คิดถึงพี่แนทมากๆเลยเอาแฟนทอมนี้มาใช้
มีไม่ได้เป็นไอดอล
Maybe they can cut through ropes if they can get in there. Got to get through Vengir though.
More noise going to be made.
เนี่ยพี่อุ๋ยได้ไวเปอร์ด้วย
Alongside the wall here, the entry to heaven.
Oh, Valen's being so tricky. He put up 2 stars over on the other side.
เฮ้ย G2
falling for this. The rotation
2023
coming in. AU1 starting to join in, reinforce this A side where previously it was the weaker of the two.
สีสัวไม่ได้
Vengir on the reposition now out towards screen. Shrimp still sat here. Backside concussed, not going to connect.
Ui.
Vengir's able to find another. Trent taken down at heaven. Valen now going to be caught. Shrimp starting to come online. Sees the gun barrel. They know exactly where Baby Bay's at. And he's not going to be able to find his way out of the spot. A flawless round for AG to at long last.
ไม่มีอะไรเลยวันนี้กระสุนล้วน
You're going to get a little bit of extra economy in there as well off of that. You're going to have Vengir's ult, couple away from Shrimp and AU1's ult. GRQ
แฟนเกียร์นี่ที่พี่เอ๋บอกว่าใครจะเอานะตอนแร
This
ก
is what I'm
แล้วก็
talking
โดน
about.
จีน
They
ปา
want
ด
to give you that little bit of space, catch you a little bit off guard in your timings when you're trying to go for your execute. This is a perfect setup and a perfect execution. Vengir in particular.
ไม่มันเป็นดาวรุ่งของ KC Academy
You got one on the board finally. See if they can run a few more together here. Give G2 a little bit of trouble.
AG ปาดมาใช้ก่อน
Just a hair away. Baby Bay getting tagged up on that entry. Dives forward, but will find a relatively empty site.
ขัดใจการพุ่งของ Baby Bay
Spike into play could prove to be a little bit difficult, but Leaf is going to look to try to turn that around. As the pit goes up, and Jogamo lurking here at ramp is able to find two.
เจ้า
Vengir dead runs out of bullets, can't find the kill there on the Shrimp, but does find damage.
ได้บรรจุค่าคืออะไรอ่ะมาถึงยังไงน้องอีก
Just to try to suss out where this Viper's disappeared to, but Money's still not in the most stable position. Overall decent for AG.
ไม่กดจริงหรอ
Should try to play this one out. Can they find Leaf? Another smoke to be blooming. Baby Bay cutting across towards back map. Spot on the one. Valen able to find Shrimp. Finds himself a second as GRQ gets taken down. Now it's just AU1 backpedaling out towards safety, trying to stay alive. But they will chase. They will look for blood. Trent going to be the one trying to take him down.
Okay.
Nightfall online off that kill. G2 now up 6-1.
นึกว่ามันจะกดอันติ
It's just a little counter move that G2 makes here in putting Jogamo behind the box at the top of ramps that really hurts AG. It's a good read by G2 in terms of understanding that AG is going to be making a quick rotation. Let's have a player in place that a spot that might catch them off guard, and it absolutely does. If Jog doesn't run out of bullets, he might get 3. Took a little while to get that spray to go through that box. He's going to have his ult. Trent has the Nightfall. A lot of ults. Kira almost to that showstopper, but man, he's had a real struggle here. 1 and 5 on the scoreboard right now for the Rays, and Jog is just off to whoa, he's dead.
นี่รอตรงกลางเลน
Pushing forward into that smoke, and Shrimp is there to greet him. Hello, Baby Bay.
เรียบร้อยครับ
Get on top of Vengir as the refract drags him back.
ไปแล้ว
Find the Punisher 1 for 1.
แล้วไงทีนี้
Exchange on either side.
บีเข้าไซส์
They're just walking their way forward onto the B side. Leap with that spike in hand. Meanwhile, GRQ has managed to hear this, release this over to the team. Ball going to be sent up towards Heaven and Stairs. Going to be getting a catch. Kira one away. If he can find a kill, would give him the showstopper, which could be absolutely monstrous and trying to turn the tides on this round. He shells out towards garage. Not going to find the contact on anybody. Checks over towards drop.
ไม่แน่ข้างล่างสโมกนัวๆได้เล่นอยู่เลยนี่เนี่ย เฮ้ย
Trip now dead. The shorty drawn out. This is Kira there for a brief little moment, but it's going to be BB now. On high, just dancing around this pillar. Keeping him busy, keeping him off the fuse. Another 3K for Baby Bay. As G2 still not allowing for AG to find that second round win.
Yeah, this is just
วาลิ
phenomenal
นม้วน
stuff
ผม
from Baby Bay.
แปลก
Able to find that kill off of his own
เกมก็ไม่ค่อยกดดันเท่าไหร่
ม้วนทำไมวะ
of A Heaven and Valen doing some great stuff there at backside, using that smoke to his advantage. Even though he can't find the follow-up with the shorty just on a timing, the rest of the team there finish the job, and Baby Bay really
รอบไปออฟมันกดดันเหรอ
Starting to get to that point where if you're AG, you've got to be considering potentially that second time out to come through.
ทีมคนละเทียร์เหรอครับก็ใช่ครับอันนี้ประมาณพี่ม.6 กับไอ้น้องอนุบาลเลยอันนี้น่าจะอนุบาล1ด้วยอันนี้
Same time, you have that outlaw in the hands of Leaf, and he could be damn deadly with it.
Right, and he might be squaring off against that ult, that big ult that Kira has. Kira's tucked in with a judge, though, so might not be giving up much there. Trying to play in a position where he should get value out of it at the very least. Fengir dodges the saturate, gets Baby Bay.
Critical kill to be found. Baby Bay's been monstrous so far for G2.
ลีกทีมเก่งมีแต่ว่าไม่ได้มาครับผมไม่สบายบิลลี่ทรงดีสุดแล้วแต่ไม่ได้มา
just force away. U1 reroutes him over towards Alley. 3 players situated here. So relay bolt not going to be connecting onto Jogamo. GRQ able to find Valen. Trent though out onto the Raptors somehow. Unable to find that kill. Leave is going to be good for 1, but he's tagged out. Last one standing and won't be able to find a damn thing. AG, a relatively clean win, commit in with a convergent pass to get themselves a second round win.
แซวหน่อยไม่ได้เลยนะ
Early first kill for Fengir.
เอาจริงทุกที
for slowing down this G2 team. Convergent pass landing nicely. Trent just trying to see if he can get lucky with the one taps while he's saturated up there, but not going to happen. GRQ, nice work holding that site. Nice job anchoring. It's going to give AG some hope. See if they can get this to 7-5. Be a nice bounce back for them going over to their attacker's side.
Oh, what a turnaround it would be.
ไม่พกอนุบาลไม่พก
Talking about the jump peak, spotting him out. Will just back away. Pain Shell's just going to be locked in. One there to receive it, and immediately it's a bit of a disconnect here from G2. Trying to scale their way forward through the vents, come around off this flank, but now Leaf going to be eliminated, and there goes Jogamo. Showstopper finds its target. Fengir now looking for the transfer and takes down both at bats.
มันปีนเชือกอะยิง
โอ้
ยาก
โหเกมมันเล่นง่ายขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอ
Valen, a world away. We'll have a free EB here. We'll be able to clean up the enemy Omen, but it'd have to be an ace clutch, and he's still quite far from recovering the spike.
ไม่น่าไปปลุกเลย
It's a bit of a journey. Love to maybe just hold on to this gun, to be honest. The money's actually getting a little bit weird for G2, so I think at this point you're just going to try to wait this clock out, see how aggressive AG wants to get off of this, but it's just a great hold at A ramp. See how important it is for them to control the extremities now. Kind of finding out that maybe those counter floods that they want to go for, or the denial of executes, isn't really going their way. So a change up of ideology is going to be nice.
เซนตอนนี้ใครเป็นโค้ชนะพี่
Nice setup.
เฮ้ย
Flash and go.
พี่บุ๊กเหรอ
ยังไม่ประกาศเลย
ประกาศแล้วดิ
ประกาศแล้วเหรอ
จำได้ว่าไม่รู้ว่าเห็นเขาลือกันอะในไอ้นี่ไงที่เขาเรียกว่าอะไรนะข่าวในทวิตอะ ที่บอกว่า JK and Code
อย่างนั้นไม่ได้เรียกว่าประกาศดิ
นี่เขาเรียกว่าข่าวลือ
นี่เขาเรียกว่าข่าวลือ
โอ้แต่ไอ้10 เมย์เลยนะใครว่าไอ้ชีฟอะไอ้ชีฟอีสปอร์ตไอ้นั่นไม่เข้มจะ100%
ข่าวลือที่อาจจะใช่
Who knows what happens with that Bucky and hand off the back of that one, but
เขาบอกว่าวงในใช่ปะ
เดี๋ยวนี้มันปิดไม่ได้หรอกเพราะว่าเฟรนลิสต์มันทั่วถึงอะเดี๋ยวนะ
เฟรนลิสอันก็อันหนึ่งอ่ะผมว่าไอ้นี่อีกปะเหมือนแบบว่าพวกไลออเตอร์อะไรเงี้ย
ส่วนมาก
ปิดยาก
ส่วนมากมันหลุดจากเฟรนลิสต์ส่วนมากหลุดจากเฟรนลิสต์ก็อย่างเซนเจเนลอะไลน์อัพมาครบเลยอะตั้งแต่วันแรกอะเพราะว่าเฟรนลิสต์แล้วก็เอามาลงใช่ไหมพอสกิมอีกวันหนึ่งก็เอามาลงซ้ำอีกรอบหนึ่
ทำ
ง
ไมสกิมมันไม่เปลี่ยนไอดีสกิมวะงง
เอ้าไอดีตัวเองเดี๋ยวไม่มีสกิน
ขอเลยออดไหมแบบสกินไอดีที่มีสกินเอามาสกิมเซิร์ฟแยกก็ได้
ไม่มีหรอก
Keep them in check.
มันกลายเป็นข้อมูลหลุดกันเป็นสีสันไปเลยฮะ
very well could just be a timeout call just to try to ice the players on the other side of the stage as well.
Yeah.
Say okay, they built up.
แต่ผมว่ามีนะทีมที่เอาไอ
call
ดี
this one back. There's a potential for them to make this a
ไม่งั้น
5 to
ไม่
7
น่าจะหลุ
half.
ดกันทั้งโลก
And they're out of the ult cycles now. So for G2, it's
เปลี่ยน
your
ชื่อ
turn
ก็
to
ได้
win that ult cycle. Try to really capitalize on that.
Forward smoke set up here. GRQ maybe with a tiny little gap to play around. No. Bloom across the entirety of that garage exit. Well, linger over towards mid from Baby Bay. There's the reveal on to Kira. Just quickly make his exit. Blast packing back across towards safety.
โอ้โห
Fishing for responses.
มีหลักฐานด้วย
ไลน์ไปด้วย
These are fast rotates from AG, man.
Look at the match. G2, but they're going to pump the brakes
ไป
once
ไหนดี
again.
นะ G2
I suspect that they've drawn this attention.
Ui.
They will be able to confirm it, but with his life.
กุ้งเทรดอย่างไว
วางเป้าเฉียบอ่ะ
But now you've got
เงียบปุ๊บเดินดันเลยครับ50 วิ
the pack mentality of G2 could try to come out on top, but Valin around the corner.
ตาย
Gets
ครับ
the
สตาร์
Astro
ขาด
Form.
วันนี้
They see the glow.
โอเค
Get the kill. Kira able to collect that one, and now it's player advantage.
สาววันนี้มันต้องกินน้ำตาเลยเมื่อกี้ตาสลึกเลย
3v4 for the post. Jogamo swinging the corner,
อื
but
ม
Thank you just reading him like a book.
ยิงกันไวขนาดนี้เลยเหรอพี่
เดือดเลยเนี่ย
That
ผมว่า
headshot
ที่เป็นวัย
dash
รุ่น
across, trying to scout for information. It's back across the safety now. Trailblazer to lead the way forward. One at the top of stairs. Trent gonna be tucked here. Has to clear that out. Swings in with his eyes. Svengear finds himself
เชื่
another.
อแล้วว่าเดือด
เดือดตัวนี้เดือด
Babyface presence confirmed in heaven by the guiding light. He will fall. Shrimp able to collect it. That timeout call from G2 might have just bit them in the rear.
ตื่นเฉยเลย AG
Get up to 4.
They're just really sharp right now. They're reading the map really, really nicely. That two-man push out of B main, a difference maker. They're playing together here. They're always going in at least pairs if they can help it. Then you got Fangir, who's really hitting some good shots, winning some big battles out on the extremity there. Okay, starting to feel like
คือจัง
this
หวะ
gets to
ฝั่งผู้
5,
เล่น
man.
ของทีมที่
I
ต้อง
think
แพ
I'm
นสไป
starting to
แม่ง
believe
เดือ
in
ดน้อย
AG.
กว่าคือแม่งต้องไอ้นี่ไว้เลยว่ามันแม่งดันเช็คอะดันเบาแน่นอน
Solid start to this one,
แทบ
but
จะ
they're
ทุกทีม
struggling to try to find any real impact in these last couple rounds. Now we go into that last round of the half. Conversion paths going
ไม่
to
งั้น
be
มันกดดัน
available
ไง
for him.
ไอ้ฝั่งกันมันรั่ว
ไอ้กุ้งมันใช้สเปรย์กุ้งด้วยพี่นะพี่
Toss for divide going to be called in. Shrimp opening up with that Odin, but we'll just push in
มัน
front of
น่า
the
ชอบเป็น
wall.
การส่วนตัว
Backs away, swaps the weaponry. Now a Vandal in hand as the Trailblazer goes forward to scout, and we'll find that no one's really gotten themselves
ผมมัน
forward
เอา
onto
ชัวร์
the
จั
site
ดอะ
quite just yet. Flash through. Valen able to find the one, but Kira there for the
มา
trade.
แล้วครับ
GRQ now trying to get a piece of the
โร
pie.
ยตัว
Bloodbath. It's one that G2
รุ่นเทรดดี
narrowly do manage to come out on top of. Single player advantage, but he won Fangir. Still alive. The double dash across over into elbow. Has to refract back to heaven.
โอเค
And has the backstab.
มาจาก
Gets
ไหน
the 3K.
เนี่ย
It's G2. An 8 and 4 half.
Yeah, it's a really nice read here by G2, expecting the counter flood. Deal with it. They have the angle density. Really nice stuff right on the edge of that cosmic divide.
Well, it's a really solid start here for G2. Decent little recovery from AG. Let's see if they can find the pistol, try to jumpstart the engine in the second half.
พี่ว่ามันจะมีคนในที่ทำงานของไลออดคิดบ้างไหมว่าแบบจังหวะจังหวะแยปปิ้งอ่ะคุยก่อนแมตช์อะไรเงี้ยให้แม่งลดเวลาลงหน่อยเป็นความสนุกสนานเฮฮา
พวกนี้เหรอ
พวกฮาล์ฟไทม์อย่างเงี้ยแม่งโห2 หรือ 3 นาทีนานจัด
น่าจะไม่นะเอนเตอร์เทนคนในงานด้วยไง
เข้าใจได้มาดาบอกผมพร้อมแล้วครับที่จะไปแก้แค้นเปเปอร์เล็กเจอแน่ครับ 2-0
ป้ายบอกตูอิดฟอร์ซอมด้วยนะเอาเรื่อง
พี่ว่ารอบนี้ NRG ชนะเปเปอร์เล็กป่ะ
ไม่แน่นะรอบนี้รู้สึกน่าจะไม่ออกทรงเดิม
This opening map between AG and G2. G2, a very hot streak. Opened the door a little bit, allowed for those 4 rounds to come through for AG.
เอาไปที่อาหารเยอะมากรอบที่แล้ว
Have another hot start. Try to just shut AG completely out of their map pick.
Yeah, this pistol really, really important here. AG, oh man, that last round, if they could have got it to go, but
ผมว่าหนองชิมแชมป์แน่เลย
Look at this map. Expecting mid pressure. This is something AG loves to do here. Odd split. Just try to create space in the mid and use that as a pivot point.
คือมันโหดมากนะตอนเนี้ยสัมผัสได้เลยมันโหดในลีก
But right now AG showing something they don't usually
ต้องรอมันไม่ลั่น
want to go over towards B main, but they get stopped by the grab to the snake bite.
Oh, just dragging them together. The shots flying out, and Lee was able to find the first, and Jogamo just pushing down into mid, catching AU1 over at Ramen. Does he do a good amount of damage to Jogamo down to 11. Chance for a freebie kill here, but Fengir
อยากกระโดดครับ
just managed to find the dink.
โอเค
Oh, taken low, but there's the jump off the back of the satchel. AGRQ going to be good for another, but now that's the spike in hand dropped over towards Alley.
แล้วอยู่ดีทวิตผมก็เน่าแบบงง
Shrimp, the aforementioned clutch king for this team.
ทวิตทำไมอ่ะ
Needs to prove it again, but
ผมมันกระตุกจัดเลยเมื่อกี้
across to A. This could catch G2
เฮ้ย
a bit off guard. Maybe give him some time to try to isolate these kills. It looks like that's exactly what
แล้วพี่กุ้งคัดไงพี่กุ้งคัด
Probably going to figure it out in about 3, 2, 1. Jog's already on his way.
Starting to sprint his way across. The other two just going to be playing together. Don't want to split up unnecessarily here. So the plan now to come in, Jogamo. Take him down.
Trent 2 really weak, 28.
This is very doable for Shrimp. No further util available on either side.
โล2ไม่แน่นะ
Just come down to game sense as well as just the ability to isolate and conquer. But Jogamo, even with the health disadvantage, just finds the shot. Shrimp eliminated, and that's another pistol going the way of G2.
Yeah, this is just a great protocol setup for G2. They don't get any pressure in mid. No real heavy pressure, so they just kind of keep pressing, and then they have the grab well and the snake bite set up, and it's perfect. And
just can't escape it.
Yep, Kira's just doomed. Huge there that Jog gets that kill too. Don't give Shrimp any chance. He has been monstrous in clutches over in China, keeping him out of the equation, keeping him from getting hot. That's huge. Got a judge for Jog, a couple stingers, Bulldog for Trent, Baby Bay with the Outlaw. Gonna go for that scoped weapon.
Jog for now, he's ready for that waylay to maybe just come landing up onto the rafter. And there he goes. And there goes Fang. It's just well read overall. Jump out of the smoke. And here will be able to collect the kill, but Trent to Sarah for the covering fire. Meanwhile, Whiffy on the first shot. Baby Bay could have taken that refract back over to safety. Meanwhile, AU1 getting the jump on the flank. Doesn't manage to collect another one, so some damage going to be dealt here. As well as the spike planted. Shrimp now with a judge in hand at elbow to try to protect this and pull off the thrifty win.
เนี่ยไอ้กระบอกนี้แหละไอ้มังกรเนี่ยกระบอกนี้แหละภัยร้าย
Dash over, trying to scale forward, close that distance. He cannot. It's just going to be recovered though, and GRQ putting it to use for one, but cannot dissuade Trent from finding the 4K.
คมจัด
Fuse to be passed over, you would expect. Get that Nightfall fast tracked. G2 now up to 10-round wins.
Still really nice pressure that they're able to create. I kind of like this in terms of follow-up game plan. Even though you lose one to Jog there, he just antis you. Trent's going to get 4. Be fast tracking that Nightfall, but you know, you're able to confuse. You're able to come up on the back of ramp when G2's not expecting it. Get a freebie there. So a couple nice little things. At least able to do some pretty decent damage. Jog's going to be on a Bucky. I don't think Valen's going to buy it. Well, he goes for the Stinger, of course.
But this has to be the round.
Yeah,
you cannot afford to have another bonus conversion. G2 pull that off. Let's stick a fork here and split.
น่าใช้ภาษาอังกฤษครับมันเด็กรัสเซียอายุ18
Microphone activated.
Still 2 players lingering outside of A. The other 3. Some pressure applied around garage. Now look to try to scale their way into mid. They get the spot on the leaf. Big rotations though as Jogamo and Trent look to reinforce from that male side.
Now they're going to try to see if they can get a reaction.
Lobbed in the one-way. Trailblazer going to be cleared out.
Man, I'm worried for him. This has got to feel weird getting vents for free like that. There was that haunt though.
That suspicion is very well earned. Jogamo just staying tucked into the corner, safe as ever. Long Leaf playing close to right side of this A main exit into the site.
Oh, but you have B main control, so you can lean Trent a little bit over towards A. Jog won't be too far behind, coming from Mail.
Flash out over towards the corner. There's a spot out. Fangir turns back, is able to find that kill, swings in, looks for a little bit more, but eats a shot from Baby Bay, but it's going to be damage traded back. Jogamo, however, now for the backstab. Able to find the kill, wants to hold on to the Bucky, it would seem. Could go for the weapon swap, and will do so eventually. Meanwhile, Plant's going to be coming through. 4v4 at the moment. AG. Can they hold their ground?
Feels like it comes down to Fangir and his timings.
Pressure being applied on that ramp side, at least not at the moment. Jogamo able to just get pushed up all the way around towards the back side and catches timing on the Shrimp. Looks for a little bit more. Cannot find that kill, and now it's just Baby Bay. The Outlaw on hand.
ทางชีวิตเปลี่ยน
Can he find some more damage? Can he find a clutch? Right now, for the moment, looking unlikely.
เนี่ยคนเชียร์ว่ะ
This time around,
denying
the bonus conversion from G2. Push down, the shots coming in, looking for it, but yeah, Baby Bay will end up falling. Big round from GRQ, 3K for the Omen. AG halfway to tying it up.
Yeah, he's had some really nice stuff here today. It's not one of the players that's going to get talked about a lot on this AG squad, but he's showing up big when they need it most. Fangir, of course, still having some impact, but crossfire they have set up on the backside ends up working out. I got a bit worried there when Shrimp just got caught staring into Narnia. But somehow, some way, they're able to get it to go through, and Fangir didn't really even need to get involved.
I believe he was looking for the haunt. So I was looking to try to clear that, but it's just, you know, good timings from G2. All the same, can't convert the round off of that one, so still alive and well, RAG. Spectre in hand here for Valen. Unable to quite get up to a full rifle. Well, double duelist push out from G2. Looking to try to maybe catch AU1.
Jog's got his ult too.
Oh, there's the spot. AU1 snappy with a headshot. It's the punishing. Yep, Jog's got the ult, but he's gonna have to use it maybe in the next round.
Scout destroyed.
They're being really slow, really methodical. RAG. Normally, they're kind of just like, you give us space, we're going to take it. But I think they're just very afraid. They don't really understand yet how G2 wants to play, and they need to start kind of piecing it together round by round. And they're starting to now claim some of that territory. Going to try to set up a crunch over towards B.
TP to backside. Valen looking to try to clear it. No. We'll just intercept as soon as he plants his feet. A lot of timing to be found, as well as the weapon now upgraded. Valen posts up on top of the box. Dropping down, Shrimp trying to scale forward, up and over. He goes, looks for that transfer, cannot manage to find it, but Trent still here, still fighting. There's the backstab on the AU1. It's looking decent for a brief little moment there for AG, but G2, they suss it out. That catch from Valen is everything.
Yeah, this is one of those big brain plays from Valen. He's waiting out that TP, and he gets it right as GRQ commits to it. And then that buys so much time because they take forever to try to clear him out of there. They're really being slow about working in towards that site. I'm not seeing that typical kind of Kira dives in. The rest of the team's trying to back.
Microphone
อย่าง
muted.
นี้แหละครับโซนพวกโซนดูบอลอย่างเงี้ยแหละ
As a G2, you never really know what you're going to get other than a hell of a lot of entertainment.
I'm looking forward to some more Harbor stuff because I love the tech that G2 had there on Abyss. We'll get to that later. Judge for Jog. Nightfall for Trent now. So you do have Shrimp's ultimates. You have some ability with the cabbages to get a little bit of info. Here we go. They're just going to push through towards mid, I think. But here goes Fengir. Some dive potential.
Fracked at the ready. Early lobbing on that saturate, just trying to get a catch, but nobody home. Jogamo now going to maybe consider rotating down into the vent itself. Can hold that from below with that Judge in hand.
ก็โหดอยู่นะ
อินดิวด้วยสกิลโหดอยู่
T2 เน้นจัดเลยดินี่อ่ะอันนี้เป้าโคตรคลีนเลย
Jogamo going to be taken down. The Seeker's now going to be lobbed in, but Leaf is able to find one. The trade coming in is AU1. Strikes him down, gets him back into a player advantage position. And Trent, similarly, caught off guard, just not ready for the push. Fengir outdoes him. Now it is just Valen and Baby Bay to see if they can make any kind of go of this. They're very disconnected from one another.
Yeah, and I mean, Valen still only has a Spectre. He's going to be able to grab an upgrade, though, along the way.
Get the one in mid, but
they even go for this. I don't think they will.
Going to have their work cut out for him. Without anybody swinging in, peeking into Baby Bay. Trying to pull this off. Does seem unlikely. Valen doesn't even want to make the noise with a swap of the weapon. We'll just hold on to that Spectre for now. It's the ping out, and maybe we'll just tuck away, see if he can find anybody on the exit. Well, yes, he will. Cleans up one, but the time has been given over, so G2 just have to back away, save these two rifles. AG, the timeout call, working a treat this time around. Get themselves up to 6 once again, a 5-round deficit.
Yeah, and even though G2 tries to throw kind of an extra body at the problem in towards that male control, AG's still able to take it. And that's really, really nice. A little bit of late util coming through. You know, able to take some space, and then Jog tries to play off that Nightfall to see if he can catch him off guard, but it's Fengir holding the line there, giving a lot of space over so that Judge couldn't really do any damage. Very, very nice discipline. And a little bit pacier, not super fast or anything, but a little bit pacier there where they're confident to keep taking space, keep scaling forward. That's what I want to see a little bit more of in the long run for AG. This looks like just a fake over towards B to buy a little bit of attention early, and then a quick pivot over in towards A. Of course, you got to watch for Jog again. They've already seen him peek out once down through A main. This time around, not going to be there, and they're just going to go for the big push. Usually it's going to be Kira who's just going to dive onto the site proper. He's only got a Guardian here. Let's see if they want to change up that idea because of that.
Angel's going to be locked in over towards Elbow. Now Blast packing up over the top, looking for the kill here on the Baby Baby. It has to drop away. It's overwhelmed.
รัวเลย
Maintaining control over main. Going to be
ลงมาโดนดูด
gets the spot out, swaps back to the bucket. It's going to be Fengir now. Previously dove forward. It's able to find two. The duelist of G2 eliminated.
ยิงไม่หยุดเลย
He is untouched, but Shrimp is tagged down to 7. This would be a monstrous 2v3. He's trying to run this one back and deny the map point away from G2. That's a great start, Fengir. Instantaneous with the kill. Convergent paths now at the ready, going to be considered. So both players going to be stunned on the corner, and Balance strikes in, finds it. As Fengir looks for the ace clutch. 7 bullets remaining in the mag. Balance on the corner, tagged up. Fengir still somehow completely untouched, but Trent will play him in. Plant his feet, find the headshot, and G2 will find their way up to map point.
เดือดจัดซะตัวนี้
All the util
เป้ามันโคตรโหดอะ
Great reactions from G2 as AG tries to make their big execute. Just gumming up the works. Some stuns landing onto Kira. And even though Fengir gets tucked into the corner, and my God, does he give it a good effort. Look at Trent here. Woo! He was the one trying to bait, and he gets the kill. And oh yeah, Fengir not happy.
He's doing so much. Absolutely should have felt like he could have got that one over the line. And now AG needs 6 rounds in a row. The pit now blooming, locking off mid. Jogamo rotating through the vent. Just looking to reinforce this position. Still do have Trent and Baby Bay to hold down this A site.
You would think this would be a tough round here. You're not going to be able to get that mid control easily. You're on a weaker buy. As AG, there's that cosmic divide for retakes, and Baby Bay's got the first kill.
That's the top fragger now gone.
จบเลยครับ ตัดบอสได้จบเลย
Energy power taken away from you. Here at the same time. Love to see him just try to
ไอตัวนี้รัสเซียไหม
this orb, but Jogamo's
มาจาก
right there
KC
on the other side of
Academy
that smoke.
ไอ18
Just not safe enough for him, so cannot get that showstopper online quite just yet. Jump peek from Baby Bay, plays in Trent at Heaven, calls out. Sees GRQ, the kill to come through. Saturate the C's, the grab well. AU1 going to be just grabbed, locked in positions. The pit now blooming. Baby Bay quickly chasing forward into this one. Couple players there on high. Trent to be taken down, but Baby Bay now finding Shrimp in exchange. And
ไม่เนียนไม่เนียน
from the realize it would seem like,
PG
but Kira gets found, and it's going to be 13-6. G2 mopping the floor with AG on AG's
cruise control for most of this. A few rounds here and there that AG showed some life, some really nice stuff overall from Fengir, but not enough.
Now need a big reset, need to shake off that first map loss, come in to this next one of Abyss even stronger if they do not want to fall to the lower bracket very swiftly. But G2 off to a ripping start here in the playoffs.
Microphone muted.
กี่โมงแล้วน้องพี่ชัย โอ้ยไม่มีภาพจบไปเนี่ยแหละ4 โมงอ๋อ คุณน้องฟ้าสวัสดีครับประเมินจีนเมื่อกี้หรอไม่ค่อยมีอะไรครับมันพึ่งแฟนเกียร์เยอะตั้งแต่ตอนมาแล้วแต่ก็ดูมีทรงขึ้นนะดูแบบเป็นทีมขึ้นตอนจีนหนูใส่อันยับกว่านี้ทรงไม่ค่อยดีเดี๋ยวนี้ polling rate เมาส์8,000มีถึงนานแล้วครับแต่คนไม่ค่อยใช้กันส่วนมากจะ4,000 2,000 1,000ลีกจีนปีนี้ดูดรอปต้องไปนั่งดูอ่ะมันจะชัดเลยอ่ะไปตามดูตามดู EDG ตามดู Scary อยู่ดูแล้วแบบไม่ค่อยเน้นแท็กติกเท่าไหร่เน้นยิง
I mean, let's be real. Like, I feel like of all the opponents, like, I think there's a lot of like threats on the other side. So, you know, but they're still very formidable. That's the thing. So I was scouting. The more I was more impressed about like how strong they were in terms of their double dives and their skill, and just like we can't get caught out by Bangir. I think he's an impressive player. So. In terms of expectations, I think our game plan worked really well in stifling and not giving them that many openings. And yeah, that's a result for map 1.
Thank you for your honesty and not the PR answer. Thank you.
A strong start for G2 to open these playoffs, and it did feel a little PR.
A little bit of PR, just a tiny bit.
He used the word formidable.
But also, he was given respect to Fangir, who was actually giving them a little bit of trouble.
He was the best player from AG. He had some moments.
But let's be real. I mean, this is a tier gap that we're witnessing at the moment, and that is on AG's, admittedly, like what should be their best map. So at the moment, it is looking rough out here for China.
And Josh, I'm going to give you a moment to crash out first. Some positives. Your favorite player, Bea, Baby Bay.
Bunker, Baby Bay, sorry.
Sorry.
Different year.
The one American player you like. He had a pretty good map.
Yes, and I was not saying the nicest thing about him beforehand. But I think that in general, Baby Bay and the rest of the team just took advantage of how many unforced mistakes were on the other side. I think that in many of these circumstances, yes, they were able to find a lot of value even with nothing, but I don't think that they needed to break their heads. I like the fact that Josh wanted to put it like that, and I think that maybe we've been treated to many Chinese teams or any of the teams like having crazy runs and us just going with them and cheering for them, but I feel like this one was a different beast. It's good to see that Baby Bay is showing this form. Do not get me wrong, but I just cannot help but wonder if it would have been any other opponent, if he would have been in this form.
I like that double dash that he did into the Heaven Smoke there on the AXX, because Fangear, the way that he normally plays, if you watch the AG VODs, he floods into sight, he puts that refract, and he goes back up into it. So punishing him a little bit on the site and then ready to catch the refract. I mean, they've done the homework. They know what to expect, they know the threats, and they actually did a really good job at neutralizing them. So, yeah, credit to G2 for a very dominant map one, to be honest.
Yeah, the game planning was solid. I like the early rounds where they were like embedding jaw ramp, baiting out that re-clear, and then destroying them there. It was solid from G2. But we do have to talk about AG. You can do it. I'm gonna give you the length of this B-roll package. Go.
Okay, so here you see the Viper taking contact here, not snake biting early enough, and then also not tucking behind the box. They need a bit more respect in that situation. They're too slow to make these decisions. Kira also, I think this one is inexperienced. Playing on the stage, maybe not accustomed to the new feel of how the audio works. Just insane to be pulling your nade out there. This ramp re-clear, they also didn't have a clue what was going on. They didn't realize that a player could be on the right side for some reason. They boombot left, but they don't actually hard clear behind the box. I mean, these are basic errors, and Kira should have been the guy to look at for AG on this map. Instead, it wasn't him, it was Fangear, but in theory, Kira, last time I watched him play Split, he's dropping 31 kills, he's dominating the game. You know, he's super comfortable. I think for him, it looked more like a choking issue. For AG overall, yeah, there's a bit of a tear gap, I think, here.
Okay. I think that what we always said in Spain is never interrupt your opponent while he's making a mistake. And so many of those, most of those, were completely unforced because, you know, you can create those scenarios, but we've seen like team flashes and this and that. It has to do, and it has to be the nerves, the fact that you're going up against an opponent that you knew already was going to be very strong, but maybe it's even exceeding those expectations once you're on stage.
We'll talk more about those issues in a moment. For now, I want to hear the diagnosis from AG's coach, ED101, going into map 2.
Here with ED101 of All Gamers. Now, Coach, when you picked G2, what were you trying to leverage? And what's been different from what you maybe expected coming into today?
想要问到 ED101教练的就是你们当时选择 G2 的时候，你们会怎样去分析对方的弱点？包括说今天整体打完之后，你又会有什么跟你的预期有些冲突不一样的？
我觉得其实不管选谁吧，都很難打嘛，因為我們第一次參加這種大賽，經驗上很欠缺。G2 相比較就是跟他們打不能犯錯誤，一旦有一些
น้องไม่ใช้เลือกเมาส์อยู่หรอ
低級的失誤，他們也會抓住。
ใช้เยอะมันต้องชาร์จบ่อยนะ
优势扩大刚才其实我们也做了
ลำบากเหมือนกัน
包括他们双塔怎么进攻怎么打
เลือกเมาส์อ่ะ
我们防守可能有一些太想对方怎么打了然后失去了一些我们自己的东西而且就是
คนอื่นมันแม่นกว่าก็ต้องตามนั้น
完全没有发挥出来该有的枪法而且一些回防的细节做的也不是特别好丢了关键残局然后这个滚雪球上来然后比分就拉开了对
I gotta say, all the teams who qualify for the playoff, for the elimination, they're a super experienced team. But for us, I think we are kind of lack of the experience, especially on the global stage. So, I mean, in the 4 teams, maybe 3 teams, why we pick G2 is, I think they are played super strong.
ลองนี่ไหม Viper V4 ไหมตัวใหม่อ่ะ
mistakes when we face them.
อันนี้ก็น่าสนใจนะ
really small mistake, they just gonna punish us really hard. And today we watched a lot of like the VODs of G2 and we try to analyze them a lot. And I think the strategy that's tailored to G2 is pretty solid. But I mean, on the defense side, on the defender side, we just focused on them too much instead of focus on ourselves. So we just forgot our game plan, our game style in that case, and we just kind of like nervous also. So that's why we lost map 1. Hopefully we can play good on map 2.
Yeah, map 2, you be yourself. All gamers.
An insightful answer there from their coach. He's crediting not only inexperience, but mistakes getting punished from G2. Are you aligned with him in what went wrong?
I think that also what he said about the I think that what he said about the first half about the defense, I think that towards the end of it we saw a little bit of more of what I expected, what I was saying of them being reactive, of the other team making the first step and then just them making a decision, and that's how they managed to get at least 3 rounds on the board.
Okay, agent select map 2 of Abyss, and it's a mirror. That's a change for all
Harbor
gamers to
ว่ะ
pick up this Harbor comp.
It's a big change. They used to play the veto here. I think the veto doesn't make too much sense, to be honest with you, into what G2 are running, but it would have been fine. It would have been interesting.
2 แมตช์
Instead,
นี่
you
แห
did
ละ
the Harbor Mirror. I actually think
เอา
Harbor
แล้ว
on this map
3
looks really strong. Valen was playing it beautifully. I want to see if the theory's there for all gamers, and I also want to see if GRQ can put up some big performances on Waylay. He struggled a little bit last time they played it, but he was actually, he had some all right rounds on split. He was getting pressured a couple times and coming up big in anchor positions.
I really hope that now that now all gamers has the chance to start on the attack and dictate the tempo. Yes, G2 did a very good job in finding and catching them off guard in some of the mistakes that Saisha you were showing. And I think that now that they're starting on the attack, they have the chance to set their own pace, especially with the Harbor, especially with the new things that they're going to implement.
Well, a new composition changing into G2 style. Is that what it takes for all gamers to turn it around? Or is the tier gap real? And a quick 2-0 for G2. We find out into Abyss with Achilles and Paperclip.
Thank you very much. Here we go. AG needing to rebound as we go into Abyss. But as the desk was just highlighting, there is this big comp change as we're going to have a Harbor v. Harbor for the first time.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting that AG did want to switch things up, but I agree with the desk. I think it makes a little sense. I don't think you're getting a ton of value out of the veto against the composition that G2 runs. You're not going to find necessarily huge value out of an interceptor, things like that. And frankly, AG struggled a bit on this map, so maybe a change up is exactly what the doctor ordered, but I'm going to need some step up here behind Fangir. Fangir, he's been really good on this map for them on the Yoru. He can really do damage, get that op into his hand, get those snipers into his hand, and he can really start taking over rounds. Players on the backside, like AU1, like Kira, I think really need to be stepping up in that second line and that back line to keep them in this map.
So far, the pistols have been elusive. Let's see if that continues as the barriers do drop. And off the rip, just going to be a drone forward, scouting out a main. Trent, the only one really at home here on this site. Doesn't look like he has been spotted, but smoke now blooming. Spike getting ready to be rotated in. I think you're still a world away. Doesn't have a quick gate crash, but it looks like it's just going to be some pressure. Ramp up that orb, fast track that Harbor ult. Meanwhile, triple presence from G2 in mid.
Trying to check to see if there's been any fast rotations. They're getting a little bit of a response, so it's going to pause up, set Kira into mid here.
โอเครู้แล้วว่าหลอก
For those rotations, watch for any lurks as best as he can.
Setting up this start. Nebula going to be blooming.
ถือว่าทำได้ดี
to come through, double walk down. Talking about watching for this, collecting the elimination.
อุตส่าห์ตัดตัวโรเทตได้อุตส่าห์มีตัวตัดโรเทตยิงไม่โดนนะเป้าสะอาดเลยดูดิ
Rotating up top, gets the dink there on the Juggernaut, has the finisher, but Trent quickly trades it back. Maintains the player advantage.
หมดเลยครับ
Explosion of death, Trent with a second and Baby Bay with 2 of his own. Another pistol in the hands of G2, another opening round.
Yeah, and again, it's just really good methodical stuff from G2. They're finding the player.
อันนี้จริงๆ AG ทำสวยนะวินเนี่ย
They can set up for their execute pretty safely behind Valentine.
แต่ตัวตัดโรเทตยิงไม่โดนครับ
Still gets the relay bolt out in time. Again, the follow-up right there from Trent to immediately deal with Fangir. And then it's just Baby Bay from up on high, doing a really nice job. Valen came in today. I could see he was pumped up, walking on the stage. He was clapping. He was hyping up the crowd. He's doing it here again. Wants to rally Chile behind him. And they're doing a great job of it just in their own gameplay. It's a couple stingers. Marshall for Baby Bay.
Plenty of firepower. Bandit and the Ghost on the opposite side. And his opening shock dart. Not going to find any purchase. Just be the grab of the orb. AU1.
Fangir did grab a Ghost. You do have a Bandit for AU1, so a little bit of extra oomph here on the Zico.
Recon out. It's going to be a back pedal from Baby Bay. Put up some space with that Marshall at the same time. Ping reveal onto 1. Quick little snap back. Break of that cove. Now the push forward with the plant getting ready to come through. Nebula's dropping it backside. Jog him out into the open there for a brief little moment. Spots out multiple players. Once again, seems to be the sacrificial lamb, but not before he's able to find another kill. Fangir will fall. Baby Bay eventually overwhelmed. But we've just traded places. The 2 remaining players and out. Just the 1 completely shifted away from where the spike had been planted. Kira with this Marshall. Ooh. Quick scope for the headshot, but cannot stop the defuse. maybe look for a little bit more damage. As Trent goes up and over the top, he's looking for that kill. And eventually will be able to find it. The two players surviving, some decent damage found here for AG. But it is a 2-0 start for G2 once again.
Yeah, just their decision to be a little bit more aggressive. Try to catch D2 a bit off guard. Works pretty well. You throw some of that Astra util at the front of the door. You just set up some crossfires of their own. That's a nice shot from Kira. For sure. But at the end of the day, it is going to be G2. Bulldog, couple stingers, not much able to be carried over into this bonus. So good opportunity here for AG to get on the board again. Look at this
silent right of the rope, and yep, Jogamo immediately storming down mid. Two players alongside him.
เก่งครับฮาร์เบอร์เก่ง
Control, but seemingly anticipated as Kira plays back
แบบนี้พวกวอลอะไรก็เอามาประยุกต์ใช้ได้ดีเลยดิปิดหลังซ้ายปิดข้างบนไอ้ฮาร์เบอร์นี่ออนแบบนี้เวเลดีกว่า
Does strike, but now the other two players well aware of his position. He's going to be rerouted. Right on the sides, they try to find the surround on him.
อุ้ย
And there's the stun coming through. Valen able to collect it.
เรียบร้อยเลยครับ
Similarly, going to be taken down.
ปิดหูปิดตา
Is there for G2 as they look to convert another bonus.
3 คนต้องดิ้นหน่อยนะกุ้ง
Watch GRQ. Could go for the backstab through heaven.
Playing it patiently for now. Good damage.
แสบแฟนเกียร์เลย
Here, looking to try to confirm that kill, but Valen with the recovered Phantom is going to have it, and they're just defusing it all the while. It's a MasterCard Thrifty. G2 converting it, looking to take everything away. Will be able to survive, but it's another 3-0 start for G2.
And this attacker side.
แต่เป้าแฟนเกียร์มันไอ้นี่เดียวดูแบบคีนจัดอะ
Utilization of the storm surge there by Valen. Oh my God, baby Bay.
Let's go.
That's what I like to see. Nice shot with the sheriff.
ยิงให้หายคิดถึงโจนาสพีเลยนี่เล่นเนี้ย
In towards security and just not going great. Like some of the ideas, like the way they're using the code to block off ropes when they go in on the site in that eco round. But
here's another change up. G2 haven't played this early aggression outside of A main, but it's going to be Jogamo take it down. So solid kill. Found out maybe gone as well. Looking for Thrifty of their own. AG.
อาจจะใช่อาจต้องพิสูจน์เพิ่มอีกหน่อย
Two-player advantage already established. And now, expounded upon, Valen has fallen. Saturate into the back. AU1 from up on high is able to take down Trent. Now it is just Lee with an outlaw in hand.
พอเลดดิ
Kill anybody that he's manages to connect with, but I'm not sure if he's really going to be given the opportunity at all. This little setup, this trap attempt from G2 just does not really work out in their favor whatsoever.
No, trying to show a different look, and it just gets dissected. Having some of those short-range weaponries to deal with the neon.
Swing around the back, and two snappy shots. Leaf will take that every day. Now has the weapon upgrade. Try to find a little bit more damage, but the exits are going to be there. Mid being watched as well. Kira here and ready. Make sure that he doesn't carry that weaponry over. So AG this time a lot earlier. Get themselves on the board.
Yeah, it's just winning a fight here. Kind of playing a little anti-neon. Then Fengir have that double layer there with those duelists. It's exactly what you're going to need more of. Nice shots from Leaf. Gets the headshot there even at the end. That's probably a nice confidence booster. You're also going to have a couple ults now for AG. You're going to have the Harbor ult. You're going to have the Astra ult.
One charge each from that Hunter's Fury as well as the Dimensional Drift. A lot to try to work with here.
See if they just go for some kind of set execute off that Reckoning.
Up and over the top, looking for that stun back sight. Dash across, Baby Bank, sitting towards Connector. But himself saves the spike, gets brought to bear, and Baby Bank does get tagged down.
สมองเป็นสมองได้แบบ4 ทีอะไอ้
GRQ going to be losing his life, but Leaf is going to be quickly traded out. Fengir for a little bit more. Wall falling, the flank noted. Baby Bay does manage to find the one, but AU1 trades it right back.
ผมดิมันซัดกันที่กระสุนนะ
Lock them out of this sight. AG know just how desperately they need these round wins early. Stun avoided the recon. Going to be cleared. The swing out of the smoke. Trent to his demise, and now Valen going to be spotted as well. Backpedals to the opposite side of the wall, but it will be fading here shortly. 3 bullets in hand. EU1 unable to find it. Balin now, they're trying to play this one out.
He can just
Fury still available, but there's the grab to start it. So you're not going to be getting that Sova ult out, it would seem. Shrimp will go ahead and confirm that he is not on the defuse. He hears Kira around the back, I believe, but will still get caught in AG. 2 rounds in a row, 1 away from tying it up. Looking very alive and well so far here on Abyss.
Yeah, they're dealing really quickly with some of these tricky plays that G2's trying to bring in. They use the high tide there to try to set up Leaf to push through, and he's only going to get 1 before Fangir reacts, so that's really nice play from him. Kira watching for that
สกิลตัว C ครับ
This is really well thought out stuff, really well game planned for all gamers. They're starting to get a grip onto their nerves, onto this match, although you're going to have a ton of ultimates for G2 in this eco. They could throw at you, in particular Jog's overdrive, something you'd love to avoid if possible. Fangir sitting on his ult, Shrimp with that Hunter's Fury as well.
Double dash forward, GRQ just going to be a quick refract back, doesn't see anything. Well, that mid door going to be broken, but it's going to be a silent drift away here from AG. Able to avoid this trap setup once again from G2 as they had the quad stack on A.
Yeah, I like this a lot. Oh, and even using the drift over here. Get a little bit extra info just to make sure that B is going to be a little bit safer. Just have that Bucky of Leafs to worry about.
ไหวตัวทันหรือเปล่า
Leaf
อุ๊ย
just staying tucked away. Blooms there as well. The swing of the corner and
เอ้า
hit off.
โอ้โหลิฟ
Clip it into the shoulder, not finding center mass.
ไม่
Kira
เจ็บ
able to
เล
stay
ย
alive. The spike now planted. Felt like that Bucky is the real win condition and trying to pull off a thrifty. Smoke now going to be falling.
โอเค
Up over the top of the Raptors, able to find a quick little transfer. Cleans up a second elimination.
แมปเขาเราเก่งอยู่เนี่ย
That's the overdrive
ที่เจ้าไม่ได้เล่น
Jogamo had pulled the trigger on that one. Certainly is going to be regretting it. Baby Bay around the back, Sheriff in hand. Nice little clean 1-tap. I don't think he's going to be able to find anything more. The warning shot's ringing out. Now U1 positioned here in mid. Creeping forward, it's just going to be a frantic spray and pray. Cleans him up in AG. Tie it up at 3-3.
Okay. Starting to do some nice stuff on the map. Really being cautious about where the players are, making sure they've got good information before they really commit to anything. Using that drift, they invest a couple ultimates in this round against an eco just to make sure it goes. And anybody who watches China knows that ecos can be problematic for teams in that region.
Sure.
So you want to make sure that you're not giving any extra opportunities over towards G2. Baby Bay is going to have that up, though. We know what he can do with it. He's put up some highlight reel performances with it over in Americas. They're going to take some mid-control here. They like to get Fangir up in towards vents a lot of times on some of these attack rounds, try to see if they can create some extra pressure that way. For now, just looking for that response, and Baby Bay is getting really aggressive over here.
Pushed all the way forward, here's the drone. We'll just clear that one. Sending out the warning shot, letting him know that the operator is here, but it looks like AG picking up the spike, might just look to try to play into it.
Well, I think they feel like, okay, well, that op's probably on its own. We have a harbor, we have some good util that can maybe clear it.
Meanwhile, Kira finding Jogamo once again.
แปลกๆว่ะเหมือนจะเมากระสุนหรือเปล่า G2 ตอนนี้
allowing for the deep push, that fast flank to come through. Convergent paths drawn out, ready, sent now from Baby Bay. Looking for the catch. We'll get on to a couple players who swiftly do make their exits. That has them held back here for the moment.
Spot time.
Re-swing in. Recon for backside at the ready. Trent not going to be in a position to try to clear this one, it would seem. Because there's the concuss. Quick little dash away. Still going to be tagged up, and Baby Bay going to be taken down. Trent. Johnny on the spot with a Hunter's Fury.
Baby Bay โดยว่า
กุ้งมันอ่านขาดว่ะ
Interrupting and displacing that plant, but now can be committed to. As the smoke fades. Spotted on the one. Trent looking for the kills, able to find Fangir. Needs a hell of a lot more. The quick drop down. Trent somehow wins that out. AU1 should have had a dead to right. So now the Cosmic Divide is going to be called in as well. The post-plant util being dumped. Trent, however, still holding his ground. Finds a third, cannot get the fourth. The jump forward, the shorty denied. As Fallon and Leaf find one apiece.
What a
โคตร
play from Trent.
โคตรรีเทคทั้งวอลทั้ง
From
คร
the
บ
top ropes, Fangir there, left out to dry. Nobody's watching that as he's trying to back away. And then Trent drops down. They used the Reckoning even there to clear some space. And oh, poor AU1 just can't adjust in time. Trent with 3, Valen covering. That's a big one for G2 because it felt like AG was going to be the ones getting up to 4 and taking the lead.
That's heavy investments as well. Pretty much from both sides when it comes down to the ultimates, but Trent's still one charge away from now having that Hunter's Fury online again, so G2, that ult economy swung back towards their favor. Bangir now. Silent walk down, bringing out a couple shots, the drone for the check. We'll just make a quick exit, so Valen unable to find the punish.
Yeah, Valen trying to gain a little bit of space, but again, AG's done a mostly really nice job of covering these lurks, covering their flanks, making sure that any space that G2 is trying to take is dealt with, especially in the early to mid parts of the round. And they've sold
orb grab into orb grab for AU1.
Yeah. Want to get that Reckoning again. He's one away. He just let it loose a couple rounds ago.
จดก่อนจดก่อน
Again, he's got spike in hand too, so they might.
หลังไซแน่นอนลูกนี้
They're gonna have it for post plant. Look at Kira, he's so ready for this. Oh no, 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 no!
Right in the Astro Form at the perfectly worst time is Valen. Unable to find that second kill, but no, does get it eventually, but this time on the Shrimp. The push forward, Bangir now gonna be falling, Jogama with that Bulldog. Fiercely pushing forward.
เฮ้ยเจ้า
Pop with the shorty as well. Spamming out these shots, trying to scare them away. As the smoke dissipates, he once again catches a glimpse, and AU1 catches a headshot. GRQ. Can he just tuck away? Can he try to hold on to the weapon? It's a 1v4. With 15 seconds, there's no way to win this, but can he retain this gun? Swing in the corner. He's been spotted. So they're going to corral him. Flanks back for one. Baby Bay getting ready to come around the flank. GRQ reading it well. Finds another. But Leap eventually will be able to flush him out with the wallbang shots. Just 2 players surviving for G2, but now they stretch the lead.
Oh, it's a backbreaker. Oh, Kira. He's been so good on this map so far. He's 8-6, but that one right there is a brutal death to take. And that just gives so much extra room for G2 to maneuver, so much confidence to just press their advantage. Oh no. That's gonna get the timeout from AG. Oh man.
Run away with the map. We saw exactly what happened on Split earlier.
Yeah, I mean, it is a different comp as well, so there is kind of that extra oomph behind it with the harbor, it feels like, you know, even though there's a harbor on the other side too, you're still able to cut up the map a little bit more than you could, you know, with just running an Astra and a Veto in there. So I think, you know, you're going to see the Stacker side just naturally a little bit stronger behind that, but
แบบเป็นทีมที่เล่นแล้วสนุกดูสนุกอะ
here that are just heartbreaking for AG that they should have won and they just give up, you know, the sticks on a couple of defuses, some rounds where they actually do some nice stuff and have some good, you know, macro plans, getting to a plant, getting into some post plants, but they haven't been able to convert as often as I'm sure they'd like. Look at G2. They're playing very deep. Anti-mid positioning here, but early coves from both teams. You can just figure out what's going on. This high tide's so fast again.
The walls up on both sides, but there's that Reckoning getting called in, but no one there to get caught by it.
Doesn't go very deep either.
It doesn't. Walls now getting ready to fall. AU1, however, able to find one, but Leaf looking for that transfer, cannot find it, ends up getting taken down. Stun gonna be connecting now, and Jogamo able to find that fadeaway shot right before the trade out comes in. Suddenly a 2v2, the spike now dropped right in front of Baby Bay, who is low on HP. The drone to try to scalp. Eventually cleared, Fengir does get tagged by this, and Baby Bay wants to scale off of that. The smoke falling, does manage to catch him, but now a 1v1. The Cosmic Divide gonna be committed here from Kira. Looking for the clutch. Recon, bidding, and Trent running a massive risk there.
โหแล้วเซน
Might just find a timing.
30 seconds left.
They're pushing out around the back, jumps up on top of the box, still needs to drop down. 25 seconds remaining as the wall will fall. Trent disconnects back over towards that connector.
As Hunter's Fury.
Here's position. He could basically be anywhere. And like you said, the Hunter's Fury is online. Taps it, trying to see if he can get that util out, but Trent not biting.
นิ่งกว่า
Plays it slow, plays it wisely, and gets G2 the round win.
Really liked the decision making here from G2. Knowing that Reckoning was available, they just give up that space where it would have hit. They just play back a jog. That is good.
If he doesn't get that, who knows?
Right. I also like Babybay's decision to push off of that information that he gets from the drone. Knowing he's weak, knowing he needs to get one. He's got a fist pump from Valen. That was a big one from Trent. Played that so well. That Hunter's Fury was going to be in the back of his opponent's mind. Played a little bit further forward. Shock Dart connects. GRQ. It's tagged up a bit. Here we go. Kira into the vents, and Trent's just leaving. Still has the safety of the door there, so just going back to kind of that similar style.
Once again, just giving up the space, but Trent now could get pounced on very quickly. Stinger through the door from Kira as he's out with the drone. There it is. Looking to try to run him down, but it resets the aim, and Trent just so snappy with the readjustment, finds the headshot, gets that punish. Swing of the corner, Babybay has the outlaw. And has Fangir dead on the floor. Still 5 players strong, now just the 4. Leaf will get picked apart. Shorty finding value, AU1 going to be stunned up, but sends out a stun of his own, but Valen's still able to hound him down. Swings the corner. Weapon scooped up, GRQ needing to do it all, and he cannot. 3 left alive, now G2 march on 7-3. A lead of the half once again secured.
ดูทีมเกมรู้สึกไงโอ้ยห่างเยอะครับทีมรอบนี้กะไว้อยู่แล้วดีสุดคือ XLG
a little bit better, a little bit steadier because of their experience on stage. And this Trent again is able to win out a fight. He absolutely should not. Kira here just, sometimes the Stinger be a little wild. That's the backbreaker.
Commit for it.
Yeah.
That's a brutal one. We already saw the frustration after dropping the 1v1 in the previous round. Gotta expect that has just multiplied that frustration significantly.
For sure, and now you're into some pretty good ult cycles for G2. Still have the convergent paths, GRQ, so it's like maybe try to get him posted up into mid, but a little bit of back and forth. Trent needs to be considering this mid push, and look how deep GRQ is. He's pinched though, but he's got backup.
Maybe they watch it for it though.
ได้โฟกัสเสียงตัวธนู
Trying to send out the waylay, hope for a bit of a hero play there, but it ends up going awry for AG. Fangir similarly tagged down the 26 before he was able to gate crash out.
And that's your ult, man. In a buy round, in a rifle round.
Have to just save it for the final of this half. For now though, Kira alone on this side of the map. Gonna be looking for what seems like a very late lurk or just the call over. Yes, it will be the rotation call. Meanwhile, Jogamo here to try to intercept. Trip gonna be caught. Relay bolt has the enemy harbor locked away. Just completely bisecting the members of AG. Jogamo already dropping down, getting himself slotted in. Overdrive popped. He is on the hunt, on the prowl, and he is found Kira. Just doesn't know what hit him, and now AG there is no other recourse. They have to save these weapons. No money to work with, a 2v5, and just no time remaining. G2. Once again, advancing up to 8. And once again, going to be looking for that 9-3 dominance in the opening half. Eluded them on split, but can they find it this time around? It's looking pretty damn good for them. Kill on the leaf, shrug that off.
Last round in the half.
It's just a good hard read, frankly, from G2 on this round. They have 4 players posted at top mid. They just give up that space willingly because they have a trap play set up, and GRQ feels the pressure, tries to go for a big play, finds 2 players at G2 staring him down. Oh, here we go. Watch this. Convergent paths right at AG.
Just gonna catch all of them. That with the saturate. potentially lobbed. Then if he goes for the double dash, and the Hunter's Fury as well available for Trent. Waiting for the setup. The recon going to go bouncing forward. There's the convergent pass. Looking for the trap here. Now the Hunter's Fury in, but it's going to be Joggo tearing apart 3.
โอ้โหบ้าไปแล้ว
Gets traded up, baby. They caught up in the ult. It has to refract out the safety.
บ้าจัดบ้าจริงอะไรครับเนี่ยต้องกระโดดลงไปแล้วว่ะจริง
Snapped out of existence.
โอ้โห
What a setup from G2. They get their 9-3 half.
Another great read from Valorant and company. Took him a little bit, felt a little bit shaky for the first half. Since then, it has been all G2.
They are looking clean. They are looking merciless. And AG are looking out of sorts and out of ideas. They need to get it together. As we go to the halftime break, we'll see if they can rally back in a second.
โอ้บ้าจัดจีนรอบนี้มันนี่แหละมาด้วยกล้ามเนื้อครับผมไม่ต้องอะไรเยอะ
¿Cómo la has pasado en Chile? ¿Cómo te ha recibido la gente? Creo que igual todo ha sido como muy claro, pero algo que le tengas que decir también a ellos.
Muchísimas gracias a todos, sois la mejor Masters de la historia del Valorant, mi segunda casa, y estoy muy contento de haberos podido conocer a muchos de vosotros y gracias por tratarme siempre como una familia. Gracias, chicos.
Muy bien. Un aplauso, un ruido para Mix. Ok, Hit. ¿Algo que decir también al público?
Nada, solo decir a toda la gente de Chile que de verdad esta experiencia creo que no la vamos a olvidar en la vida. Habéis sido un público increíble y el calor que nos habéis dado aquí no lo olvidaremos jamás. Muchas gracias, Chile.
Muy bien, algo rápido, Black, ¿algo que decir?
Chicos, sois la mejor máster de la historia y Chile es el mejor país de Chile. ¡Let's go!
¡Griten con el alma!
And back we go into Abyss. The audience keeping up the energy, but needing to see more of it from the AG camp. Off to that decent start, that tie up 3-3, but after that, it has just been flatlining for this Chinese squad.
Just a couple heartbreaking rounds that seem to have completely caused all gamers to crumble. And the #1 seed out of China is going to have to dig so deep here on this defender's side. And it's going to be a 4-man grouped up push for G2. It is kind of one of those pivot positions, something you see a lot of teams doing these days, these 1-3-1s. Quick TP over as well for Fangir. See here though, gap in the smoke.
Everybody in a position.
Yeah.
Could be a very swift flood retake here for them. As well, that's not where that shock dart was supposed to go.
Mikville, Shrimp
maybe watching too many EMEA VODs, but doesn't have that early damage. Trying to poke and prod away at the G2 players. Swing into the backside, the refract going to be taken. Baby Bay able to find Fangir though, as Fallon does get traded out. Dash up in the tower!
Oh, Baby Bay!
Whoa! It's not loaded, it's not ready, and G2
insane ว่ะ
storm their way through. Perfect in the pistols. And looking to bring this one to a swift conclusion as they hit double digits.
I don't know if Baby Bay just knew that there was going to have to be a reload up there, and that's why he went for it. Because he caught Shrimp mid-reload, or if he just felt like he needed to try something crazy, but it works a treat.
ชอบใจ
AG not able to fight their way out. Trying for that flood. G2 take a pistol round. That may be the decider.
Forward into the
โอ้โห
smoke.
เป้า
The right click to
เป้าเปิร์ไม่เอาเลยตอนเนี้ย
AG are looking out of sorts. They're looking shook. They're looking scared.
มือปราบแดนมังกร
Plan will come in, and ultimately it feels
ไม่เอาอะไรแล้ว
just group together, go down to the spike.
Yeah, at this point, this should be the end of the round.
Or you can jump off the side of the
That's
map,
what I would do.
It is Abyss.
It's in the name.
Gonna fall back here.
But they're
posturing around.
Yeah, GRQ's tucked in like he's gonna go for it.
Meanwhile, Valorant, I think you'd be more than willing to hunt for this one, but we'll just go ahead and back away. Instead, it's gonna be Leaf with that Ghost. Try to see if he can get some damage, get some more ult charge. Spot on the one, the headshot found, gets himself a second. Won't be able to find the third.
เขาเรียกว่าเล่นแบบคนหมดใจ
เล่นแบบไม่เอาเลยแล้วคิดถึงหมาล่าแล้วตอนนี้
Converted one bonus on this map, 2 in the series. It feels like they might be on for a third. AG, I mean, you might just be forced to rip an early timeout at some point. We'll see. Maybe they starting to get that confidence flowing, starting to hit some shots.
Gus was talking about it so far. The performances from Baby Bay, it's been some ups and downs, but widely not seeing that peak coming through. So far, here on these two maps, he has been rock steady for G2.
It's been really nice.
That's what you want to see. You want to see that continuation for AG. We want to see the rally back. We want to see some damage dealt. There's a trip. Oh, going to be caught. Do they pursue fast enough? Looks like they don't quite check in the tower. It's going to be the fast lane actually sparing him. But, okay, turns back. Is able to find Trent. He's going to be wondering, why the hell did my duelist call this one out? Baby Bay does manage to shift around, find that kill, but then GRQ takes him down. Valorant arriving. That mid lurk.
เมื่อกี้จะแพ้ไม่ใช่เหรอวะ
Kill, swap of the weapon. No, it's like going to be the back pedal.
มันกลับมา
Risk though in mid.
ดูเกมได้ยังไง
Yeah.
There's still no shifting away from this. Oh no. This gives Valorant a massive opportunity.
It's another timing.
Do they have the read that B has been completely emptied?
This is no info. Leaf is trying to figure something out.
He's scaling. He's looking for a shot there with that outlaw.
เชื่อแล้วเพราะว่าเบบี้เบย์มันฟอร์มอย่างนี้หลายวันละเชื่อแล้วว่าในลีกดี
Well, this is going to give time for AG to start sussing out that this rotation is coming through.
Yeah, another cove sent by Valen to try to keep AG interested on the other side of the map to make sure that they're going to be able to hopefully get into this plant, and it looks like they will be given the opportunity. Vandal for Valen. I'm not counting G2 out of this round just yet.
คู่สุดท้ายแล้วครับ
Leaf in play.
He's got the full health.
ชนะไป
If he can find a kill, that will give him the reckoning as well.
ไม่น่าละ
เฮ้ย
Now postured forward to tie
วาลิน
down.
ถ้าได้คิวนึงนี่จีนะ
Back over towards that spawn side. It will be in through mid. All three
เอ
players
จีเดี๋ยวไม่น่าละ
being ready for the push, the swing in.
เอาละ
That he started.
เอาละ
Now it all comes down to Valen. Here's the hopping of the waylay. They check forward into the smoke. Nothing going to be spotted there. At the same time, Kira ready for the drop down, potentially on that flank. The tuck into the corner. The patient play.
Ui.
He's been spotted with Valen. Oh my goodness.
ถามจริง
Almost makes a go of it.
วิ
The boat is not to be converted. But
ถ้าเมื่อ
damage
กี้
is
แม่งเข้าโค
absolutely
ไปแล้วกด
dealt.
E
Just
ทีนึ
Kira
งนะ
left alive.
เป็นเรื่อง
Just, he's so smart, man. The way he plays this, he almost hit that transfer too. But just tucks in behind the smoke. They're checking it. They're checking it. They thought he might try to re-clear that smoke. He doesn't do that, and they don't read that he can be tucked into the corner. Keeps the gun hidden, so it doesn't stick into the smoke. So smart, but they're able to react just in time. GRQ lucky as well that Leaf doesn't connect with that outlaw shot.
Yeah.
As he's coming in through Link.
Still in with a shout. Match point not obtained yet. AG. Let's see if they can streak together at least a couple more rounds, if not make a go of this.
Now the reckoning here could just be a execute off the back of the ultimate.
Take flight.
See what Trent sees. Saw Kira. No, High Tide is out. Going to be able to hold on to the ult. There's nobody on site.
Yeah, just the two players here needing to wait for those reinforcements to come through. Shock darts this time. Going to be landing at Trent's feet. Finds the first one. For a little bit more spam as well. Alan just going to be sending out that ultimate, but Damage very heavily suffered on the side of G2. New opportunity to try to exploit that early damage here for AG on the retake. Recon quickly cleared out. Down into the grab. Well, GRQ outdone. BBL able to find that kill.
โอ้โหหมด
Finds three.
BBL
Meanwhile, Valorant just cleans up one of the Fang gear, and then he gets the finisher on the shrimp.
GG ว่ะ
And I need to see that one back.
ดูไปเรื่อยแล้วตอนนี้
Because BBL just torpedoed AG's chances of getting that retake even started.
จริง BBL คนละคนกับวันที่เจอเป๊ปเลย
Oh my God, they're trying to play off the back of the recon dart there, trying to take space.
Just line up for him.
Yep. He's got the grab well there to help him out too. Nicely played by Leaf.
It will be that final timeout call.
ยังอีกเหรอยังทำเอาอีกเหรอไม่ยอมเหรอไม่ยอมไม่ยอม
In the series, you need to get that confidence built next one. That's really kind of what you're trying to do here as the coaching staff. Get their mental back in check. Teach them how to recover from bad starts, from bad international stage experiences.
They're going to have to do it. The very weak buy. Two Buckies. Hero Vandal. Stinger alongside. Okay, another Stinger. You won. Shifting around a couple times. No Outlaw on the opposite side. And a glimpse of good news here for him, but three-player push out of A main. Looking for setup, looking for trap play, looking for that kill.
แต่ว่า G2 ก็ยังอยู่ในเส้นทางวินเข้าชิงอยู่นั่นแหละ
Yeah, trying to get some value out of the Buckies. Just can't quite do it. Jog does go down to 50 though. So at the very least, you've done some damage.
ที่หนึ่งคือที่หนึ่งแต่ละโซนไม่ได้ฟุกครับมันมีเรื่องไทมิ่งมันมีเรื่องจังหวะแบบทีมใหญ่หลายๆโซนอ่ะเปิดทัวร์มาเหมือนแบบยังตั้งหลักไม่ได้ครับลองไปดูสถิติ G2 เริ่มมาก็แพ้ไม่เป็นทรงเลย
วอลินมันโคตรเดือด
มันเป็นช่วงของใครเตรียมตัวเปิดมาได้ดีกว่าอะไรเงี้ยแต่แข่งมันเป็นแข่งระยะยาวไงมันก็มีการพัฒนามีการปรับปรุงรู้จุดบกพร่องมันก็กลับมากันหลายทีมเหมือนกัน
It out over the top, pushing through the smokes, checks around towards that right side. Nothing spotted quite just yet, but there's the tag. Still able to spot him out, and he cannot escape. Jogamo pursues. It's a bit of revenge for the earlier damage suffered as the plant now comes in. 3 remaining players, a Bucky, 2 Stingers. It would be absolutely miraculous. They work their way across. Drone forward deep. Out from safety, but Jogamo, he's still just swinging out. Kira plays right
โดนสแกนแต่ไม่เป็นไรจะบอก
The last one to fall will be AU1. Finds a kill on the leap, but Baby Bay.
GG ครับ
Trent will take it away, but 13-4. G2 find the 2-0 as they send all gamers down to the lower bracket.
โคตรเดือด
เรียกได้ว่า G2 ส่งนอนไว
Looking clean, looking strong,
ไวจริง
looking to try to get themselves in.
ทดแทนแมตช์แรก
Another deep run at a Masters. Saw what
ไว
happened
จริง
last year.
ทดแทนคู่แรก
They want another crack at it. They want another go. And this is one hell of a way
ทุ
to
กคน
start.
ไปนอนกันดีกว่าครับงงจัดเลยวันนี้
You would still have those concerns. But this is the kind of
วัน
play
นี้
that you need
โด
to
น
be
ปลุก
seeing
ตอน
from
เที่ยง
G2
ตื่นมา
if
คุย
you
ธุระ
want to believe in that capability to make a deep run. Because we've seen out
วันนี้
there
นะครับเจอนะครับทุกค
all
น
the other teams in the uppers are right now.
ที่ตาจะปิด
This
แล้ว
is
นะ
a big one for them, but for all gamers, very unfortunate stepping stone for
เจอกัน
them.
ทั้ง3 ช่องทาง
How many
พรุ่ง
times
นี้
have
รี
we
บมา
seen teams come out first time on a global stage and not be able to find that footing?
Yeah.
Could just be another case of that, but we need to see the rally back. We need to